Welcome to a momentous occasion in the world of chess, where history, culture, and destiny collide in a dazzling display of strategy and skill. We turn our gaze to Singapore, the illustrious Lion City, a global crossroads where ancient traditions meet cutting-edge innovation and the world's bustling economic currents converge. Here, on this storied stage, the Chess World Championship unfolds, capturing the world's undivided attention. In one corner, we have Ding Liren, the reigning champion hailing from China, where a population over 1 billion stands behind him, fueling a relentless drive towards glory. Ding's journey embodies a legacy of strategic mastery and an unyielding pursuit of excellence. The road back to the World Championship has not been easy for Ding. This past year has been one of his most challenging, both on and away from the chessboard. Opposite him, from the shadow of the Himalayas, is Gukesh, the prodigious talent from India. Gukesh represents a new wave of chess brilliance from the subcontinent, leading a generation of extraordinary minds who are reshaping the landscape of the game. Since winning the candidates, Gukesh has been in top form, having one of the best ever performances at the Olympiad, where he and India won gold for the first time. As we watch these giants battle for supremacy, we are reminded of chess's rich history, a game that has transcended borders and ages, uniting diverse cultures in a single shared passion. From ancient palaces to the grand stages of modern arenas, chess remains a testament to the universal quest for intellectual triumph. In this grand spectacle, Singapore stands as the perfect host, a beacon of global unity, where every move and countermove resonates far beyond the chessboard, symbolizing the ties that bind us all. Prepare to witness a clash of titans, a celebration of strategy, and a moment where the world comes together in the name of the greatest game ever played. It is experience versus youth, Ding's unshakable resolve against Gukesh's unstoppable momentum. Who will emerge victorious as the 2024 FIDE World Champion?
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you just cool? Hey, just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
पूरे देश का ये हाल है, हर नजर तेरे चाल पे, जब से देखा तुझे खेलते, सब थे फिदा तेरे खेल पे, अपने पीसेस कर ले अब तू सेट रे, ये टाइटल अब नहीं हार्ड टू गेट रे, पूरी दुनिया दुनिया है तुझसे इम्प्रेस रे, नामुमकिन नहीं कुछ भी when you're Gukesh रे। अब है टेंशन और इमोशन, ये है कंडीशन, पूरा नेशन रखे पेशेंस कि कौन है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन। गो गो बुकी गो, देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है। गो गो बुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सिर पे तेरे तू पड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है। गो गो बुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। गो गो बुकी गो, यहाँ हर पल है कीमती, कीमत है तेरे ड्रीम की। जब भी तू बोर्ड पे बैठे आशा हो बस तेरे विन की। आनंद का है तू चेला, नहीं है तू अकेला। अगर अपनी गेम तू खेला तुझा अपोनेंट तो गेला। हेटर्स वाली बातें जिनकी, शुरू कर लो उल्टी गिनती। मार गिराया सबको उसने, अब बारी आई है टीम की। इंडिया, 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 गो 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 गो। अब आया है तू एंडगेम में, सब ले रहे तेरा नाम है। सबकी नजर तेरे बोर्ड पे, घर लाना है तुझे गोल्ड रे। अपने पीसेस कर ले अब तू सेट रे, ये टाइटल अब नहीं हार्ड टू गेट रे। पूरी दुनिया है तुझसे इम्प्रेस रे, नामुमकिन नहीं कुछ भी when you're Gukesh रे। अब है टेंशन और इमोशन, ये है कंडीशन, पूरा नेशन रखे पेशेंस कि कौन है वर्ल्ड चैंपियन। गो गो बुकी गो, देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है। गो गो बुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सिर पे तेरे तू पड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है। गो गो बुकी गो, सबका बस अब ये कहना है। गो गो बुकी गो, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। गो गो बुकी गो, देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है। सबका बस अब ये कहना है, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। सिर पे तेरे तू पड़ा है, पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है। सबका बस अब ये कहना है, ये जीत पे तेरा नाम लिखा है। सिर पे तेरे तू पड़ा है, पूरा देश तेरे साथ खड़ा है।
Thanks, guys. We are inside the glass cube once again for the critical round 12. And just like Gukesh springing some sort of home cooking yesterday on Ding, now is the time to Ding to show what he's been preparing for these last few months. The London can't be played anymore. His team has got to have something. I don't know what it is, but let me see if I can help you out here, Ding. I'm going to go ahead and write down E4 on move 1. Of course, I'm kidding, but I don't know what he's going to do. I do know that Richie and company must come up with something. You know, everybody thinks that Gukesh, even if he loses this match, he'll be back someday. He's only 18 years old. But for Ding, this could be his last gasp. He's got 2 whites left. It's really hard to win in the final round. I think game 12 is the round where we are going to see him push. Of course, if he goes too far, Gukesh could all but wrap it up with a win today, just about sealing the title. And, well, Ding's been having some ice cream, but I think that Gukesh will have some gulab jamun if he's able to pull out a victory today. Critical game 12 coming up in the FIDE World Championship. Now, back to you guys.
Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to the 12th round of the FIDE World Championship 2024.
Whoa!
Woo! We have Gukesh on 1 point lead, and to join me today in this commentary, the wonderful Tania Sachdev and Sahil bhai. Hello guys.
What a day it was yesterday. Can we just appreciate for a second कि क्या ही finish हुआ, and it was just a dream scenario for India yesterday.
Yeah, I've been like reliving that moment a lot of times, a lot of reels, a lot of videos, a lot of stuff, people reminding all the time about it. But it's a very serious day today. Actually, Ding will come with everything that he's got.
It was an incredible vibe and an atmosphere yesterday, and with that win, Gukesh has taken a critical lead at the last stage of the match. So it really comes down to these final 3 games that separate him from the ultimate dream, the World Championship. And for Ding, it's a massive day today. He gets a white Sahil, and I think it's going to be one of 2 Dings we'll see today, right? Either the one that we've been seeing throughout the match over the last year and a half, an incredibly shaky Ding which means we might even see an instant collapse? Or will Ding be able to find his inner strength and do what he did last year against Jan Nepomniachtchi?
That's the tough question, right? We will know the answers tonight itself. Can Ding completely change his strategy? And also Gukesh a little bit, yeah? So earlier Gukesh was pushing and Ding was the one holding. And now kind of they have to flip their strategy a little bit. How do you think Sagar bhai Gukesh will approach today? Because, you know, he's been pushing, now he doesn't need to.
I think overall today Gukesh has to do very little because he's black. So I mean very little differently. He has to do the same thing. He has to be solid. And in case of any attack by Ding or overextension, he should just take his opportunity. So this is my feeling that Gukesh has to just play his normal game. Ding is the one under huge pressure.
And these are scenarios that the teams prepare for in advance before the match starts. That what if something goes wrong? What if you're trailing behind? What is going to be our opening approach in those moments? So I have no doubts that Richard Rappo has some crazy opening idea that we'll see, something that will be extremely risk-taking, because this is the moment that has to be played out. You can't rely on your final white game, the final round of the match, to take your chances. There's no time to stop the bleeding. There's no time to take it easy and say, let's do a solid draw today. It's now or never for Ding.
कितना अच्छा लग रहा है ना कि हम point up है. Can you imagine the pressure in Ding's camp right now? Because you want to push, but you know अगर गलती से कोई गलती हो गई and there's no chance to come back. Gukesh could seal the deal almost tonight itself if Ding over pushes and Gukesh kind of grabs that opportunity.
It's going to be a fiery game. And also, let's not forget, the World Championship started with a loss for Gukesh. Yep. On the very first round, he goes on to score an equalizer in Game 3 and then taking a lead yesterday. Just incredible mental fortitude by Gukesh, taking the best from difficult situations and bouncing right back. And now can Ding do the same?
And he did it last year.
Yes.
So it's not that he is unknown to this situation. He has been here and he was in big trouble. Everyone thought that Jan Nepomniachtchi will become the world champion. But Ding was like, no, I'm not letting it go. So perhaps this year as well, he finds that inner power and gives his best. Or as you said, Tania, maybe the pressure gets to him and like yesterday he played Queen C8 and collapsed. It could also happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And it has happened in World Championship matches that players who are trailing have managed to come back. I'm thinking at the top of my head, the first one that comes to mind is Fischer Spassky as the big example. Down 2 games, and Fischer eventually, I think, took the lead in the infamous round 6, as we call it. I could be wrong about that, but I do know he won that round 6. So coming back in that one, we saw Vishy Anand come back in his match against Gelfin after losing. We've seen Magnus come back against Sergei Karyakin in 2016 after losing a game. And Ding doesn't have to look that far behind for inspiration. As we've been talking, in the 23 World Championship match, it wasn't once, it wasn't twice, but thrice that Ding had to come back to equalize the score, Sahil.
3 times he did that, so he knows he has done it. You know, when you have evidence in the past, you've done something that really gives you confidence. मैंने ही किया है भाई, तो आज भी कर सकता हूँ. And Sagar bhai, today we have, I think, Hikaru's birthday. We have Divya's birthday. Like today is a spectacular day, so we can expect fireworks tonight.
It's a very chess-my day today. So it's going to be very, very interesting. We have a super chat from Canada. Shantanu Gupta says that the Gukesh home tour, which I had done, there was a chessboard inside. And it's the same line played in game 11 there. Okay, this is too much of a coincidence. I had no clue back then when this was done. And we also have Anirudh Saikia, who yesterday had approached the astrologer. And today Anirudh Saikia ji has not gone to the astrologer. He's saying he feels for Ding, although he's cheering for Guki.
Guys, Sahil, if Sagar had that position in that home tour, what are the chances of Sagar being the secret second?
You know, I was the secret second until round 1. Then he lost and you're like, why isko nikalo? He's the reason for my downfall. But yeah, I think Gukesh's seconds and his team is really doing a good job.
Phenomenal job.
They are coming up with new ideas, novelties, which actually are helping Gukesh go with that firepower into every single game with white.
And there we've got the visuals coming in from the arena, as we call it, the calm before the storm, before the tension sets in as the players will arrive. Gukesh, we're expecting to see him first.
Yes, I don't think that will change. Also, the elevator is just right outside this room. And generally, Gukesh's father and Gaevsky, they just bid him goodbye and then he enters. It's always the same scene. While Ding comes in with both his seconds, Richard Rapport and Nihua. So let's see when they enter. We'll also have Maurice Ashley here, not just right now, but he will be joining us in the commentary today. So that will be fun.
That will be amazing, actually. Matlab, we'll get to see his, his reactions from how people have been behaving, the players during the press conferences. Have you seen something, some nerves there? Because at the end, we have had light at a chess. But अगर वो press conference में अगर वो उनको plug in कर देता ना, like तो बहुत different answers आते.
I agree. And also, Maurice, yesterday, by the way, in the press conference was a very interesting thing that they did where they let Ding go in some few minutes, which was kind of unprecedented, right? It's never happened before in World Championships.
When the press conference started, we had the visuals, right? And it was tough to watch Ding at that time. You could see how devastated he was. So I'm really glad that they did take that call where Ding got the opportunity to address the questions and then sort of just recompose himself, go back to his team, go back to that comfort space and think about what he wants to do, because this is the World Championship. This is the crown on the line.
Absolutely, and there is only one point, I think Nepo mentioned this, when I was leading against Ding, I kind of felt sad for him a little bit. I felt that he was not in shape, and then he also kind of gave that point back. So I'm hoping Gukesh really just goes for the kill. Absolutely no mercy, yeah?
I think Gukesh is that kind of a guy who does not really get into that zone. He just is in his own focus, and I think he'll be coming in today. And today we also will have a huge guest joining us. The 5-time world champion Vishy Anand will also join us today at some point. So very exciting day ahead. Maybe we'll also have a live guest here. I'm not 100% sure if he can make it, but if he will, it'll be great fun.
And right now, my mind is already kind of racing to what it is that Ding has prepared, his team has prepared for this very, very critical round. It's also important to understand that perhaps Gukesh is feeling a lot of adrenaline at the moment. He's taken the big lead. So there are these unsettling emotions, and we see Maurice has arrived. Gukesh is there, the first to enter the fish tank.
We saw that, the push from Gukesh and that nod from Gukesh yesterday. What a moment.
That's become like trademark Gukesh now. Whenever he wins an important game, he does this, which is so subtle. You have to pause it, go in slow motion.
It wasn't subtle yesterday, Sagar. You could see it. You could see how much this meant to him. Because he had been, and the world champion, the reigning world champion also arrives. Gukesh has been knocking on this result for so many games. And the breakthrough finally happened. And I think we're about to head to Singapore as Maurice welcomes the players.
Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, welcome to the FIDE World Championship 2024, presented by Google, held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the Resort World Sentosa, here in lovely Singapore. I am Maurice Ashley, and it is my pleasure to introduce the two players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, from India, the challenger, Gukesh Dommaraju. And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren. The match is currently 6 points to 5 in favor of the challenger. We have 3 games, including today's remaining. We have a special guest here to make the ceremonial first move. He is the chargé d'affaires ad interim of the Chinese embassy in Singapore. He joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China in 2001 and has worked in the Department of Consular Affairs, the Department of Personnel, and the General Office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has also served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Commissioner's Office, in the Macau SAR, and the Chinese embassies in Kenya and Ghana. He was appointed Deputy Chief of Mission of the Chinese Embassy in Singapore in July of 2023. Please welcome Mr. Su Jing.
Woo.
D4. And this was the move that Ding played in game 12 against Jan Nepomniachtchi. I wonder in this very important comeback moment for him, is he going to go ahead with this one or will we see something different by him?
It's all up for grabs now. Let's see. We'll figure it out.
And with that, let the game begin.
I think I had said C4. Yesterday you both
C4?
had said
C4, I think
I'll
also
go
C4.
with D4, but I think I'll go with D4.
I'll go C4. C4, I
C4.
think.
And it's
C4 it is.
Let's go! C4 is on the board, the English opening, and this was also.
Look
and
at this.
Gukesh only pushes one square. He had played E5 last time.
This reminds me of that movie dialogue, no, searching for. I think there was some movie, right, about Fisher, I think, where they say, and Spassky's preparation is thrown out of the window. Yeah, it's similar because he must have expected E5.
And E5 would have led to a very dynamic opening position, but Gukesh making his intentions clear. He wants to have a controlled game. Now, if White makes the natural knight developing move, I just want to point out, knight to F3 Sagar is the move I want to point out, and Gukesh plays D5, we get what Ding could have done yesterday to keep things solid.
Right.
It's exactly what we were discussing. And this would mean that we would have a more strategic positional battle. And look at Ding. He was hoping that Gukesh sticks to recipe. He plays E5. And Gukesh declines it, denies it.
Do you think, guys, Sahil bhai, Tania, that he'll go E4 and then we are suddenly in maybe French territory? No?
No, very unlikely. Very unlikely.
Because it'll be like, let's say if you play D5, suddenly, okay, this line is very, very different. Maybe Ding has not prepared. So perhaps, I'm not sure if this will happen. But yeah, already very interesting mind games.
I have a question. Let's say this was an equal match right now.
Yeah.
Gukesh would have in that case played E6 or E5. I think E5 in that case, yeah?
Very possible.
Quite possible. By the way, to remind all the viewers, Gukesh had gone E5, Knight C3, Bishop B4. In the previous game as black, it had continued in this way and then it had ended in a draw. But right now, it's C4, E6.
And it was also a game where Gukesh had shown an incredible novelty of playing F6 at a certain moment. And that was also a fascinating battle, but a complicated one. This is a very solid approach by Gukesh. He keeps it flexible. If now White pushes the queen's pawn, I think Black will also respond by doing the same. So you want to just keep the center consolidated instead of making a knight move.
And we can see Ding already in deep thought. Chat mein koi likh raha hai, okay, now let's wait for a 30-minute think. I don't think it'll happen on move number 2. Maybe it's too early for that. And Ding mentioned yesterday, right? Ki matlab, yaar, I thought it's like nonsense variations for a long time. So he really needs to calm himself and realize that abhi bhi chess game start hi hui hai, even if it is not his prep.
Speaking of calming himself, you know, I was watching Infinity War yesterday. And it struck me that these two players, you know, Ding has had this very sort of Captain America approach in this whole match. This kind of slightly conservative, not taking too many chances, holding the defense line mindset. Meanwhile, Gukesh has been more of the Iron Man approach, where he's bold, bringing in the flashy maneuvers, pushing his chances whenever he gets the opportunity. And I think today, Ding has to find his inner Hulk.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Oh, and he plays G3. Wow. Okay, we'll soon see maybe Ding turning green. Bishop G2 now on the board. He's already sacrificing the pawn on C4. I'm pretty sure Gukesh is not taking it. Did he already develop his knight?
I
No,
think Bishop
not
has
yet.
come to G2.
Yeah, Bishop G2. putting pressure here. I think Gukesh will go solid with his knight out to f6.
And if he does that and white pushes the queen's pawn 2 step forward, we go into a Catalan territory.
Yes.
And I want to remind everyone that the Catalan is a pet Ding Liren opening. That 100-game unbeaten streak that he had, Catalan was his biggest repertoire weapon. So maybe we might see that happen today in this, well, I would almost call this a must-win game for Ding.
Absolutely, and Catalan has been playing the World Championships many times, so Ding has a chance to put a lot of pressure, and we can see right now Gukesh closing his eyes, trying to go for, he will play knight f6, I can't imagine anything else.
But also, you can take the pawn. We'll see what, yes, he is planning, and he moves his knight to f6.
Will we
Anand
see
Mohan,
D4?
he
Knight
plays
F3
knight to
first.
f3, brings his knight out, and
Oh!
wow.
What?
We are getting vibes of yesterday. D4 by Gukesh. This is now ambition. A little bit of ambition shown there by Gukesh.
Oh my god, I can't believe this, wow.
It's also, in a way, a concrete solution, right? Because generally you can play here bishop e7, which is the main move, and castle. But d4 is like telling Ding that, hey, have you prepared anything specific? Because I'm taking space.
And Ding immediately
Quickly
responds
castles.
with castle. But also Gukesh, he took no time to go d4.
Yeah.
You know, a decision that's a committal one. Black's the first to put a pawn on the other half of the board. He now
And the
develops
knight
his
comes
knight.
out.
Just want to point out one thing in this position. The reason why Gukesh has put that knight in front of the c pawn instead of advancing it 2 steps forward to consolidate the d4 pawn, because he's kept that square for his other knight. Somewhere in the middle game, we can see a maneuver of the king side knight going from d7 to c5, a pawn landing on a5, and that's a beautiful formation for the pieces.
Right. So that is very possible, but I'm very interested to see what Ding does now. E3 is definitely an option. You also have just the simple move D3. And in general, white tries to expand in this position with A3, B4. And so white's plans are pretty clear, but move orders are pretty important here.
No dull draws today. It is very obvious जो position है, जो attitude है players का. I think we are going to have a very spicy game. बहुत मजा आने वाला है भाई आज भी. Pawn on d4 again, by the way.
Absolutely. And I also really admire how Gukesh has taken this decision. He's sticking to his style. He's not going to go all in with all the chips, but still, to the core, he likes positions like these. So that's the one where he wants a fight. And that's a bit of a statement. You know, I'm leading in the match, but I'm still ready to take on a fight.
सबसे बड़ी गलती कर सकते हो, you go for a draw forcefully, na? And then that's exactly when you lose.
You know, there's this, well, my coach used to tell me that there's no worse way of playing for a draw than playing for a draw.
Yeah.
Interesting. By the way, I have the statistics here, and I must say that after knight to f3 in this position, the main move with 26,000 games is bishop e7. D takes c4 has 9,700 games. c6 has 3,800. c5 has 3,300. Only, I mean, not only, but 2,800. It's the 5th most popular move, d4. And then when you played d4, he quickly played the main move, castles. And here, by far, the main move, 2,000 plus, I think, 1,600 games is c5. And wow, Tania is pointing out here that after castles, we have Ding Liren's game already in this position.
Wow.
And guess who's he's played it against?
It's against an Indian player.
A top Indian grandmaster. Oh, he plays e3.
He's got a game against Pragnananda in this position. So Ding definitely has experience here.
Yes.
It's happened before in his own game, not only against Prague, he's played this position against other top grandmasters as well, like Korobov.
Yeah, so let's just check if how many times has Ding reached this position. He has played it with Korobov, Mamedyarov, and also Prague. But knight to c6 in this position, and I think most of the players went c5 against him. Knight c6 is already interesting new territory, but there are still 369 games.
And what's really interesting is that the player who's played this with black is Arjun Aragesi. And yesterday in the press conference, there were a few questions asked about Arjun perhaps helping Gukesh for the match. And Gukesh was very non-committal in his answers.
We'll let you know
If
later.
Arjun Erigaisi is helping Gukesh, it'll all make sense. Gukesh is playing so many of his lines. है ना? He is also today playing his line. By the way, he's quickly played bishop e7 as well on the board. So Gukesh has not been thinking much. Ding has been put under some pressure. 66 games still have been played here. The top player with white who has played is Wei. Maybe Wei was called by Wei. You need to help your country mate. And actually, this move bishop e7 is a bit of a surprise, guys, because in this position, the main move that has been played is e5. And the other main move which has been played apart from that is bishop c5. So bishop e7, if you look at the engine, it's already showing a significant edge to white, which makes me believe that Gukesh has played this more for the surprise value than the objective value of this move.
It's a sub-variation within a sub-variation within a sub-variation. So I think Gukesh's preparation could go very deep because I think Ding has played the most logical moves here.
But can you imagine the universe of preparation? I mean, first predicting c4, okay, that of course you have to be prepared for, going into this line with e6, and then knowing this particular variation, you have to prepare this along with the whole iceberg of other lines. And then Gukesh plays fast, so it's something they have checked before this round.
Yes.
It's not something coming from a long way back. They were perhaps somewhere expecting Ding to find his chances in this setup.
Absolutely, and also for the scenarios, right? So if we are in a winning scenario, what happens? Gukesh mentioned that, we have prepared for this, so very, very interesting. And chat pushte Sagar, where is Amruta? I think she was a lucky charm yesterday.
Yes, I have to say, unfortunately, she was not feeling well today. She really wanted to come. So I'm very sorry that she couldn't make it. Hopefully, tomorrow or day after, I mean, in the rounds 13th and 14th, she'll be able to make it. But yeah, we had a great time yesterday with her.
Also, I think, Sagar, everyone's talking about the very cool hoodie you're wearing. And everybody wants a link to it.
Okay.
Yeah, very
Guys,
stylish.
You can go to chessbase.in and in the shop, you can check out. We have a lot of hoodies, t-shirts, zippers. So yeah, this is something which I also wore it at, I think, the last round of the candidates when Gukesh had won. I think this is what I was wearing. So I thought maybe today, I don't remember, but I just felt it the right thing to wear.
Yeah. Lucky hoodie.
By the way, do you remember the last round of candidates? In that also, when Gukesh was facing Naka, it was a Queen's Gambit accepted. And in that line also, Gukesh had somewhere played bishop e7. It was something like this. I might be not 100% correct, but like here. And then he had first played bishop e7 before striking c5. And it was this weird bishop e7 move which had thrown Naka off balance there. And today also, he's played something similar. Put the bishop here. Yes, it's inferior, but you're out of your prep.
Oh man, I can look at Ding. He's not looking as nervous right now as usual. इतना लगता है. And फिलहाल के लिए he's trying to out calculate Gukesh. But Gukesh सब घर से देख के आया है. अगले 5-10 चाल तो वो chill करेगा. And उसके बाद actually, and yesterday what he did, he made a mistake in the opening. That's very important because he will never make that mistake again. जैसी prep खत्म होगी, he'll make sure to calculate everything.
Yeah, you're talking about the moment where he rushed through with one decision and that sort of handed over Ding the chance to play for an advantage. So he's definitely going to be a lot more careful. But Sagar, you earlier alluded to the eval bar actually thinking that after bishop e7, white might have something to play for. And I'm trying to work out the different possibilities that Ding has. I don't think it's one path to advantage, but you have to make a decision. The first critical decision, do you trade those central pawns? Or do you continue with keeping the pressure with either d3 or b3 trying to develop your pieces more? So these are the three ways to continue for white here. I think the most direct is to exchange on d4.
Yeah.
And I also see it's the one that's most played in this position.
Yeah, you take it, and then when Gukesh takes here, now you have many ways. In fact, one of the nicer ways is to put pawn to b3 and put the bishop on b2, trying to put pressure here on this diagonal. This is how Ding could put Gukesh under some pressure. He's right now took some water and now again thinking, yeah, he's going to go in for a long think, I think, because bishop e7 is definitely a surprise for him.
I think he's looking for some energy, Sagar bhai, मुझे लग रहा है ना.
कुछ तो
I need it as well.
Oh, अरे बढ़िया, thank you Red Bull, thank you for supporting this stream. And by the way, ed4, I was just wondering if we could play this move b4. How silly is it? I was just thinking, because if you take, I have
Maybe you start with knight takes knight.
take, and guys, in the
White to play.
here, what do you do? Queen a4 check, bishop d7, queen takes b4, and I pick up your rook.
I think that's also strong.
Yeah, bishop b2 is strong. Try to finish him off. Bishop a3 is such a strong move with a mate here. And yeah, now after knight c3, the queen will be trapped. So very cool. Well done. Excellent answer there. So maybe something like that could be very weird and wild to push b4 after taking. So a lot of possibilities. Anirudh Saikia says today he went to a tarot card reader, not...
Kaun sa number? Kya aaya tarot card? What card came out?
He was saying that today there will be a huge fight.
Oh.
Yes. And destiny
hoping
will
for
be
it.
dealt today.
Yes.
Ha.
Because, you know, I think today a draw or a loss for Ding is pretty much the same result. He has to go all out. And some ways we talk about how the pressure is mounted on him, right? Only 3 games remaining to make a comeback, and today is probably the decisive one. But it also somewhere, the other side of that coin is, you know, having lost a game, sometimes as a player you feel that the pressure is actually off you. Now you can take those risks. Now you feel more free in your ability to do things that you were not doing before.
Absolutely, because पहले ही आप लगता है I don't want to go behind. Now you're already behind. You've already kind of in your mind lost it to some extent. You're like, अब तो कोई चक्कर ही नहीं है. अब तो पूरा करते हैं.
And maybe that's why, Sahil, we are seeing a slightly calmer Ding today on the board.
But nothing much has changed, right? We are on move number 6 and he has begun his long think. Oh, he plays it very quickly. Ding is like, aaj to alag hai. He goes d3.
And Sagar, say what you want. The way he's making his moves, he definitely looks a little bit more at what he said at the start of the match, at peace.
At peace. That's true. And do you think Gukesh will blitz out his move? Because d3 does feel like a natural move here. Although I'm sure that Gukesh spent a lot of time looking into the main line which was, I think, b3 here. But now d3 played by Ding.
Ding being very pragmatic as well. Now you don't want to enter a forcing line with exchanges and doing exactly what Gukesh did yesterday with knight to a1.
Correct. And by the way, Gukesh instantly takes d takes e3. And oh, we have Richard Rapport versus Ni Hua.
What?
In this exact same position.
Wow.
Which year is it?
2019, this game has happened in a transposition. So a different move order was played by Richard to reach this exact live board in front of us.
भाई यही होता है जब आपको 3 हफ्ते मिलते हैं ना तो पुरानी गेम उठा के प्रिपरेशन बनानी पड़ती है.
So Richard Rapport और Ni Hua दोनों ने बोला कि दोनों ने क्या खेला है.
भाई क्या
Let's play.
क्या खेला था? एक खेला था. अच्छा ठीक है चलो भाई done.
So in that game e3 we reached this position, right? e3 was bishop e7 there and d3 also. But now black had castled here. Ni Hua had castled, but Gukesh goes d takes e3. So maybe Gukesh has something more prepared. Is d takes e3 played? It's 13 games have been played only.
By some strong players. But it's not the main choice. It's not the main choice by the grandmasters. Pawn takes pawn. It's a committal decision, right? Because you're not only giving the option for white to take with the bishop controlling a key central d4 square, but also this is the moment for Ding that he can create a big imbalance by capturing with his f pawn.
Yes.
Open up the f file, get a side pawn towards the center, and that's sort of like a dream position in a must-win scenario because there's going to be no clear path to equality in a structure like this.
I am pretty sure that Ding is taking with the pawn, although taking with the bishop might be slightly better objectively, but fe3 does feel like the move you want to play in a must-win game. Get this big imbalance.
He's about to take a decision, guys.
Big center.
Kya hoga? Sahil, bishop e3 or pawn takes pawn?
I think bishop takes.
Bishop takes. Okay. I'm going with the pawn.
What do you guys think? What is Ding going to play right now? Pawn takes pawn.
सागर भाई मैंने घर दाव पे लगाया नहीं है लेकिन पहले बता रहा हूँ.
Got the audience breaking the tie here, and I think I'm with them as well because Ding has to show that ambition right now. Bishop takes pawn, a slower approach. You said it's the computer's top choice as well, but you're sort of just itching to play pawn takes pawn here, given the match situation.
And if you play pawn takes pawn, your structure does become very strong, but they are also slightly weak. The knight can some point jump here, attack this pawn. It's not an easy position to play, and when you are playing in a must-win game, it's the kind of position that you might want. So I'm very interested at this moment because if you take with the bishop, I can play e5 and relatively it becomes a solid position.
Sagar, I was actually thinking about this move with black that you've just made also as a response to pawn takes pawn. Simply to clamp down white from pushing d4 easily.
Yeah.
The bishop on c8 opens up. If d4, I think you're happy as black. You've got options of going e4. You can also take the pawn on d4. Both very happy decision. There might even be tactics along the a7, g1 diagonal after a trade. This is something that might put Ding off taking pawn takes pawn.
But even if you reach here, Tania, now this would also be interesting for white, right? Because white wants to push forward, maybe bring the knight out. It's just a very rich position.
Absolutely. And, sorry, do you have a suggestion? No. I was thinking after e5, if this happens, right, Gukesh will have to think what is going to be his response. And the fact that Ding hasn't immediately played the developing bishop takes pawn, he's confused about his decision as much as we are.
He's thinking here. Rightly so.
I have a question. So the fact that Richard Rapport and Nihua, both of his seconds have played this game, do you think that influenced Gukesh's choice of which line to go for?
Oh, he took with the bishop. Sahil bhai, you were right. क्या बात है?
मुझे लग रहा है गुकेश ने लाइन ही इसलिए खेली because seconds ने ये गेम खेली हुई थी.
E5 खेल दिया उसने. He is ready for it.
He's prepared all of chess. I don't think there's any position that Gukesh has left for this World Championship match.
I think Gukesh really has worked so hard on his opening prep because to remember so many lines, so many different things, to recollect them, to play it out, that just requires phenomenal memory. बहुत सही. Too good. E5, and now what should white do? Bring the knight out. That's one way. Put the rook on a semi-open file. और क्या मूव कर सकते हैं?
I also like the bishop coming to f5 black की तरफ से pawn d3 इतना एक बढ़िया सा लग रहा है ऐसे tasty सा pawn बस खा जाओ.
That's the staring weakness in white's position, right? Black has got a clear plan. If white plays slowly, you castle, bring the bishop out, double up on the d file, and just strike on that pawn. So, with this decision by Ding, the question is, what is his compensation? And you asked what alternatives are there. Can white try to get rid of this weakness immediately with a move like d4?
Yeah, that was one definite question here, Tania. But don't you think that the position might just get a bit too dry after take, and maybe a move like c6, just limiting the bishop here, and you will see like complete symmetry. And perhaps Gukesh is very happy with this.
Yeah, that's a great point. That given the match situation, going into a position like that is not a good idea for white. Even if you're risk-free, being risk-free in this game is not good enough.
Absolutely. So what else can we play? I mean, knight c3 looks so logical, but then what do we do after a move like bishop f5?
Ooh. h4. h4. And what about the attack on your pawn here? Are you not worried? Or I can just castle. h4 generally is good these days, but ये position में थोड़ा looks out of sync. Yeah, but how did h4 help? Yeah, maybe knight c3 first could be possible, but yeah, h4 maybe at some point could be good.
I think you want to make a move like h4 also when black has committed short castle. So then you have a direct play, and also watch out for the black knight jumping to g4. I think ideas like h4 will be on Ding's radar absolutely through the middle game. But would be surprising if he chooses this moment for it. But it's an important point, right? Maybe somewhere if the match was level, Ding would have played d4 here.
Yep, true. And the match situation definitely decides the move sometimes.
है ना?
Correct.
Chat में चल रहा है go go Gookie go. Sagar bhai, I think people love the song now.
अरे song तो एकदम rock हो गया. कल the singer only came here and did a live performance.
Concert happened.
हाँ तो वो तो बढ़िया हो गया. But guys, there was one moment I wanted to show. Knight c3, bishop f5, attacking here, and I want to ask our viewers here, what should white do in such a position? Because this is a bad move for black. Bishop f5. What is the problem? It's actually a big issue here.
Wow, it looks very logical, right?
It's a very logical move, but think about what is it that the bishop left behind? Which square is now weak?
Yes. And how do you target it?
Knight h4, knight e1, but something more aggressive.
Something that attacks the weakness immediately.
Queen b3, very good. And all of a sudden, you have pressure down here, and if you defend it with rook b8, suddenly my knight jumps in. You can see the queen is defending. This will start to get very tricky for Gukesh.
Oh, I am pretty sure he has seen this at home. Pretty sure. So मुझे डर नहीं है भाई, कर लेगा handle. अपना Gookie है यार, कोई stress नहीं.
So knight c3 को, I think Gukesh should just quietly castle it out and not get into those bishop f5 lines. And then we have a position on hand. I think team Ding should be happy. They've got an interesting position with some imbalance. It's a fighting position.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's a fighting position, but it's also a slowish position. It's more of a strategic fight where black will try to play against one weakness of white, which is on d3. And meanwhile, to me, it just feels that Gukesh is the one who has a healthier pawn formation. So a lot of it will depend if white can strike with d4 at the right time and free himself up. And again, I don't know what that right time is. I think Ding will show us exactly the plan forward, but right now he's the one who's taking more time figuring it out. e5 on the board. It does feel as of now, Sahil, that the next few moves, are they slightly easier for black to make?
Yeah, I think it really depends on how much Ding has seen this position, understands this position. If he understands queen b3, he can give the d3 pawn. Then obviously white's moves are very logical. But if he just sits there and plays the passive defense, which he has done for the entire match, then Gukesh castles, bishop f5 slowly and just puts pressure on the d3 pawn. And then if he cannot go d4, then black has more space. He's absolutely comfortable.
But I think knight c3 has to be played here by Ding. Not worrying about bishop f5, and then we'll get an interesting position. But it is clear that Ding is not prepared while Gukesh is prepared. And if you remember in the opening ceremony, the first press conference, Ding said he took 3 weeks for this match preparation. And in 3 weeks, you can't prepare too much. While Gukesh said he's been working on this match for roughly 6 months.
I mean, the openings that Gukesh has been playing, it feels like he's been working for this moment all his life.
Yeah.
It's been just incredible to watch how well equipped he is to handle any opening, to play his moves quickly, to play them with confidence, to know the plans and the position. It just shows the kind of hard work that has gone into this match by his team.
Absolutely.
And he's been full of praise for them in the conference as well.
Yeah.
Sagar bhai, I think we have seen two good things happen yesterday. One was Amruta coming in and we won, and second was we reaching 10k likes very quickly.
Oh,
so chat
yes.
jaldi se kar do bhai ताकि आज भी कुछ बढ़िया news आ जाए.
We cannot get Amruta here, but 10k likes आप कर सकते हो. So please do like the stream, and also today we have a very cool offer. It's in the pinned message. You get 1 month of chess.com membership free. There are a few links. You can click on any one of them and upgrade to premium.
How
later.
shocking will it be if Ding does go d4 here? Because we saw the trades that happen, the symmetry in the pawn formation that comes about. And I don't know, Sagar, maybe if we can check, is d4 one of the top choices by the computer or not?
It just equalizes the game, Tania. Like, it's a very good move if you are looking for a draw.
Yeah.
But when playing in a must win, it might be a big error.
Yeah, which is why I would be stunned if we see this happen at this point.
अगर D4 हुआ तो भाई गुकेश अब रेस्टरूम में जाके अपना खाना खाना स्टार्ट कर देगा. So it will be amazing. I really don't think there's any chance at all. Ding सोच रहा है भाई कैसे complicate करूँ यार, मतलब it must be heartbreaking for him overall. Just to, like, I was almost there now. Almost 10 games I had held on. Just I faltered.
Not just that, right, Sahil? Yesterday's game, actually, Ding got a chance to take over some initiative on the board. And I'm sure somewhere after the game, it was something that was spoken about or perhaps briefly looked at or at least felt by Ding himself. So to leave that behind is also psychologically so difficult. Already for a player who's having, you know, a mindset where he hasn't pushed for his winning chances in the match throughout.
But do you think he's really underestimating his position? Because in the press conference, he said after G6 in that position, he thought he was like not in trouble anymore. And Gukesh also thought that he was not in trouble anymore. So even Hikaru mentioned, I think like he was better, but he didn't realize it.
Right. I think Ding has been misassessing his chances all throughout. He has been a little bit too modest about his chances. And that's why we can see him going for draws even in positions where he has been better. तो आज उसको ऐसे सोचना है कि भाई मैं better हूँ. Even if he's worse, he has to play like he's better.
Yeah.
It's looking not so great for him, I must say, out of the opening, mainly because instead of getting a time lead, he's already 24 minutes down, which is substantial.
And yeah, Sahil?
Yeah, please.
No, I was just going to say it's okay to be modest about your position at a press conference, but really in your own internal mind is where you need to have, I think, the confidence to be able to push, which Ding many times has admitted himself that he just felt like he can't in those moments, right? And on the other hand, we've spoken about Gukesh. His mentality in the position's complete polar opposite. It's sort of a player who's so optimistic about his chances to the degree where sometimes it's also backfired in his decisions in those moments, thankfully not in the result of the game. And then another player who's sort of been on the other edge of that, a little slightly negative attitude towards his own chances.
Agreed. And right now, Ding has to make a decision 10 minutes into the game. क्या लग रहा है मतलब how would Ding have taken this yesterday? You know, he left the press conference, he went back to his team. They must have started analyzing, they must have said what to play. It must not have been an easy decision. How many hours would he have worked? Would he have taken rest?
Did he get any sleep? Because I think that's something that players really struggle with. And I mean, this is the ultimate level, right? This is the biggest stage. And, I remember when Magnus had lost his game to Karyakin for the first time and the only time in a match that he's been trailing, he said it himself that those were some very, very difficult days leading up to the game where he equalized the score. But until that point, it was hard for him to really feel or get back his mindset.
I agree, and I think Ding must also have gone through that yesterday. Like, how to beat Gukesh is a big question because it's been 8 games since they have had first 7 draws and then Gukesh won. So it's already not so clear. In fact, Ding won the first game.
Yes.
So it's been like 11 games since then, 10 games.
वो गया होगा, हेरा फेरी देखा होगा, फिर हेरा फेरी देखा होगा और seconds तैयारी कर रहे होंगे and chill किया होगा भाई, because I think that's sometimes the best thing you can do. Just relax and just not worry about too
भाई
much.
साहिल भाई ऐसे तो वो नहीं करेगा. I think if he did that, then today you can clearly see why he's not playing the opening quickly.
It would explain a lot. In fact, I think when Magnus had that difficult moment, it's quite well known that the team went out. They spent some time
Oh,
together.
a move on the
we
board.
do have
Knight
a move,
C3.
Knight C3, the one we were looking at.
Nice.
So perhaps just get
The
your
best
mind
move.
off.
Oh, quickly
Immediately.
castled. Hey, Gukesh is still in his prep.
Amazing.
H4 is something that one of our viewers here loves. H4, he's like, भाई H4 खेलो तब तक मेरे चैन से नहीं.
मजा तो आएगा अगर मूव हो जाए.
अगर मैं सही बताऊं, अगर मैं यहाँ बैठा होता, कहता अरे यार इतनी सेकंड्स में को लाइन इतनी लंबी बताई नहीं भाई. गुकेश के सेकंड इतनी लंबी लंबी लाइंस बता रहे हैं.
So then, what is the move now for white? Because we were waiting for Gukesh not to play bishop f5 here.
Yes.
Yes, h4 is one possibility, but I believe that maybe more to the point would be to expand on the queen side somehow, if we can, like
So,
this.
That expansion makes a lot of sense. To go a3, b4, I wonder if after a3, Gukesh will stop the plan by pushing the a pawn 2 steps forward.
Yeah.
Just to make sure you don't get b4 easily. So this might happen. I'm also wondering of a more traditional approach to the position where you simply make an improving move like rook e1, lining up against that e5 pawn in certain positions.
Yeah, rook e1 also looks like a great move. And I think this definitely makes sense. Like rook e1, a3. I was also wondering if rook b1 with the idea of b4, b5 makes sense. But I'm a bit worried that this runs into this diagonal.
After rook e1, can we just play bishop f5 again now that I've castled? Somehow queen b3 looks less dangerous.
Yeah, but still, this pawn might be much more important than this one, perhaps. And how do you defend it? Like, if you take on d3, you also run the risk of rook d1 pinning here.
And if you don't take on d3 and go passive with defending the b7 pawn, then the other rook comes to d1, and you've got a really good harmony, right, with d4 coming in next. This is the dream for white.
So I think rook e1 is a very expected move. Yeah, it's a good move here, improving, putting pressure here. Let's see if Ding plays it. और क्या लग रहा है आप लोगों को? Any move? Queen e2. That's also an interesting move. Yes. Rook d1 or this rook d1. This. Knight e1, knight c2 with the idea of b4. The only problem to queen e2, and black has a nice move here. Bishop g4 is one good move, but there is also another one where you place one of your pieces opposite the queen.
Yeah, I like that move. I was thinking about the same. Is it rook e8?
Yes, rook e8 with the idea of jumping in with the knight, suddenly opening this up, and the queen feels a little uncomfortable there. So maybe queen e2 might not be the right square for the queen, but a good idea, good suggestion there. Anything else? Yeah, queen c2 is another move. Just that maybe there is some
Knight b4.
trying to win this instantly.
You kind of want to...
a3. a3, a5, and then this square gets a bit weakened. So yeah, a3 is definitely a great idea here.
I would play rook e1 as white here. I just feel that I want to keep the rook on that file.
Correct.
I'm not directly threatening anything, but it just is sort of a more intuitive move without getting into deep calculations, and you just feel it can't be wrong. It's not as committal as a3 on the pawn structure. You keep it flexible, right? One of the things about in chess is when you don't know where you want to put a piece, don't play it at all. For example, the queen here. We don't know if we want it on b3. We don't know if we want it on c2, d2 or e2 yet. So as long as you can delay that decision, try to improve the other pieces which have more obvious spots.
Rook e1 does open bishop f1 options, although that could be a bit passive, but it does have. Right. So for now, let's see what Ding comes up with. And yeah, pressure is mounting on Ding Liren. Imagine, guys, if today Gukesh wins, he will move on to 7 points, which means a tie break is guaranteed. And then he needs a draw with white, which should be not so tough.
He'll play the same line and then play d4. So baat khatam.
So I think today, okay, so let's look at the permutations. If today Gukesh wins, then he becomes a heavy favorite to win on Vishy's birthday.
Wow.
On 11th, which is the next game. If Gukesh draws today, do you think that then Gukesh plays the 13th game more aggressively trying to win, or just plays a normal game, draw, and goes into the 14th game? 2 draws will also seal the deal.
Maybe like a Catalan kind of opening, yeah, where he pushes a little bit, doesn't risk too much. He doesn't need.
Oh, we have a move, by the way.
Kya khela?
He's gone for
Arey, Tania, congratulations. Your move is on the board. Rook e1 has been played. And I think this will put Gukesh out of his prep now. Although it's the most natural move and Gukesh might have even seen it. But kabhi you forget, right? Now it's too deep already, 10 moves.
Yeah, and in a line that has already got a lot of sub-variations that could have happened. So very possible that now Gukesh takes a while because he needs to really decide how does he connect the majors, which square to put the bishop on, how weak b7 is. So a lot of small subtleties in this position to take care of by Gukesh.
Absolutely, and you saw him close his eyes. So yaad karne ki koshish to kar raha hai. And although I don't think he'll think for long, yeah, maybe just a 5-minute think. And I had a question. So we saw like a 60-50 minute think yesterday from both players. I think even Levy mentioned on his recap कि यार ऐसे कैसे sponsor आएंगे 60 मिनट तक लोग बैठे रहेंगे एक ही move पे. So if you had to put a cap on the maximum number of minutes a player can think for a single move, what would that be?
No, I like this part where there's no cap because then, you know, blunders happen at the end. So yes, we did have like 2 hours of little bit of less excitement, although we had fun. But towards the end, it heated up like anything. If you made like 10 minutes mein move, then perhaps they would have more time at the end. So I don't know, a move-wise counter, I have never been in too much favor of that. Although a lot of people have mentioned that. Why don't we have every move counter ticking down? Then the excitement of the clock is on every move in chess.
It's like basketball, right? Where you have a stop clock. You've got the 14 seconds to sort of go through the court and do your thing. I think it would be exciting, but I think at this level, at this stage, time management is such a big part of a player's skill as well. So it adds that factor, and it's sort of like a build-up, right, to the game. You have to manage your time from the very first move because we've seen what happens when you take those long things. So for the World Championship match, I really like how this is. No bonus time, but a longer span to think over the critical moments. And you decide what are your critical moments.
Yeah, absolutely. I like this no increment part. I would also say maybe they could break it down a bit more, where they could do like 1 hour, 30 moves. This was actually used in the WR chess. I think I like that format a lot. 1 hour, 30 moves, then next 20 moves in 30 minutes, and then 30 minutes for the rest of the game. Very interesting. There used to be high moments coming in like at multiple points during the game.
Yeah, and you know, while we were talking, I just looked at the score for a second. Was 6-5. देखने में कितना अच्छा लग रहा है ना पीछे यार.
Sagar तो immediately when it happened, he was like, पहले ये score हटाओ.
हाँ मैं 5-5 देखा and I'm like, नहीं अब और नहीं रुक सकते. So I just went.
You noticed how at the start, Maurice also almost said the match is tied.
Yes.
He had gotten so used to it.
Yeah.
By the way, Abhishek Dubeji has super chatted saying, yesterday if Magnus would have done what Guki did, world would have said he grinded it out. And when Guki did the same, other hosts and GMs were like, Ding, who lost? Actually, this is an interesting question, whether yesterday it was a victory for Gukesh by Ding's blunder, or was it like Gukesh put so much pressure on Ding that it led him to blunder? What would you say?
It was a combination of the two, but I will say that the 2 games that Ding has lost, game 3, I don't know how many of you remember, getting his bishop trapped on c2, losing a piece. He could have simply moved back with the bishop. Things would have been fine. He didn't do it, lost the game. Yesterday, he had the knight jump moving forward, which would have kept the game going. And who knows how it would have ended. Instead, makes the blunder, loses the piece. So some decisions, I think, whether it was not going for e6 in a critical moment, spending the time management that we saw by him, there were definitely big questions to be asked. Why Ding did what he did, thought the way that he did. But I think Gukesh knew how to capitalize on it. And that's why credit has to be given to him as well. I kept thinking about that knight a1 move. You know, the queen sacrifice at the end. Queen takes knight. If that's the goal, knight a1 is the assist to that. Because that's really where the story started. That's where the pressure, what you were talking about, started mounting on. It wasn't the best move by the engine. I got really scared. I was like, what?
Sorry guys, kal ka game just knight a1 as Tania was saying. I wanted that move on the board.
And this is where it started, right? Because you forced Ding into a think, and we saw almost an instant collapse by him. Every move after knight a1 was an inaccuracy, was not the best move in the position.
And he took 6 minutes for rook b8, which otherwise, if I think Gukesh would have played rook b1, he would have responded very quickly. But knight a1 really threw him off.
And also, I think we are looking at one game, right? So we've seen Ding under pressure in multiple games. So they're playing the same opponent again and again and again, and every day he has to show up and face some pressure. So kahin wo पिछले games का ही pressure रहता ही है, which eventually culminates in one blunder, and you feel कि यार ये move कहाँ से आ गई?
In chess, I think we've said this so many times that blunders don't appear out of a vacuum. They are a result of mounting pressure. They are, you know, you keep responding to threats, you keep responding to the tension, but at some point you collapse. And I think Queen C8, like you said, it wasn't just this game. It was the whole match, how it's been played out.
And simple formula है, अगर मैं बैठा होता गुकेश की जगह, तो क्या Ding ये blunder करता? बिल्कुल नहीं करने वाला था.
हाँ भाई, पहले तो ये position ही नहीं आती.
Exactly. So the point is, clearly Gukesh का contribution तो है उसमें.
Confidence तो मानना.
बढ़िया है. ये move तो हम ढूंढ लेते, सिर्फ ये लाना थोड़ा मुश्किल है. But did you see, guys, like when this position was reached, Gukesh was like in a flash when he played Queen C8. He was like, this, I could see a like 7 or 8-year-old Guki who was solving tactics when he was young. He told this thing that one of his coaches gave him a book of tactics and he solved it in like 3 or 4 days. And it's these trainings that you do since a very young age which help you when you go and fight at the highest level. He spotted this tactic in like 2 seconds. It didn't take him even like more than anything.
Sagar bhai, the tactic spot हुआ 1 second में, maybe because he solves puzzle rush every single day nowadays.
That's also a very valid point. This, I think, it fits into what we are doing here. Of course, it could be like, oh, you are promoting this, but Gukesh is using that technique every single day. He's solving positions on puzzle rush. When he came to Mumbai, one day we went to like children's home to teach. Then he had a simul. So we came back to our place and there was like 30 minutes in between. I thought he'll take some rest. No, he switched on his laptop and solving puzzle rush. And I was like, why? And he was like, I have to go and give a simul. I need to be in top shape.
Wow.
So just this entire thing, being in top shape, solving puzzles before this, it's a great thing.
Yeah, and we as players have all done it, right? Waiting at airports, having these competitions between each other where you put on Puzzle Rush and see who gets how far. So it's really, he called it a great warm-up. I think it's a brilliant way to improve your tactics. And there are 3 formats, right? You have 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and survival.
Gukesh का score by the way 58 है ना कुछ.
In 3 minutes, he solved 58 positions and they get incrementally tougher.
Can we do it after the game today?
Let's do it. Let's have one Puzzle Rush with everyone here.
Done.
ठीक है. 3 मैं सोच रहा था तानिया 3 minutes में if you can challenge Gukesh's score.
Oh, I thought I could challenge you.
तो मजा आ जाएगा.
It is very hard. I don't know, but what is your high score on?
I don't remember. I haven't solved much. That's why you can see where I am. So
ऐसे सवाल नहीं पूछते हैं.
हाँ, मेरे को याद नहीं है. I think maybe if I was not mistaken, 40 might be my.
Same. I think mine is also like early 40s, around for 3 minutes. So 58 is mind blowing.
Correct. Let's see. We might, if the game ends today early, we might try to do that here, and maybe we'll join. We can join all our
Maza
viewers.
aega.
It'll be amazing.
So Rookie won, Gukesh, and I think Sagar, you were on point with your prediction that this is where Gukesh's prep ends. This is where he is on his own. And Sahil, I think you were on point when you said that when that happens, Gukesh will not rush today, like he did yesterday.
Yep.
He will take his time to find the path. So what are the moves that come to our mind for Black here? What are the candidate moves for this candidate winner?
Yeah, let's see. What do you suggest? Rook e8. Yes, I like this move actually. Rook e8 with the idea of putting the bishop back, maybe defending. What else? Rook h6, rook b8, a6, rook e8. Anything else? Ng4. Okay,
And
very.
Bishop G4 is also being suggested.
Bishop G4, very cool.
Sagar, Bishop F5 ही लगा दो यार.
Bishop
लाया हुआ move पे पता नहीं
F5.
क्यों.
I'm just a bit worried to develop this bishop because of queen b3 ideas. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a great point you make, and some amazing suggestions that if you allow white to bring that queen out, which is tied down to defend a d3 pawn with a tempo, that will let white get perfect harmony out of the opening, because queen b3 and rook d1 to follow.
Huh,
You don't
and
want
then d4.
Correct. You don't want your queen defending the d pawn. You want your rook on that file lined up against the black queen.
Agreed. And also queen b3 does create this idea of the knight jumping into the center, which might not be that easy to meet then. Sohan has sent a super chat saying Gukesh made multiple knight jumps, 2 backwards. He sacrificed his queen under time pressure at the tender age of 18. Magnus's advice to Ding was that Guki will give chances, which happened, but Ding couldn't capitalize. Guki created the time pressure.
Yeah. And you know, in that moment you said, right, Gukesh instantly spotted the tactic. We saw it on camera. Queen c8 and Gukesh was...
Yes.
You know,
बढ़िया था वो.
he focused completely, zoned in on that c6 square, and then played it confidently on the board.
You
Correct.
guys couldn't even get up and sit back down, and I would imagine he would think for 30 seconds, 1
भाई
minute,
वो
right?
लास्ट जो खत्म हो गया गेम समझा ही नहीं. We were like oh, and everyone was on like standing
Exactly.
up. It all happened in a flash.
Moment है भाई, moment.
इतना कॉन्फिडेंस था ना उसको कि यार 10 सेकंड में देख लिया प्लेड यार. You would think for 30 seconds 1 minute to decide अच्छा कुछ गड़बड़ तो नहीं है डिंग ने मूव के लिए, but no, he has calculated it.
Right.
Oh, and look at Queen takes h6, yes.
Queen
h6.
h6. Yeah, that's a very nice game where Magnus actually won the world championship with that, with Karyakin. It was on his birthday, 30th of November, and that's a incredible game. If you haven't seen it, please check it out. He sacrifices his queen and then wins the world championship match.
There was a famous reaction by I think Baron Tal, yeah, for that move when he goes crazy. Oh my god.
Acha.
Yeah, it was a crazy reaction.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's such a beautiful feeling to win the match like that, right? When you can get a queen sack in. So Gukesh managed to do it in game 10. No, game 11. Yeah, I'm kind of losing track of the game numbers. So it's now become a mini match of 3 games, really.
Yes. And actually, aaj ka game is, I would say, if it's like super important, super. Like for Ding, if he doesn't win today, if Gukesh right now has like 70% chance of winning, it'll go up to 90. If Ding doesn't win
I
today.
would say even higher, maybe 85 to 90% chance right now.
Today, right now, ooh.
In total for the match, like, you know, in total
I was thinking like if Ding has white, he should have some chance. Like he's got a good position out of the opening. So maybe 90 would be a bit too much. That's what I felt. But yeah, if he doesn't strike today, Ding, then maybe yes. Then chances of Gukesh go super high.
Yeah.
And
No,
look at
it's an essential game for this match, for the World Championship title, this one. And you know, with your back against the wall, it's such a difficult situation for a player to deal with. When you're behind in a match like this, in the early stages, you know you've got games to bounce back. You know you've got the time to recompose yourself, your team finding things, but he's run out of time in this match.
Absolutely, and it's Monday and 43,000 people watching. भाई बहुत हम set है इस
और
moment
यहाँ
के
पे
लिए.
भी काफी लोग आए हैं. It's amazing. Many must have given up their work.
You know, Sagar, I'm seeing a lot of repeat faces here coming
Yeah.
back to follow the match with us.
हाँ तो बहुत ही सही है. And in fact, I think to see this on a Monday afternoon just shows how chess is becoming a part of everyone's life. तो मजा आ रहा है.
I think when Gukesh hopefully wins, I think that moment will go down in history as one of the biggest moments in in Indian sports overall. Yeah.
Correct.
He's 3 games away from making history, becoming the 18th world champion. He's taken the lead already, a huge lead at this point. It's not the same as taking the lead in round 1 or round 4. It's a totally different ball game at this moment. And Ding, he's got to do something. So rookie 1, it does look like Gukesh, he's taken how much time? Almost 15 minutes at this moment.
Yes.
Which is quite a chunk of time. So why is Gukesh, let's say, taking so much time, Sagar, to make a developing move like Rook E8? By the way, I really liked that suggestion.
I think he's just trying to figure out what is the way in which he wants to play his next few moves. Not just this one. Does he want to play Rook E8 followed by Bishop F8? Does he want to move his Bishop, Bishop E6, Bishop G4, Bishop F5? So I think this is the moment where he kind of draws out the plan for the next few moves.
Usually black से ना opponent हमारे एक piece पे ताला लगा देता है. Usually it's the bishop on c8 or some other piece. यहाँ freedom पूरी है but थोड़े mines लगाए हुए हैं opponent ने कुछ squares पे. तो he's just saying कि भाई कहाँ पे mine नहीं है, कहाँ piece रखूँ, बाकी freedom पूरी है, जहाँ चलना है चल सकते हो.
And the mine that you're talking about is the B7 point. Oh, we have
By
a
the way,
H6.
someone did mention H6 here. Well done. H6 is the move that takes into control the G5 square for both these pieces, which means that Gukesh might want to go Bishop E6 next. Could be. Or just a useful move, no? Just
And we are
playing
back to
H6.
the World Chair Championship.
अरे,
ये दोनों चेयर रूठी हुई है एक दूसरे से ऐसा लग रहा है.
there are possibilities, but I think in this position it's very difficult to sacrifice and checkmate. What about yes? What you were? Yes.
Of course.
So Bishop G4. Let's say I put my queen here. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Huh? Bishop D6. But you've lost the pawn, right, in the bargain?
That's very good calculation.
Yeah, it's really amazing that
And
you
what
saw the
about
line
this? And somehow you're not able to trap me, yeah? This is a very safe square, by the way. Because now G5 loses to Queen H6. So somehow no one can attack it here.
Well, there's Bishop E7 trying to set up some ideas. I see it doesn't work because the bar refuses it. The G4, but I want to take the knight on F3 and then try to find a nice disco somewhere, but not easy.
And now maybe your hook idea could come into the picture. Just sack karo and try. But it's a very interesting point that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Queen B3 is just kind of messing with this pawn, and when you play knight A5, somehow the knight also gets out of the game permanently. And even if queen went back here, it's not a happy place to be.
Yeah.
So, coming back here to the move H6, it's an interesting move that Gukesh has played. F5, F4. Oh, it's quite possible that he wants to go knight G4 and F5.
Possible, but I think it's also risky, right? You would kind of open up your king and that diagonal with queen b3 as well. Yeah.
But it's definitely in the air. You also have to time the jump of the knight from F6 well, because that gives the D5 square to the white knight. So, you know, we saw agar Bishop C8 hatega, B7 weak ho jayega, Knight F6 se hatega, D5 weak ho jayega. So chess is so much about the squares that you're leaving behind with every move.
Right. And I think that really is something that we chess players learn a lot, that whenever we make a move, there is definitely some space that we are leaving behind, And I think we also start thinking like that in life, right? I don't know if you guys do that a lot. Like the moment I leave here, I'm like, if I take an auto, then there will be traffic there. If I take a train, oh, Dadar में बहुत सारा भीड़ रहेगा.
I thought आप बोलोगे the moment I leave, I say if I come here, अमृता को पीछे छोड़ रहा हूँ. यही क्या था?
नहीं भाई ऐसे नहीं. I was saying like when I go back home tonight, and then I'll be like, oh, I'll be with Amruta and that.
Nice save.
By the way, guys, all of you just are going to get a food box here. And this is something that has been sponsored by Group E4. So a big round of applause for them. And they have sponsored a food packet with some nice snacks and a drink for every single day from midway of the tournament. It's an initiative by Satya Prabhakar, Vishy Anand, Aruna Anand, RB Ramesh, Aarti Ramaswamy, where they are empowering Indian chess at the grassroots levels. So 250 families and firms have come together to raise funds and to support youngsters. So Group E4 is a very positive development in Indian chess, and we are so happy that they are also supporting this initiative here of our live commentary.
Yeah, because every world champion was once a noob.
Yes.
So you have... I don't know why I said that.
Beginner was what Irving Chernev said, but then Tania was like, वो तो 19th century में बोले होंगे. मैं थोड़ा नया noob is much better word.
सागर भाई,
हाँ भाई.
अवध शाह ने सुपर कर दिया. Can you read it?
अच्छा, अवध भाई. Awadh Shah is, by the way, the head of Chesscom India, and he says, can we bet on the results of the game, Sagar, Tania and Tikuji?
I don't think Awadh saw Vishy's interview. It is unethical.
Yes. We can bet Maggie's. I think me and Sahaj used to do it.
Maggie's, huh?
Yeah.
भाई क्या घर एक टाइम था जब मैं घर बैठ कर रहा था और तुम मैगी बैठ कर रहे.
Shows how well ChessBase India is doing to be able to bet houses.
Exactly.
So इस stream के बाद you'll have to probably give us a building at some point with the kind of bets you're making.
Yes, Tania, we will we will give an imaginary building from the imaginary house. तो वो तो हो जाएगा सब.
Every building was once a brick.
Yes.
So brick दे देना आप. Okay, so 8-6, kind of a waiting game, a waiting move, taking away squares like you said, also setting up ideas, setting up better circumstances for your ideas. And Ding, he again does the same thing, right? Where in every single move, he's taking a chunk of time. This is where the problem happens, Sahil.
H6 is not some move जहाँ पे कुछ crazy कर दिया मैंने. मतलब it's a normal move. You kind of stop bishop g5, knight g5. He can just play normal moves. Yeah, he should have planned for this in the previous thing.
When he took time for rook
Exactly.
e1, because he can continue with that plan.
I have one question. I don't know if it makes sense, but it's for everyone here. If I play queen b3 now, do you think that this pawn is hanging on d3 and can black take it? Are there any tactics that are working out for white? Yes, knight d5 and then I take, queen takes queen, rook a d1, very good. Can you calculate further? Knight e7, knight e7. Pawn takes and then I come back. Perhaps it's not that. Like you can do this, I take, you take, I take back, you take, and maybe I just come back. And it's a pawn down. Maybe white has some compensation, but not enough. So perhaps knight d5 doesn't work here. Any other move? Yeah. And this also looks interesting. I don't know if humanly it does feel like white has compensation here. Can Ding go for such a line to give up the pawn? Because the engine does feel this is a very good way to play as white.
But what is white's idea? Because
open file, yes, absolutely.
Open file and yes. Sorry, Sagar.
Yeah.
No, and also I mean, look at it visually, right? The black queen coming in the way of the light squared bishop. The bishop now has to defend the b7 pawn. So black is struggling to complete development. There are pieces that are not playing. The queen on f5, very vulnerable to attacks here. But it's also the kind of position where you have to go on proving your compensation. You
True.
have to keep the momentum up. So I think it will be about being precise from here onwards.
Right. And maybe there's one move here that keeps that momentum going. Maybe you want to try it.
Let's try.
Knight d5. Very nice move.
Nice.
Because now if I'm attacking here and if you take, pawn takes, that's already very, very difficult now for black to move. By the way, are you rated player?
Oh,
Yes.
wow. What?
How strong are you?
Oh,
1500.
nice.
Yeah, nice. Very young boy here. Already 1500 rated. Maybe you are the strongest player here. No? Are you FIDE rated? Okay. Anyone else who is FIDE rated here? 1, 2,
Wow.
3, 4, 5. Oh.
Wow.
Guys, there are some chess boards there in case if some of you want to challenge each other in between long things. So you can consider playing each other. But yeah, very cool.
Also, guys, there's a free 1-month membership on to train, whether it's in tactics or analyze your games for chess.com premium. So go check it out as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
By the way, Headshot says, thanks CBI for making us all around the world stay up on a Monday morning for chess. Actually, I got another super chat from someone in California. They like 2 a.m. hai. हम जागे हैं, एग्जाम है कल, पर हम चेस देख रहे हैं. And there are so many people in the US watching this.
That's amazing. Yeah, India's got Latent and India's got Gukesh. Only two things right now trending.
Bhai, kal India's got Latent had like, when I went back home, I was seeing it had a live watching of 470,000 live viewers that Samay, and it was very interesting. So another something that's just completely blowing up right now. Yes, you had a question.
Maybe knight takes e5 prepares knight d5 because
But
knight
then
takes e5, knight d5,
Interesting.
knight d5. Now the bishop on e7 is hanging.
But your queen is defended, right?
So you can move the bishop.
No, so I said knight takes e5. White plays knight takes e5.
Yeah,
And then
knight-
knight takes knight.
Oh yeah, yeah. Knight takes knight, knight d5.
But now the black queen's defended with that knight on e5.
The bishop. Oh yeah.
Very interesting. Though you kind of tried to make it work the other way, but the queen got defended, so that was the problem.
The pattern wasn't very, very crazy
Yes,
though.
to put two things together, deflect the defender. So these ideas are in the air of the knight jumping on d5. If Ding goes for queen to b3, I think it's a very aggressive approach in the position. He's sacrificing material for initiative. I feel, given the match situation, it's really what he should do. Because if Gukesh doesn't grab that pawn, then it's a dream position for white, the one that we've been discussing. The rook simply slides over to the central line, and you're looking at d4.
Right.
So Gukesh will be forced to sort of take this head on.
Nice point here, Tania. So queen b3 is definitely one of the most critical moves, preparing rook d1. Also, the thing is, I think now knight g4, I want to win this bishop. It's not so easy, no? Like, okay, he's also taken control of the g5 square. Not that it was available before, but what do you do?
So actually, that's a good question. For example, after queen b3, can black continue with knight g4? Does white simply ignore it, jump in with knight d5?
Yeah. So
Also now the rook is on e1, so taking with the pawn and opening the f file makes no sense. So this would be like a decent scenario for Gukesh.
right. So maybe this is something worth looking into. Take and rook e3, and maybe white has some small pressure on the e5 point. ऐसे आके थोड़ा, I don't know.
It's so hard to play for a win in chess, right? Because there are moves that you want to make. You know which are the moves that are probably good for the evaluation, but you can't afford to go into certain lines that trade too many pieces, that simplify the position. So you're forced to not take objective choices. Sometimes you're forced to play moves which you know have the risk of getting you into trouble. And they're not the best moves in the position. And especially when the crown is on the line, it just makes everything into a millionfold.
And the crown is on the line, and that's why we have people watching from across the globe. कोई कह रहा है रात को 2 बज रहे हैं, कोई कह रहा है 4:30 बज रहे हैं. Chat में spam करो भाई, कहाँ से people are joining.
अरे ये बहुत डेंजरस क्वेश्चन है साहिल भाई.
ऐसा क्यों?
फिर लोग बोलते हैं हम मार्स से है,
तो अच्छा है ना,
हम
Elon
जुपिटर
Musk-
से है,
Elon
हम
Musk-
ये हम कोई वियर्ड कंट्रीज का नाम शुरू हो जाता है. By the way, there is one very interesting thing that is happening while Gukesh has 3 more games left and there's a rest day. Arjun, who is playing in Qatar right now, has 4 rounds left. And if he manages to win Qatar, he actually tops the FIDE circuit with World Rapid and Blitz left. And if he manages to stay up ahead, he then makes it to the candidates. He would be the first spot taken in the candidates 2026.
We also have World Rapid and Blitz though, so वहाँ पे भी कुछ भी हो सकता
हाँ
है.
वही अगर if he manages to stay up after that event.
And it's between him and Fabiano Caruana. The circuit points.
So imagine that Gukesh becomes the world champion and Arjun is into the candidates. Then we are like saying, भाई अगर Arjun wins candidates, Gukesh को फिर challenge करेगा Arjun. Then maybe we can have it like इधर हैबिटेट थोड़ा और बड़ा हो जाएगा 2 साल में मैच बलराज भाई will be then making a bid
chief arbiter. And also Arjun potentially could be Gukesh's second, so he already knows a lot of stuff about Gukesh.
अरे भाई wow, that would be something. Actually that happened, yeah. It's like a storyline that has happened in the world of chess. When Garry Kasparov was playing in against Karpov, he had identified the talent of Kramnik. And Kramnik actually started helping him as a second. थोड़े साल बाद Kramnik came and beat Kasparov.
Even Magnus kind of played some training game with Vishy, right, for a world championship. So it is common pattern.
Yeah.
By the way, we have a super chat by Yuzi Chahal.
Is it real one or
real one है या नहीं पता नहीं. उन्होंने लिखा है Go Gukesh with an India flag. We were hoping someday that Yuzi Bhai could join us
the
here.
Real Yuzi Bhai.
The real one. We'll hope that he'll come.
Yes.
Yes. एक मिनट आपको माइक दे रहे, so then you can.
The question is not related to this particular match, but in general we are seeing that Gukesh is playing so well. And I was just trying to search if I'll get some Gukesh merch anywhere, but I did not find anywhere. So do you think like you can guide me anywhere where I can get Gukesh
I think merch? There is one merch of Gukesh available. I think we haven't made it yet, but कहीं पे तो मैंने देखा था. But I guess after the match there'll be a lot of merch that will come up.
I'm excited Gukesh right now. Like if you have that, like I would be willing to buy it.
Okay. I will tell Amruta. She's the one who generally does the merch. But we did announce just before the match that we are making a book on Gukesh. It's actually Chesspa meets Guki. It's a children's book on Gukesh's life. How he started chess and his entire life story. So maybe that is interesting.
Yeah, certainly.
I think we should have a Guki t-shirt. T-shirt for sure. Or a hoodie like yours.
photo ke saath.
Yes.
I think there is a nice caricature-like look of Guki on the shirt. ऐसे पहनने को, would you wear it like on the front, Guki?
I think for the final when he's about to win.
2 दिन में बना लो, सब पहन लेंगे.
हाँ, अच्छा.
Finals के लिए.
ठीक है, तो वो mask भी बना सकते हैं and then we can. ठीक है, so
कल rest day भी है.
We'll work on the rest day. Good idea.
Clearly, and tomorrow is the rest day. So with only 2 matches after that. But today, आज क्या होने वाला है? Would you call? I mean, for me, this position, it's a more strategic position than a tactical one. जैसे हमने London में देखी थी, with opposite side castling. So how do you think Ding is feeling about the outcome of the opening right now?
I think while he's happy कि थोड़ा imbalanced है, it's not, he's not really been in this situation before in the match. So he's like यार मुझे ही push करना है because his
last time 3 बार ही था.
हाँ, but इस बार एक बार भी नहीं हुआ अब तक. He was leading and then it was kind of equal. So he's in new, uncharted territory. तो कहीं ना कहीं पे it's not, he's fighting demons in his mind. तभी वो time pressure में बढ़िया खेलता है. उसका सारा दिमाग से निकला था, position focus आया था सारा का सारा.
Yeah, I think that's really well put. That Ding
is A3. I like this move. Actually, it's the best move by the engine. Great move by Ding, putting pressure, preparing B4. We can be pretty sure
A5
Gukesh goes A5, stopping that. Actually, would it be right to say, in my mind, it is like, it's a very windy road and Ding has this sort of lamp, diya, in his hand. The diya is the initiative. and it's wind blowing all around, he has to very carefully keep that flame burning, which is in his position. He has a small edge, but if he makes any wrong move, it will just go away, the initiative.
It looks a lot like that, except I don't think there's too much wind happening right now. So it's like a diya with the flame that's burning thoda sa. But is it going to be enough? I think A3 wants to provoke A5. I am expecting A5, but it would, like somebody pointed out, give the B5 square for the white knight, maybe in the future. And it's often about these small wins in the position that you try to accumulate.
That's such a good point, in fact. Guys, think about it. Now, D4, just to indulge all of you, I take, knight takes, bishop takes. We were looking at this position, just wondering what has A3, A5 changed, because after C6, what will you play here as white that takes a small edge, because these two moves are included. Yes.
Very nice.
Knight A4, looking here, and meanwhile Gukesh has gone A5, so he has played it, and I wonder if D4, it's not so clear if that gives a big edge here. If we see, maybe it's not something huge,
but it's the tiny
it's
flame
a small,
still alive.
it's a small hole that has been created.
Absolutely. I think this is something to play for. It's also, perhaps Ding feels that his best chance is to not go into crazy complicated battles, because Gukesh, he's so strong in calculation and has clearly sort of been out-calculating Ding in the match in many moments, but going to some sort of a positional small edge and just try to grind that down. You know, there are different ways in which you can approach a must-win game. It's not always boom, 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 sacrifice, sacrifice.
Yeah, I remember this match, of Karpov-Kasparov, final game, Kasparov trailing the match 11-12. If he won, he becomes the champion because he was the defending champion. This is the 87 World Championship match. And he actually managed to win that with a very slow positional grind. So it is often maybe a better way to play than going like all out. Because if you don't strike, then your chance is gone.
True. And Sagar, there's a super chat from the H6 pawn apparently.
अच्छा, क्या बोल रहा है वो?
कह रहा है, hello, I am the H6 pawn from the board reporting live.
Wow.
The bishop is stalking me. I feel threatened.
Yeah.
Will guard the king with my life. Wish me luck.
Arey, H6, bye. Do well in your life. Rockman has asked a very good question in super chat. Which is the best city in India for chess culture? Delhi, Bengaluru, Mumbai or Chennai?
Chennai.
अरे ये क्या है?
Unanimously
सब लोग
everyone.
मुंबई में बैठ के चेन्नई बोल रहे हैं.
सागर भाई लाइक जब चेन्नई में थे वहाँ इतने सारे जीएम्स थे कि लाइक मतलब इट वाज लाइक किसी को लाइक यू हैड कमेंट्री पैनल में 4-5-6 जीएम तो होते
हाँ
थे.
मतलब आई वाज लाइक कि ठीक है जीएम तो आज एक दो मिल ही जाएंगे कोई ना कोई. That is true. But yes, I think they really worked hard for years. They kept organizing tournaments. There were role models, like first started with maybe Manuel Aron, even before that. And then, of course, Vishy Anand has played such a huge role there. So, yeah, it's not easy to emulate what Chennai has done.
It's also, of course, the big pool of talent, the grandmasters. But when you speak of chess culture, it's the tradition, the infrastructure, the support. And I think that is really something to take from how they support their athletes, whether it's the state, the trainers, the academies, there's Chess Gurukul there. So a lot happening. Definitely, I would say everyone's right about Chennai.
Great point, by the way, because even Hikaru yesterday said that even Gukesh winning would be good for chess.
Achha.
Because I think if, let's say, Gukesh is the world champion, it will bring more super tournaments, more sponsorships, everything. Chess grows in India. It will be amazing because that's what Vishy sir did. He became the world champion. It inspired this generation. So I think Gukesh winning could be the best thing.
Interesting point of view. Yeah, that's very interesting. While Gukesh is now thinking, actually Ding Liren is thinking after A5. How about we take a very short break and we come back on the other side, just 2 minutes, so don't go away.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you just cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
Welcome back, everyone. We are back live. Game number 12, the all-important clash where Ding Liren is trying to equalize the score while Gukesh is trying to maintain his 1-point lead in the match. Ding is down to 1 hour on the clock. Gukesh has 40 minutes lead.
And that's been a recurring theme in this match, right? Where your first few moves of the opening, and Ding has already crossed that mark of 1 hour and has a huge margin with Gukesh. And I think that has played a bigger role than we realize, because in those final moments, we often see, well, Ding having troubles.
And you know, putting pressure on the clock is one way you trying to gain the edge, and
Huge
that
way.
could have been a strategy for Ding ki aaj thoda fast khelte hain. Let's put the pressure back on Gukesh, but kahin na kahin even that's been lacking. As we see, we have fallen below the halfway mark for Ding, and Gukesh का भी सिर्फ 20 मिनट हुए हैं यार.
Yeah. भाई अब थोड़ा मजा आ रहा है. अभी थोड़ा time pressure, ये वो, everything will come into the picture. You know, it could very well happen if Ding starts to overpress. Gukesh might get his chance today, and if that happens, then the match is literally over. You know, reaching 7 points will be bit too much. But अगर आज draw होता है, and if tomorrow draw होता है, then the 14th game gets very intense. Because, you know, Gukesh also knows he's like every time he's just few moves away from becoming the world champion.
And what that does to your nerves, right?
हाँ, तो वो वाला scenario थोड़ा stress. Oh, he's played H3. And again, one of the top engine moves. It's like this position where you're waiting. Both of them are making these little moves, not really committing much, but just improving. कि भाई knight G4 जो आ रहा था, उसको stop कर दिया. Bishop G4 को stop कर दिया.
And you know, usually what we do is we try to create threats instantly, and top players क्या करते हैं, just wait for the opponent to create threats and अपना position improve कर देते हैं हल्का फुल्का इधर उधर, यहाँ से improve.
हाँ, exactly. तो थोड़ा थोड़ा तो improve हो रहा है, and now Gukesh has to think कि और थोड़ा कैसे हम improve करें यहाँ पर. Yes. Rook E8 or Bishop E6. And someone was very creative, was like Rook A6 से यहाँ थोड़ा problem है. Bishop is looking here, but not a bad idea. Someday could be useful.
Yeah.
Either.
Yeah, it's seen in some openings. Yeah, I think Rook A6 and the Rook swings across. फिलहाल दो knights है बीच में, तो maybe some other day. Yeah?
You know, I think H3 on its own, isolated, it's a great move in the position. It keeps all your ideas intact, your D4 in the air, Queen B3 in the air, you know, whatever you wanted. But again, it's the amount of time taken to play this little move. The same move made in, let's say, 3 or 4 minutes, great choice by Ding. But here he's burnt the clock so much going into this, and I feel in my head that is the bigger, that's what I'm not being able to decode.
And even worse, जब अगली move आएगी, he'll think for 10 minutes again. That's the worst part. You've seen h3, you know majority of options that black can play. Bishop e6, bishop f5, rook e8. Then you should be ready for the next move instantly.
And guys, here Gukesh can play a very direct move now, which is now bishop f5, attacking this pawn. Yes, we were looking at queen b3, which is possible, or d4. These two moves could happen.
What's the difference, Sagar? After bishop f5, queen b3...
Yes, queen c8
and
gains a
h3,
tempo
right?
on this pawn. Very, very observant. तो ऐसे छोटा chain से, and now suddenly d3 is hanging and h3 is also under pressure.
Ooh.
Maybe a very interesting possibility if Gukesh thinks about it. Bishop f5. Because we know that d4 takes is actually a nice... is okay.
And again, notice how the computer loves d4 at every point and says it's, you know, our bar doesn't move, says that white has this tiny edge, but Ding is resisting this move because it leads to liquidation. It leads to a more simplified position. So very tough for him to make this objectively best move right now.
Yeah.
बार को क्या पता ना कि पूरा World Championship match stake पे है.
You know, that's so cool. I wonder if there was an evaluation bar that took these human elements into consideration, then what would it consider the best move in the position?
But every human is so different, right?
वाला-
तो
So
कौन
the
सा
math situation, let's say you put somehow the bar,
the time,
the math situation,
उसका
like all these,
expression.
yeah,
वो सैम ऑल्टमैन को डीएम करते हैं कि भाई कुछ क्रिएट करे.
cool हो जाएगा काफी.
Actually, this would be a human bar. Basically, it's not an engine bar.
Yes.
It's a human bar backed by engine. And I think there were discussions of making it, but it turns out it's a bit too complex.
I think that's also why, right, when you have a super grandmaster, a grandmaster, when Vishy joins us or Anish joins us, how correctly they're able to judge what the players are going to play next. Sometimes far better than what the evaluation bar tells us. I mean, everyone here on the panel is about 400 points rated, or maybe even more below.
600.
So we are also sort of navigating it through our understanding. So it's very interesting, that human element that makes a difference.
Correct. अब तो मैं विशी आनंद के लिए वेट कर रहा हूँ. When will he join us? By the way, Nitish Shukla ji कह रहे हैं, given you have lost your house, yes Nitish bhai, a couple of times already, was thinking of offering you mine.
Oh wow.
During your trip to New York. Not a joke. Arey, thank you Nitish bhai.
That's very sweet.
Yes,
By
New
the way,
York.
it'll be a crazy event. Let's assume Gukesh wins. Let's hope so. He'll be playing an event, same event as Magnus Carlsen himself. जहाँ पे Carlsen is the favorite to win.
भाई, World Rapid and Blitz.
जो वो clash है जो हम देखना चाहते हैं, वो हमें मिलेगा देखने को.
बढ़िया. भाई मैं तो वही देखने को जा रहा हूँ. और कुछ हो ना हो, Magnus versus Gukesh.
Hikaru versus Gukesh would be amazing. And also, you know, all the hard work that the two players have done for this match goes so much beyond the match as well. We've often seen players, their level of play reaches a whole different sort of lot after
he played a
preparing
move.
as much, and
Bishop E6.
And you know, white का जो idea था knight d5, उसके against this is very, very nice. Yeah, there's no more knight d5 anymore.
I'm a bit worried about this E5 pawn, right? Because now, if let's say this bishop drops back, I don't know where exactly. कोई जगह नहीं है वैसे वो bishop के लिए. Either to go back on the initial square.
So Sagar, 1 second again, queen b3, what's the problem with this move? Because we've been talking about b7.
Same thing, no, Tania? Now, queen
But
c8.
queen c8, I can just go king h2, right? Because
Yes.
d3 is not attacked anymore. So why do I care?
And then rook d8. I mean, it didn't really... You also move here. And perhaps it's a normal position.
A balanced position.
A balanced position. I attack your queen. I attack here. If you take, then you lose a piece. So you might have to take here. And I think black is happy. Maybe.
Interesting.
Okay, just one question before we head on. What happens here? Why is this a bad move? Because you are attacking...
I mean, a4 looks very tempting just to...
Oh, by the way, Ding instantly,
beating
bhai,
move.
king h2. Sahil bhai.
You know,
Ding is listening to you.
No, he actually prepared for it. Yeah, he
Yes.
knows कि queen c8 आने वाला है, and now he might go for a move like queen b3 next.
Yeah, he defends h3 pawn.
It's that concept, right, where you don't know where you want to put your queen. Maybe he wants to put it to d2, eyeing that 8-6 pawn. 8-6 pawn ने हमसे बात भी की थी कि it's not feeling very safe right now. So do you want queen d2? Do you want queen b3? And he just makes an improving move instead. Makes a lot of sense.
Can Gukesh also improve with queen d7 here, trying to get his rook here? Could be possible. I don't know if you yes. Yeah. Queen c2 is suggested here with the idea of knight d2, knight b3, knight c5. Could be looks a little slow. Also, maybe black would be ready for that plan with just one move b6 if could bring the queen up. Oh, rook g1, g4, g5 in the spirit of Bobby Fischer versus Anderson game.
Oh.
Black playing g5 looks a little too risky.
I think we can all sell our houses then.
But you know, I just want to say this idea of rook g1, g4, very creative in this position. It's not something that came to my mind.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it will happen immediately, but I think it's a brilliant spot. Also want to remind everyone that in the last World Championship match, in this very game 12, it was the G line which had opened up. And Yan had gone on the attack. If he had doubled the F pawns, a crazy game ho gaya tha. In fact, Ding was close to losing, but he turned it around.
हाँ याद आया almost हारने वाला था.
Almost हारने वाले थे. It was almost checkmate.
Actually, that's so insane. No, now that you think of it, imagine in this scenario, like we are following this match so closely. It's like Gukesh is winning, and we are all like, Gukesh will make it. He'll be the champion. And then suddenly Ding strikes back, equalizes the score and becomes the world champion.
Follow Sagar.
No, I'm just saying, this is what must have happened with Yan. It must have been heartbreaking.
I think Gukesh mentioned, now we were discussing how he's calm and composed, and he said, you know, I was kind of criticizing myself for going for this, not thinking more. So even he's human. Regardless, he knows he's so close now. He's almost there.
Yeah.
He can literally smell it now, being the world champion. So pressure to uska aayega hi.
But I loved how in the press con yesterday, Gukesh said, you know, the job isn't over. He was able to keep his adrenaline in check there and he knows that he still has to get the work done. I was watching the Magnus Levy recap, and actually this was their take as well, that in case Ding is able to equalize the match at this stage, momentum does shift towards him. We've seen that happen. So Gukesh needs to be extremely alert at all points.
Yep. And he will have white in the next game, so that should be a bit easier to equalize if he wants to. So this is a critical game.
Yes. By the way, guys, I was just wondering, if I play queen d7, goes queen b3, this would already be a step in the wrong direction, right? Because now this b7 if you take, rook b8 will trap your queen. तो मैं a4 push कर सकता हूँ शायद यहाँ पे. It already creates like a very messy situation.
So what's the tactic?
If I take here, suddenly black plays.
Knight d4, no.
Is it knight a5 and knight takes c4?
Oh, but knight a5, then...
and then knight takes c4. Oh, but knight e5 is also hanging, so yeah, not really.
Yeah, this is also hanging here. Yeah. But yes, knight d4, fantastic move, attacking here. Also the queen, bishop takes, pawn takes, suddenly the knight is trapped.
Oh, wow. Yeah, knights on the rim.
Dim. Or grim. I don't know what exactly it is.
Grim, the lights are out on this one. So knight, but really nice trick there. You know, I'm just thinking, we've been focused on the right side of the board with ideas of queen b3. What if actually Ding over the last two moves is going to surprise us all and turn his attention with moves like queen d2, rook g1, g4 and completely change the nature of the game?
आग लग जाएगी भाई अगर ऐसा हो गया तो.
Rook G, and then h6 pawn is like मैं क्यों आगे बढ़ा?
सुपर चैट तो भेजी थी.
h6 pawn भेजो सुपर चैट, बताओ भाई क्या फील हो रहा है?
अभी कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
Sorry, knight h4. Yeah, knight h4 could be an idea for sure later on. But I think first building up this queen d2, rook d1, putting pressure, you wanted to sack there, keeping that in mind.
You know, I think Ding's queen placement will tell us what's happening.
Yes.
If he puts it on b3, then it will be about trying. It's got ideas though. I don't think it's so. It makes some sense in the position. You know, you are targeting certain weak spots, but queen d on the diagonal lining up the battery will mean that he's eyeing Gukesh's king.
Queen d2 has only one idea. If it happens, then yeah. But you know, that's the point now. So let's say he goes queen d2, g1. Then we need to calculate variations and go deep into variations. Time ही नहीं आधा घंटा पीछे. So
अरे भाई साहिल भाई 57 minutes तो है.
हाँ, but आधा घंटा पीछे. Gukesh will have much more time to kind of.
I agree. But you are saying that Ding's time management will make him not be as ambitious.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, interesting take.
But Ding's math situation forces him to be ambitious.
भाई आज नहीं ambition दिखाएंगे तो फिर कब? Today is the day.
Yeah, otherwise it's sort of like, you know, instead of fighting, holding on to that crown, which for now has been taken off his head, and it's sort of, you know, Gukesh
अभी तो
is winning.
है.
अभी है, but Gukesh वो ऐसे खींच रहा है ना अभी एक point की lead के साथ. That you're just sort of handing it over.
Nice. This is what Tania has said. If any artists out there can create a kind of a वो जो रहता है ना, what is it called? Caricature or
animation.
Something kind of a caricature look. Because it's a very similar painting was done between Fischer's Spassky.
Oh.
I wonder if this came to your mind, because I do remember Fischer snatching that from Spassky's head. But this is very nice that it's actually halfway, almost there. He's reaching out.
He's
Gukesh.
taken it from the head. It feels like it's off, you know, the thing, but Ding is holding on to it.
Yes.
So can he keep the fight going by doing something in this round?
What was that saying? Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown.
The crown
And I
was
think
heavy.
that has been the story of Ding's life since he became the world champion. He has been uneasy, you know. Since he became the world champion, it's not a happy Ding that we have seen.
Yeah.
Maybe the happiest we have seen him is here.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I think he just found the motivation to play good chess. कि भाई ये तो खेल लेता हूँ, because we saw him at freestyle chess in Weissenhaus in February. Just had no motivation. Then in other events, I think in Kazakhstan at World Rapid Team Championship,
Norway chess as well,
in Norway chess, Olympiad, he was just not feeling it. और यहाँ पे parents है, rapport है, नहीं हुआ है, सब लोग साथ है. Maybe he just felt कि यहाँ.
Even in the Olympiad, he had such a critical moment, right? He could have played Gukesh on board one, and he kind of stepped away. So he was not in the correct mindset there.
Correct.
And Gukesh showed up that day. He didn't take a drop, so he was ready for a fight. Absolutely, I think the happiest that I've seen Ding is before he won the World Championship match. Starting from that day when he got that tie-break win, you know, you saw it even in that moment. He said it, right, that when he won, he cried, and he hopes that this time, if he wins, he'll smile. It almost felt like wearing the World Championship crown sucked the joy out of playing chess for Ding.
True.
Every time he was on the board at any tournament, you could see him struggling. Not just on the board, but just not wanting to be there. 304 days without a win until game 1 of this match.
Right.
Only 2 wins throughout the year. And that's a tough situation to be in. In fact, you know, Sagar, until yesterday, when he lost the game, you had the feeling that, wait, is this the match where Ding comes back? You know, he had managed to hold those difficult moments. He was smiling in those press conferences. And it did feel that, are we seeing Ding back? Is this the resurgence of Ding?
And actually, there's a perfect person whom we can ask this question. You spoke about press conferences. Joining us all the way from Singapore is the one and only Maurice Ashley here. Hello, Maurice.
Hey, how are you doing, all of you?
Maurice, we are seeing you every single day. We are enjoying your, first of all, hosting at the start of the match, then the press conferences. How has it been for you?
It's been extraordinary. I get a front row seat, being able to watch these great players play, fight it out, big time event, in a beautiful place like Singapore. How can I complain?
Love it. And you know, Maurice, when we were talking about getting you on, you mentioned, you know, what background should I have? Where should I join the call from? And I see you've chosen a nice one. What thought went into it?
Well, I kind of knew which show I was coming on.
Maurice Ashley reading the room.
Figured it would be a popular choice.
But Maurice, how is the atmosphere there today? Because it's like maybe the most critical game of the match, isn't it?
I don't know if it's the most critical, because obviously the next two games could be draws and then Ding could still come back at the last minute. But it is definitely a huge game, because if Ding wins this game, then it's all a reset and we're back to square one, tied match, and that's that. So it's very important for the challenger, that is Gukesh, to be able to hold his own here, stay stable, stay solid, as he's always been throughout this whole match. And no matter what happens. I mean, I don't understand, how is he 18 years old? He sounds like a 38-year-old. He might even sound 48-year-old. He's so wise. He's always cool, calm. Yeah, if I do well, so if I play the opening well, play the middle game, I screwed up in the end game, but I still feel good. I lost the game, I still feel good. Do you ever feel bad? She get upset once. Come on, it's incredible.
Yeah, it's awesome to
watch. So we'll see if we can hold his composure together.
Absolutely, and today is a very critical round for that. And I remember we were all in Singapore at the start of the match, and the early press conference that happened, you know, Ding mentioned that he's also feeling at peace going into the World Championship match. And Maurice, you have been sitting in the middle of these two players in perhaps their most emotionally vulnerable state, because it's right after the game. Can you feel the tension? What is going on at that moment, and what are you thinking when you're interviewing the players?
Well, I didn't know that I had to roll out my psychiatrist degree, which I don't have, by the way. But the two of them, you know, it's so important to them, and you do feel that. It is something that changes your life forever. A world championship title means so much. And again, Ding he's on that emotional side. You can see he's trying to restrain his emotions. But Gukesh just seems like, hey, I'm an 18-year-old. I've got a lot more of these coming. I think this is a great opportunity. I'm happy to be here. And so he's taking things in stride. I think probably I'm more nervous and the press is more nervous than Gukesh is. It's just ridiculous. But I'm happy to be sitting there and seeing just that dynamic interchange between the press, between the players, and feel their emotions as they try to keep things under control.
You don't show your nervousness at all. You've been so awesome to watch, and sort of a picture of calmness there, navigating your way through. And there's been a lot of talk about the press conferences and the questions asked. And as a chess fan, as a chess grandmaster, and of course with your own role, what has been your opinion on what's been happening after the games? Sorry to put you on a spot on that, by the way.
I really feel that the press gets a bad rap, the chess press. Of course, people have some kind of weird questions from time to time. And you hear it and you go, okay, I thought we were at a World Championship match. You know, why talking about certain things? But I think the players have shown poise. I think they've shown aplomb. They've shown that they're ready to answer any and all questions no matter what happens. It's part of the experience. People are excited to talk to them. And they may want to hear things that have absolutely nothing to do with the game, but have to do with revealing who they are as people. And they have shown wit and humor. And it's great to see them reveal other sides of themselves, especially Ding, who seems like he's really quiet, really reserved, but he's got that great little twinkle in his eye, and you feel great for him. You have to root for him as a champion as well.
Ooh.
on
And
that we have a
Maurice, while
move.
you were saying this, a move has just occurred. On the board, we have Rook B8. And guys, we must tell you, of course, and I think all of you know, Maurice is a very strong player, a grandmaster. Maurice, do you think Ding has got that kind of position where he can press today?
Absolutely. No question about it. I think what he wanted was a full-blooded struggle. Like just lots of pieces on the board. You notice no minor pieces have left the board. The majors are on the board. Only a pair of pawns have been exchanged. So that means that it's rich. There's an opportunity to play. And it looks as though he's the one with the potential breaks that may have some sting, some pizzazz, some fire. And that D4 shot is coming soon. B4 is got under control right now. But it's not clear exactly what Gukesh should be doing to make his play felt. So even if it's not that much better for white, even if the engine is giving white a little bit of a plus, you know that you have some potential. And if you can put your opponent under pressure, you'll have your chances.
Maurice, you're talking about ideas on one side of the board. One of the suggestions that we had here, which is stuck in my head, is the one where you line up with the rook against the black king and start pushing the G pawn ahead. What are the chances that we see something like that?
That's got a lot of flavor to it, which is my way of saying, what? That really doesn't look like a plan right now to me. I think there's probably going to be a more normal central break. I don't think he has to go hog wild and crazy. White's the one with the potentially strong break here with D4. I would see something happening on the D file before I saw something in the G file. But it's in there. It's in there. It's in the world of science fiction a little bit. But, you know, the guy's going to need something special if he's going to completely disturb his young opponent.
Right.
Maurice, yesterday I think Gukesh struck at a critical juncture. Could you see any difference in the body language of both the players in yesterday's press conference compared to previously?
Well, yesterday I decided on a change in the way we addressed the press conference because when I walked in, I looked at Ding sitting there and he looked so crestfallen, so devastated that I felt that he had to get out of there as quickly as possible. As a player, you know, you're so dejected. You feel like somebody just shot you in the foot and you just don't want to be there, the pain of it. So I decided that I would have the questions get directed at Ding first and allow him to leave. And I knew there would be a lot of questions for Gukesh and he'd be much more comfortable being able to answer those questions without having his opponent there and maybe feel a little embarrassed by some of the answers. So we saw that Ding was happy to leave and go compose himself, and Gukesh was just a very confident young man having won a huge game in the World Championship, especially at this later stage.
Wow. And while you are saying this, Maurice, I would love to ask you something more on that. But first, a move has just happened. Queen C2 by Ding. He wants to play maybe Rook D1 and D4, the move that you've been talking about, the central break coming in. And
absolutely, that's the thing right now. D4 is screaming to be played, and just prep it and keep prepping it and see what the young man does. The queen right now for me on D8 is actually in a box because you want to hide on a reasonable square from a rook on D1 when the break happens. But who wants to go to E8, which by the way is on the file of the other rook, or C8, which makes your pieces look a little ridiculous. Because the back rank is just clogged up with major pieces.
Very interesting.
So I'm concerned right now for Gukesh. I see D4, I see it coming easily with a rook on D1, but I don't know what to do just glancing at it for the black pieces.
Wow. Okay, so things looking little upwards for Ding. And Maurice, this decision which you took yesterday was actually very thoughtful, you know, of doing this. It's actually unprecedented, you know. Until now, we've never seen such a thing happen at World Championships. What was it? Was it like the moment you took that decision on the moment? Because this kind of sets something very interesting for even future press conferences, no?
I read the room. I mean, just right at that moment. You know, I read the room, just like I brought the Gukesh poster out. So I read the room at that moment, and I said, this guy has got to go. He's just so devastated, so hurt. We've got to make that happen. But yes, we did have a discussion about it afterwards. My superiors here said it was a very good decision, and it may be something that we change in the future. Instead of having the player who lost sit there through the entire press conference, it's fine for, and it's necessary, I think, for a player to answer questions. That's part of being a professional. It's in the contract. The fans want to hear your snap of the moment feelings and assessments, but maybe they just don't have to sit there the entire time when there may be 30 or 40 minutes worth of questions going to the other guy who just beat you. So I think it's probably a substantial change that may be something that gets implemented from now on.
And that also makes a lot of sense because the player who just won gets his moment and sort of the freedom to answer questions without thinking that his opponent is sitting right there and how that would affect their opponents. So it lets them have their moment too.
Exactly. I think that's dead on. If you want to cheer, you want to feel good, you want to say, I played great, you might even say your opponent screwed up. You know, you might be a little bit more edgy in the moment, be more frank. But you can't do it with respect. The guy's sitting right there. You don't want to say too much. And even the press is restrained because you don't want to ask questions that's like, yeah, but dude over there, you know, he's feeling bad, but let's just pile some sand on top of him. But you're freer, I think everyone is freer in a moment like that to have a more candid conversation. And the winner is happy to sit there for even more press questions because after all, I just won. Let's have a party. Ask away.
What's been your favorite press conference moment or question so far?
I can't quite remember. Or maybe it is the Ding chilling moment. Where Ding didn't know about this meme. I didn't know about the meme, and so everything was being explained. And then he said he didn't have any ice cream. I think that was really a classic moment that will live on way past this World Championship match. So already I'm saying to my friends, yo, just Ding chill, man. Come on, get over it. So it'll be in the vernacular, I think, forever. So that's, I think, a moment I'll remember.
Beautiful. Very cool. And by the way, Maurice, looking at this position, you were mentioning Rook D1 and D4. I was just wondering if Black could jump in with the Knight into the center, and how would this kind of variation look? Is this looking super dangerous for White? Is this something where Black can go into, because this pawn is very soft now?
I like that word, soft. I don't think I've ever heard the word soft about a pawn. It's looking soft. It's looking soft. Okay, I might have to use that one. No, I'm going to use that one. Yes, it is looking a little soft when you look at it. Right? I think the Knight sitting on B5, the problem is if you have to now play the move C5 as Black, and now this Knight is permanently ensconced on that B5 square. I'm not sure this position is that horrible, but it's stably good for White. It's just stable, like solid. They're beautiful bishop on G2, which will peer down the long diagonal. A Knight is prepared to go into the E5 square, maybe even now. And Black has to figure out very quickly how to compete along the E file. There just may be tactics here. But as a matter of fact, there's this idea of Knight E5 and Knight to G6 that's popping in my brain. And also, the pawn on B7, if it dares move and goes to B6, because you know your rook doesn't want to be sitting behind a dumb pawn all this time, then suddenly Knight C6 lands on the board, and there's trouble. So You just feel like black is the one who has to be more careful in a position like this one, and it's really one-way traffic for white. This would be a great position, I think, for Ding to get some chances.
Wow. So actually jumping in with the knight comes with a lot of dangers here. And as Maurice pointed out, really the important thing here, the queen is really not comfortable. Yeah, very cool. Very cool.
Maurice, what do you make of Ding's time management in this entire match? We've seen him think for 30, 40 minutes in the 5th move, 7th move. So what do you think? Is it the correct strategy? Can he refine it in some way?
What time management? What are you talking about? I mean, if he was the timekeeper on any job, he'd have been fired a long time ago. Because no way. I mean, he's just been thinking way too long. By the way, Gukesh has gone into some deep things himself. The 1 hour think on one move, like what's up with that? I think they both have shown some little bit of we call it CP time in America, or in the Caribbean, it's Caribbean time. It takes a little too long to get the work done, and so they have to be mindful. They have not been efficient on the clock. Certainly, Ding needs to improve in his time management. But what I have to say is, when time has been a challenge for him, he has sometimes picked up and played some monster moves in time pressure. So don't count out the fact that he's a fantastic rapid player, very good blitz player. He beat Magnus in the Singfield Cup in a match, blitz match. So he can get it done. I think he's figuring out for himself as far as that's concerned. But we have seen him face 2 losses, and I think directly as a result of his mismanagement of the clock.
Right.
And Maurice, whenever those moments have happened, we are doing this thing where we've got a great live audience, apart from our online audience watching, and the whole vibe, the atmosphere, everyone goes crazy, and it's just a lot of fun. And I wanted to ask you, what's it like in Singapore where the players are there? Because we saw a lot of Indian fans yesterday. What's the atmosphere like?
Let me tell you, yesterday after Gukesh won, it really was like a cricket match, and like India got the job done. The cheering that happened right after the game, he could hear it, I could hear it. I was rushing out, and you said, we're at a chess match? What's going on? They were so thrilled, they were so exuberant, so effervescent. It was wonderful to see. And for me, I grew up in Brooklyn playing chess, Brooklyn, New York. I played on the streets of New York, the parks. There was trash talking, there was music. There was just all kinds of noise going on around you. And that was normal. We loved that kind of vibrant atmosphere. So to be at a sedate chess tournament where you got to keep buttoned up your lips and there's proper decorum, it's great to see just all break loose, all the chaos, and the cheering and the happiness, and everyone expressing their great feelings, showing that there's true excitement always bubbling below the surface, threatening to come out when we're watching a chess match.
And would you say that's something like the position that we've got on the board as well, where right now it hasn't exploded, but just below the surface, there's a lot for white to play for?
Ding had a fantastic way of describing it, where he said that a lot of chess variations are like an iceberg. You only see the top. You don't see all the things they're looking at below the surface, which is much, much bigger. And I could extend that and say that chess positions often can be like a volcano, where you're sitting there and you don't see any danger for a while, and you think that, all is good. And then all of a sudden you start getting the rumblings. And then all of a sudden it happens, and then there's hot lava spewing down the hill, and all the villagers get wiped out. And this is the kind of thing that could happen in this position. And black better hope that the Ding volcano doesn't erupt and blow his position away.
Right. Absolutely. Well, Maurice, it was amazing getting your insights. Yes, Tania, you have a question for him?
I just want to say that I hope, Maurice, you succeed in convincing everyone to limit their questions to 1 by the end of the match.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, I have a baseball bat that I brought with me. No, I'm kidding. I would not be violent. But I do give them some looks like, you know what? We might be kicking you out of the press conference if you do that again. I think they understand they have to be on their best behavior.
Yes, actually, Maurice, you've been doing this for the Magnus Nepo match in 2021, now in Ding Gukesh for 2024. It's so amazing to see you there. We actually enjoy so many things because of you. So thank you so much for doing what you're doing and also for taking out this time and joining us. It was really a pleasure having you.
Yeah,
it's awesome. My pleasure, absolutely. Thanks so much for having me.
And guys, that was Maurice Ashley here joining us all the way from Singapore. And before we move ahead into the game, 2 moves have been played, Queen C2 and Rook E8. We are going to take a short break, and maybe on the other side, the elo of this panel goes really up. Stay tuned.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? The game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because ChessCom is best.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with the 1 month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Sahil bhai, are you struggling with your chess?
बिल्कुल यार, बहुत ज़्यादा. What can I do?
क्या बोलने क्या वाले थे उस last second में?
Are you struggling to get better at chess? Clearly.
So right now, someone who's little bit struggling is Gukesh, because he is under some pressure. A few moves have been played here. Ding moving super quick, making sure that he has time on the clock for the critical moment. 53 minutes for him.
Yeah. Sagar, if we can just back up from Queen C2, because I think then we went on break, and just see what happened after Queen C2 here.
So Rook B8, Queen came to C2.
So Rook B8 just defends the B7 pawn, making sure that Bishop on G2, like you said, could be a soft pawn at some moment.
Right. And then Rook E8 was played by Gukesh, continuing those minor improvements. The knight jumped to b5, and notice how the moves a3 and a5 did weaken this square a bit. So the knight jumped in. Now no longer can the black knight jump here because it's really well protected. So great square for the white knight. And then bishop came to f5, putting pressure on the only soft spot in white's camp. Rook jumped in to the center, defending it. And we are at the live position here.
And I think what catches my attention with this breakdown is this move knight b5 that Ding played. Because yes, he didn't go for that crazy kingside attack plan that we were all looking at and maybe hoping for. But in this position, knight b5, it's a statement: I don't want to trade any pieces. I want to stop any chance that black has to liquidate, simplify the position. So Ding has made it clear that even though he has a positional approach, he is ambitious. He is going to try to push in this one.
And this is the most difficult kind of ambition to face, you know, which is sustained. And it is not like overboard, where you are using that one move trick. Ki ye work hua to hua. He's like really pushing slowly and steadily, asking several questions to Gukesh. Like, where is your queen going? Is it going here or here? Are you going to move your queen? What are you going to do with your bishop here? And oh, by the way, Gukesh has played knight to d7, which the engines are not particularly happy about.
It's the freedom of choice sometimes. Yeah, you have so many options, and yeah, I mean, the bar did not like it. Why is that, Tania?
I was just so happy to see knight d7, because I had mentioned years ago that there's this plan ki knight c5 pe aayega, but it's not the right move in this position. Yeah, I'm trying to understand, because he's heading to c5.
Correct.
You want your knight on that beautiful spot. d4 is not possible because the queen is pinned on c2. So what could be wrong with this move?
Exactly. That's a very important point that you mentioned, Tania. White would love to go d4 at this point, aiming the rook against the queen. But it's not so easy. And maybe to answer your question, we will have someone really strong, the 5-time world champion, Vishy Anand. Hello, Vishy.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
Vishy, we are actually really finding it tough to understand this game because it's so like strategic, moving slowly, and we are so happy that you are here and to maybe, throw some light as to what's happening.
I thought you were going to help me with that.
But do you feel like Ding is really putting some pressure on Gukesh today?
Yes, I think this was a good choice by Ding. Something quiet. So it's typical that when you're behind, having a position which you can prolong against your opponent, simply force them to make good move after good move, are the best kind of positions because they are partly fighting the position, they're partly fighting themselves. So that is the psychological idea at least. And on top of that, he's done an excellent job. He's managed to, with no neutralizing, he didn't play d4 early because then black exchanges everything, puts a pawn on c6, it's very solid. He's kept the tension and all the pieces on the board. I would think that's a huge achievement in this position because when d4 finally comes, it might be way too strong. And so Gukesh has to be careful on every move. I think it's quite unpleasant for Gukesh.
Wow. Okay.
Vishy, before we deep dive into the different variations, I want to hear it from you yesterday when Gukesh won. How were you following it and what was your reaction in that moment?
I was, I kind of came back to the game. I had to step out somewhere. And then I was looking at this and then suddenly Ding played queen c8. And I thought, wait a minute, that doesn't look right. And I mean, next thing you know, Gukesh had made the move and boom, the game was over. So very, very sudden. Obviously, I was a bit concerned in the opening for Gukesh. But what I found really strange yesterday was both of them thinking. Ding took basically an hour for moves 4 and 5. I mean, he split the time between the two. And then Gukesh spent an hour on g3. That was, I mean, I'm the first guy who defends these things and says that, they have to settle down and what are you saving time for and all, but 1 hour is too much. So that was very strange for me. I thought the moment Gukesh got b6 in, he was quite happy because this means that even whether he loses the d3 pawn or the b6 pawn, a rook is coming to b5 and then there's counterplay. And I think Gukesh must, after that, he really started to play very confidently. And you could see that Ding was really uncomfortable. Also, his knight could never reach b4 anymore. I mean, there were improvements like rook d6 here or something, but these are also slightly random. So generally, knight a1, b3 is just an excellent plan, but also a very practical plan. And I think, so as I said, with the time spent, I don't think either of them was very, very comfortable. But Gukesh is willing to play these positions, and yesterday he was rewarded for it.
Very cool. Yeah.
But I think both of them are feeling the accumulated fatigue of the match because these 1 hour things were quite strange. Some of the decisions are also a bit strange. Granted, we are sitting at home comfortably, but still, I had the feeling that it's taking its toll on them.
Very interesting.
Which
Very
is after
interesting.
Gukesh's win yesterday, what do you think the message from the team to Gukesh and what would have been the discussions in the camp like?
So there are 3 games left, and I imagine the conversations would be, look, you spent all games trying to break through, and you need to now deal with. I think emotionally, the changed result affects you. You get used to this drawing rut, maybe not happily, but you get used to it, and then suddenly win, and you're leading the match. Everything changes. Also, suddenly you know you don't have to take incredible risks in every opening or keep on trying to shake up the position. You can play normal chess once again, and it's your opponent's responsibility to do it. And also, I always repeat, a loss affects you, but a win also affects you. You shouldn't forget that. Gukesh is also not completely what he was. Some part of him must be thinking, even relaxing a little bit. So, like the losing player has to fight a certain amount of depression, the leader has to combat this tendency. Ideally, if Gukesh could go back to how he played the previous game, but without realizing he has a point lead. I mean, imagine he woke up with thinking he doesn't have a point lead. That's the state he wants to be in, and anyway, that's a lot of stuff. I think they probably spent specific time trying to guess where Ding would strike, and I don't know if this is exactly what they came up with, but both of them are succeeding. Of course, no opening is a total surprise, but both of them are succeeding very quickly in getting the other person to think, which means that at least they're hitting on something that they didn't check in the morning. So that's quite impressive.
Amazing, amazing, Vishy. Those insights which you gave about the winner also being affected is something that can only come from you because you've experienced this before. Seeing this position right now, what do you think White should be doing? We have the bar on the side, but we don't have any engine moves running. So we want to get your thoughts because we've seen like generally players tend to follow when a strong player like you is thinking here. What would you do as White?
One move which comes to mind, maybe because I think it's already time, is Queen C3, and I want to consider D4. I think with both rooks on E1 and D1, it's already the time has come to see if you can achieve this breakthrough. And Black doesn't fully have the time to consolidate. I mean, Black wants to play C6 and Bishop E6 and thing, but here the knight is already on B5. So it might land in some further square. Another idea is maybe knight A7 in this position.
Ooh, wow. Knight A7. Wow.
Yeah, but the details have to be worked out. I mean, I'm just telling you plans that are occurring to me, but the details have to be worked out.
Okay.
Because after knight A7, take, you'll have knight E5 somewhere. So that has to be considered. But I think probably here it doesn't work because you go rook A8, the bishop has to go back. And bishop f6, Black is doing fine, right? So we could try queen c3 maybe. At least that's something that I would try to think, queen c3.
It also stops Black's idea of jumping knight c5, right? Because then maybe the pawn is hanging here on f6, on e5.
Yes.
Sure.
Knight c5, knight e5 is a fork. In fact, the queen is forking the knight and bishop, so it should be quite nice.
So take,
yeah,
and attack here and here, so you have no time for bishop f6 stuff. Right.
But wait a minute. After knight e5, was there knight a4?
Ooh. But we can take knight c6. Oh, then there's bc6.
I can even play b takes c6. No, but then maybe queen e5. But if you go knight c3, knight d1, what happens?
Knight c6, knight c3, knight d8, knight d1.
Knight d1. Yeah.
You just take on b7.
It should be pretty good compensation for white, but
Yeah, this should be very fine for black, perhaps also.
Okay, so queen c3, maybe knight c5 anyway. Let's see. But then I can maybe take on c5 and take on e5, or is bishop f2 a problem? We'll have to see. 1 second.
This pawn is hanging. So if knight e5, then we can already take.
Yeah.
So maybe not here, yes?
No. So
And why are we not going d4 here?
that's a very good question, actually.
Very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, this is huge.
And
because
then,
exactly
yes.
now my Okay, let's go back to queen c3, bishop f6.
Aha. So you're stopping d4, or is it stopping?
I don't know if I've actually stopped d4. You can play d4 yourself. E d4, knight f d4. I mean, once my knight is already on d5, I don't want to exchange that one.
Right.
So if knight takes d4, I think I have to play bishop takes, because if knight takes d4, c5 must be good.
Right. There is a pin here, so you have to take with the bishop.
Yeah.
And then rook takes rook, maybe?
And okay, rook takes e1. Rook e1. Just try queen e1.
Aha, queen e1. Yeah, it's the best move. Queen e1. The bar didn't move, so.
The rook against the black queen.
Wow.
But somehow here, I don't know. Can I go c6?
Maybe knight jumps in, or?
Knight d6, I thought bishop e6. Or, yeah, bishop e6, why not?
But this is already looking
thinking,
very
but,
good for white. The knight here.
That's what I'm afraid, that maybe this knight on d6 gives us a small edge, but for humans it's very hard to squeeze the advantage properly.
Right.
So it's a difficult position for Ding also. I mean, optically it looks very nice, but what's the follow-up you should do?
So here, queen c3 is one move that you like. Does queen d2 also look playable, or what do you think?
Okay, let's try queen d2. And maybe then my knight c5 works?
Knight c5, and then d4, then you jump knight d3, yes?
Well, okay, let's try it. d4, knight d3. Maybe I can just go d5 and say I don't care.
Oh, wow. Okay, knight e. There was a suggestion also here from the audience that knight e5 could be playable here instead of d5. But yeah, d5 also looks really strong.
Knight takes e1.
Knight e1.
I don't know, queen takes or rook takes. Maybe I don't get that much compensation. Only one pawn. You'll play knight d4. Whatever I do, knight d4. I can take with the bishop. I take with the f knight. And then play queen a5 somehow and claim that my 2 pawns. Or maybe I take I leave the bishop on e3, take with both, I capture both times on d4 with the knight, and I take a5 and then 2 pawns plus very good compensation, no?
Yeah, bishop g6 and queen a5.
So in the live position that we have after knight d7, we're trying to find ways to make d4 possible to complicate matters. Vishy, how much of a must-win game is this, considering that Ding does have one more white, which is the final round of the match?
It's getting late, but you're right. By this stage, I don't think it makes a big difference in which game he puts pressure on him. And for Gukesh, the problem is the match is not over today. Assuming it's a draw, it's not like he's clinched anything. The problem for him is he gets his white first. See, if he got his black, he gets a double black now, and he gets a black in 13. Then he can see how the black game goes, and he has the white, and he knows what to do with it. The problem in this inverted order is in game 13, do you chuck your white and say, I make a quick draw and then leave everything for black? Or do you play as normal? Tricky decision. I remember
Ooh, Queen D2, by the way.
a lot of matches where Queen D2, he's gone Queen D2, okay.
D2. And he moves away from the board, leaving Gukesh to think. Yes, Vishy, you were saying one of your match.
Yeah, so I'm thinking this Kasparov-Karpov matches when Kasparov had a lead on game 22. He drew with white in game 23, and then he headed to game 24, where he had to play with the back pieces. That was when he won the title for the first time.
Yes. That Sicilian game.
Then, of course, in Seville, that was reversed. When Kasparov lost the 23rd, he had to win the 24th.
Right.
And I think in both cases, Ding's plan will be just to find some resource that he can trouble Gukesh with in the last game. But I think today he has a very real, very good position, and he certainly should. He will. I mean, there's no doubt about it. He will try very hard today.
Right. Ding's time is something that he has to really be careful about. He has only 37 minutes to make 23 more moves. So that will play a role perhaps. But right now he has played Queen D2, a move that we were looking at. And Gukesh has a key decision. Vishy, would you think Knight C5 is the move, or is there anything else that Black can do here?
One idea is maybe dropping the bishop back to E6. So that when you play D4, I have bishop takes C4, and maybe it slows you down a little bit.
Right.
But somehow, if now Queen C3, I don't even know if I've achieved anything, because D4 is going to be much stronger when my bishop is on E6, because it'll be captured.
Nice.
I could play bishop G6 maybe for Queen D2. I mean, just so that Knight D4 doesn't happen with tempo.
Right.
And how are we evaluating the position once the center opens up with D4?
Takes.
Here, I don't think D4 is as big a threat, because I suddenly realized we also have E4. In fact, that's why I can even leave my bishop on F5. If D4, E4, your knight has to go to G1 or something. At least it's not as strong as we thought a minute ago. But it's true that it's very hard to. I mean, it's nice to have reasoning like this and say this is possible, that is possible, but you have to make one move. And which one is it going to be? Not easy.
Commentator.
Knight F8 looks hard to believe. Maybe A4, but let's try Knight C5 again.
Yeah, Knight C5. And D4 does look like the best move, right?
Yes.
There is anything else.
It also forces a decision now because of Knight C5. So.
If D4.
Let's try D4.
I mean, I can go Knight B3. The problem is after Queen C3, still same problem.
What about this mass trade?
And now it's just gone.
Oh, it's just gone. Knight takes pawn? Why is this so bad?
Well, knight takes twice, and then if you capture on D4, I'll go bishop takes D4.
Ooh, that is just horrible. Yeah, here. Gukesh.
Bishop A7.
This queen is the, I think Maurice had joined for a bit and mentioned that the queen on D8 doesn't have a good home here. It's showing.
I think in some positions, Gukesh could even move queen c8 just to get it out of the d file. But I'm not sure we have that time here.
So here queen
So knight
c8
c5.
doesn't make
Let's
sense.
c5
Yeah,
d4 again.
let's continue. Knight c5, d4.
There must be a...
So knight e4 here, where do you go with your queen?
Nice. Ooh,
Ooh,
by the way,
it's
that's
queen c1.
very bad move.
But it doesn't feel that way, no? It doesn't feel like suddenly it's like such a huge blunder.
But I think also the knight on e4 is now in some trouble because it's... Let's not forget those two rooks staring at black's everything in the center.
One at the knight.
But there is a good move. It's just I'd love to know what it is.
So knight c5, d4, and here black has something which maybe knight d3.
So, I mean, the computer is not falling over itself. Yeah, knight d3 maybe.
But this humanly, this variation which you mentioned, d5, knight e1, maybe take with the queen or the rook, does look quite dangerous for black, right? Because you lose a5, there are these two strong bishops. Perhaps, I don't know.
That's how it seems to me, but the evaluation bar isn't impressed at all. So,
so let's say queen e1, knight d4, right?
or no, yeah, now knight d4 because e4 doesn't work. Maybe bishop takes d4, e d4, and we start. No, bishop takes, pawn takes. We start with queen a5, maybe, or maybe there's queen e. No, queen e5. I have bishop c2. Yeah, so queen a5.
Queen a5.
Does that give any hope if I take on c7 or something? Computer's not impressed at all. Are we losing something?
Something. c6, huh?
Interesting.
c6, I play queen d8 and knight b d4 without the thing. But maybe just bishop e4 probably, yeah.
So take, knight b.
There's something much better. Or maybe c5 is the problem. Yeah. So c5 is the problem.
c5, that trick with
that's why he's so upset.
Nice. Doesn't work because the queens are opposite each other. Very cool.
Yes.
Very cool.
Okay, so it's not that. Is it knight fd4 here? Bishop d4, ed4, knight fd4.
Knight ed4 takes. And now we take back with the knight, yes?
Yeah. No, but my idea was bishop takes, pawn takes, knight fd4, and then queen takes a5.
Okay, got it. Take. Attacking the bishop and also here. But maybe there's something here which gives black
bishop
the edge.
takes pawn, bishop b4? No. Oh, you could just go queen f1.
Yeah, this
queen takes a5?
Yeah. Queen a5 as
Both
well.
are hanging. That's the problem. Maybe something else. Maybe bishop c5. Bishop c5, queen a5.
But maybe something like bishop f6, queen a5, bishop e4 works. I don't know. So no, not really, because queen c7 maybe is quite strong then.
True.
Vishy sir, the position is so complicated, right? We've seen both players fall under time pressure, and that one of the reasons that we saw the blunder yesterday. Do you expect that today as well, that both players will feel that pressure and go into time trouble?
Certainly. We're on move 17, and they've already used more than an hour. Ding is at 37 minutes. Gukesh's next move is not easy. And we could have this. Funny thing, if you asked Ding before the game, would you like a position like this? He would say yes, because at that point he's thinking, how do I get a big struggle with some chances? But if you ask him now, he'll say, it's also not so easy for me. So
actually, looking at Ding's expression, it never feels like he's happy with a position. He's always very serious. So,
but somehow today he's looking calmer.
Yes.
Of all the days that we've seen him, not as shaky, and it just makes me think that perhaps, you've lost a game, Vishy, and then do you feel, okay, now you don't have an option. You just have to sort of push in every single opportunity that you get. So does it also have that counter influence on a player at this stage?
I think so. Often after a defeat, you feel quite calm because you accept your situation, and then it's not ideal, but maybe to some degree you come to terms with it, and then you say, okay, I get a free shot at trying. Let me have some fun. However you convince yourself to go on, and that's it. Typically, when you're having a bad tournament and a bad tournament becomes disastrous, it's a big relief. Because you can stop worrying what will happen if it becomes disastrous. You're there, and now you just get on with it. So.
Vishy, there was.
So in a way, Ding was dreading this moment. Both of them were dreading this moment, but Ding was dreading it because the axe fell his way, and now he thinks, fine, it's happened. Now let me stop worrying.
Yeah.
I think.
I want to ask one more question, just as a follow-up on that. There was one match when you were in a similar situation against Gelfand, right? Yes. And then you had that 17-move victory, making your comeback and going on to defend your title. Also thinking about Magnus's match with Sergey when he was trailing, made a comeback. So, Magnus said that when he lost, he kind of had more of a social thing to get his mind off. They had a small party to just get on with it. How did you deal with that very difficult day?
Yes, and also just to add, I think this is one of the most interesting stories that I ever know of chess, because I guess, Vishy, at that night, perhaps you told Aruna that the World Championship is lost. Is that true?
What happened?
Yes. I basically said it's ridiculous. The way I'm playing, I'm not going to come back. We can kid ourselves all we want, but let's get real. My thoughts were in that direction. But then you still have to dream. You still have to somehow believe that maybe a miracle will happen and you'll get back in the match, and you have to go and try. It feels hopeless, but you do have to try. I did not sleep all night. I think I managed 1.5 hours or 2 hours of sleep. Wow. I woke up completely zonked, and I went to the training room where I think Radek was still there, and he wanted to show me something, and they told me they'd been working till 6 in the morning, and some of them had just gone to sleep.
Wow.
And that's the thing. Earlier in the match, we had this option to play what I played in game 8. And I always told myself, but it's too much to remember, too many details. I can't handle it. I'm not going to play it, and whatever. But for game 8, situation was getting desperate, and suddenly I realized, what I'm going to play is the only game in town if I want to trouble him. So suddenly you become open to doing things maybe you resisted otherwise. And the worst thing is I was feeling quite embarrassed. I mean, how am I going to tell a team that was worked till 6 in the morning that I need something else? You can't do it. You feel ridiculous. So I told them, hey, great, and then I sat down and looked at the variations, and I almost fainted again. And then I felt trapped. How am I going to tell them this is nuts? Not exactly, but all the lines were so complicated, and you don't even know if you'll be able to grasp everything very quickly. But then I finally found the courage and thought, let's stop worrying about what I can remember and just go there and play. And suddenly you see the arguments in reverse. You stop thinking, can you remember? And you think, can my opponent remember? You stop thinking, I think anything. My opponent. And I always tell people that the one thing you can remember in a match is that whatever you're going through, your opponent is also going through. You lose that sense because you're not in touch with him and talking to him. But whatever you're suffering, they're also suffering in a slightly different form. And you can easily invert the scores and imagine yourself in the situation. You'll be thinking, what will I do here? What will I do there? So anyway, I got the courage to go on. Finally, it was not one of the long prepared variations. It was literally that something that Rustam told me, look, if he does this, just do this. I don't have anything, but at least it's a new move. Go for it.
This
And
one,
that's what
right,
happened.
Vishy?
And then 92 basically. So G6, F3, C5, D5, E4, Bishop G7. And he said, look, if this happens, just play knight E2. At least it's a new move.
And put this knight here.
And then he came up with some line. He said, sometimes you can play A4 and knight A3 as well, and then you really stop B5. So I should ask him at some point if he just made this up, because I'm stopping something which may not even happen, but maybe he told me just to cheer me up. And look, they had to check so many lines, D5, E5 after F3, 3D5, 3E5, 3C5, and sort of also somewhere these knight H5 lines come up and what have you. So I thought if I ask them what do I do here and I expect them to have an answer, it's maybe a bit much, so I kept quiet. And actually, later on, I realized, well, if I was willing to do this a point down, why couldn't I do it on an equal score? What would be the thing? So it was a mistake to keep overthinking everything. I mean, it was my worst match, but I think my main mistake was overthinking everything. Anyway, shall we get back to the games?
Sorry, we
Two
lost
MP3
you.
works, but I don't see why it works exactly.
By the way, Vishy, we lost you for that last one, couple of seconds. But this was like the most incredible story. In fact, I appreciate it even like a lot more now when we are looking at these matches so closely. What the comeback that was made there, and it's simply incredible. Yeah, a huge round of applause. Like, guys, this is just the way in which that match was won. Is just amazing. By the way, Gukesh has gone Queen C8.
Wait, has he?
Wow.
Yes, I think
we
so.
don't have a live update.
Oh no, he's not played.
He hasn't played yet.
Sorry. My mistake. The timer has changed.
Gukesh's move. It's showing.
Yeah, Gukesh's time is going on.
Yes.
Sorry?
Oh, the timer, the move counter has changed. That is correct.
I think Gukesh has lower time than 58 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, what is happening?
No, everyone's saying here there's a live move timer which has been reset after Queen D2. So as Gukesh played a move, actually the live game doesn't show it. Also the video from the venue doesn't show like Queen.
No, even on the official website,
so
it's
maybe
Queen
the
D2.
timer is wrong. There's no move played
Gukesh
here.
hasn't played yet.
So Gukesh is still thinking.
He's still
Gukesh is still thinking. Maybe he has lesser time than 58 minutes.
He does. He's got 41 minutes.
He
right
must be
now.
down to 41.
He's got 41 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, he's already spent 18 minutes, right?
Yes. So it just I think I'll refresh the board.
Wow.
But it's maybe a Chess.com board glitch which will be fixed pretty soon. But yeah, we are down to 40 minutes on the clock. Gukesh has not made a decision. This does look a bit worrying right now.
Also, I still don't quite see what to do with knight c5. I mean, I know I will have good options, but I'm not sure exactly which I'll play. Well, okay, while we're waiting for them, let's try knight c5 again.
Yes, I think that is
what
the
else can I do? I can play knight.
Most ambitious move for black.
Let's try knight takes e5. No, sorry, it doesn't work. Knight takes e5, knight takes e5, bishop c5, queen f4 I wanted, but I realized that
f4.
Too many things are wrong with it. I mean, queen f6, what have you.
Yeah, right.
Queen g5 maybe.
So not this.
Okay, that's nonsense.
So d4, knight d3 is fine for black. Are we sure about that?
Let's try d4, knight d3.
D5, yes? Or is there anything else? Knight e5 is what?
What about d5?
D
d5.
Knight e1, right?
Maybe knight e5 also. Actually, we should check them in some order. Knight e1 while queen e1, and then try knight e5 actually. Yeah. So knight e5.
And we take e1 now? Or first we take on e5, maybe. Knight e5, d,
d5.
knight e1.
Now do you throw in c6? Okay, knight e1, queen e1.
And now the queen is attacked. I need to go queen c8 and queen a5, right?
Queen takes a5. I mean, this is pretty good, right?
This is great, actually. Yeah. Also, if c6, the knight...
There's a nice move instead of queen takes a5. Let me just show it to you. It's very cute.
Bishop
e6.
e6.
No, just e6. Because if you take with the pawn or the bishop, knight a7 traps your queen.
Oh,
wow. Wow.
And if you play queen e6, well, I thought knight c7 might be strong, but queen e6, knight takes c7, and then what do we do?
That queen trap came out of nowhere.
It's also very good, yeah?
Yeah, it also...
Yeah, no, e6 was very cute. Suddenly I noticed it.
e6, actually, bishop e6 and queen e6 are losing. fe6 also loses to knight a7. So actually, black has to be very creative here, somehow.
Probably he's going to play c6 and just allow ef7.
Right. Wow. That was a...
And now we can see my queen, it's not on e2. Then some h5 or something might happen, but it's on e1 and it's a bit out of the game.
Mm.
No, I just wanted to share that. Okay, let's
Very nice.
get back to it.
Very beautiful.
I think queen a5 should be quite nice for white.
Right. So knight e5, d5, I mustn't rush to take this rook. Should play c6 first, yes?
Yes, so c6. Knight d4.
Knight to d4. Attacking the bishop. Maybe it's time for me to take... No, maybe drop the bishop back. And if rook e2, then knight e5.
Actually,
even
let's try,
here something like f4, Vishy, like this would also be compensation, right, for white? Not really.
yes. It certainly looks like it, but f4, I don't know, maybe I have bishop c5 or f5 is very strong.
Sorry? Oh, what did you say?
Maybe f4, bishop c5 works somehow?
Right. f4, bishop c5.
No, maybe f5 is strong.
This is so complex. Both players would love an extra hour here, I think.
And Gukesh has actually taken 23 minutes on this move, and he's got less time on the clock than Ding right now.
Yes, we have just an update for all of you watching that the Chesscom tech team is fixing this issue and it should be sorted now. But Tania, the time for Gukesh is what, 35 minutes?
He's got 36 minutes right now,
36.
and Ding is at 37, and Gukesh is still thinking.
Wow. That's insane.
Wow, this has become actually quite critical for...
Yeah.
I mean, these are huge stats for Ding. His opponent is down to 35 minutes in such a rich position.
23 moves to go.
This is going to the wire.
Yeah, and also the fact that, you know, Vishy, when we were analyzing and there were so many variations, just goes to show like you were also having so many options to choose from. That makes this position very interesting, right?
Yeah.
You know, in these...
But you know what they all say, right? I just want a position I can play. Well, here it is in spades. So...
Right.
these match situations in at the World Championship, we've seen it a couple of times, right? When a player is trailing, the bounce back is almost immediate in the following rounds. Is there a reason or a sort of a logic or a pattern to that? Why that happens, Vishy?
It only happens once. I don't think it's always a snapback. I mean, the legend was Karpov. He won 3 in a row in the 86 match. He was 3 points behind. He won 3 in a row. Of course, there have been matches where they won many more games like that, but those were in the 50s and so on, not too much after that, that I can remember.
You lost game 7 and came back in game 8. Wasn't it? Game
Yes,
7?
with Gelfand. With Topalov, I lost 1, I came back in 2. I won 4, he won 8,
Yeah.
and so on. So we flipped a bit back and forth. Carlsen had, well, with Karyakin, he had a game 8 he lost, he won game 10, and then, yeah. With Caruana, he drew all, and then with Nepo, after the breakthrough in 6, then he won a lot of games.
But that feels like there's a different energy to the players when you have this shift, and probably the follow-up rounds is where you see that maximum.
It's quite possible. I think again, maybe what happens is both sides are affected by the result in a way.
Yeah, neither is sleeping too well.
Yeah, and right now,
Yes, and I can tell you from experience, when you win, you're very excited and you start to dream about all positive things, but it's also not giving you the best. Even Bishop G6?
Yes, he played Bishop G6. And look at the clock timings. Gukesh has 33 minutes and Ding has 36 minutes now. Vishy, D4 now? Do you think white goes D4? Oh, he plays it instantly. Wow.
Yeah.
Heating up.
This is stressful.
Ding didn't even give us time to think for me to answer your question.
He was ready. Actually, this is the thing about Ding. You know, sometimes he takes like 40 minutes and so, and then sometimes he just responds in like few seconds. I think this phase he'll play very quickly now.
So here, one of the ideas which you had mentioned was to not trade and push the pawn on e4 instead. Or to take. These are the two options that Gukesh has, right?
Right.
Which one should we look at first? Or is there a third alternative here?
Maybe e4, maybe he takes d4. It seems like there are two possible moves. Let's look at e4. And as Vishy had mentioned, knight g1 is kind of forced because otherwise the knight will just get picked up on h4.
Knight h4 is possible. Knight h4 is possible.
Wow.
Because if bishop h4, gh4, I'm threatening bishop f4. That's the hope.
And queen takes pawn, you'll take on c7.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Does look a bit scary, but seems fine.
If I get bishop f4, g3, then I'm fine. But maybe instead of taking on c7, I could play bishop f4 also.
Oh, okay. Directly. Nice.
But I don't know after knight h4, if I just drop back to h7, what happens?
Oh, because you're threatening g5 as
well. But then bishop f4. Yeah, but then bishop f4 is coming.
c7 is...
Ooh. That's a problem. That is a problem.
But can you go g5 anyway because the knight on h4 is trapped? No, it's a bad idea.
Oh, Bar just...
Take the rook, take the bishop, and I was hoping to capture the knight. But h6 is hanging.
Yeah, maybe I'll just chuck the knight on f5 and capture on e4 or something.
Right. Okay. Going back here. So e4 definitely looks like a very committal decision. But then again, I mean, taking is also risky. So Gukesh has a tough choice. Like take, maybe. Actually, taking is just the bar is
Huge
showing
advantage.
like +2 if you take.
So you recapture with the knight, right? Oh, bishop. F4.
What? Bishop F4?
Oh, wow. But
Oh, brilliant. Okay.
Wow, that is something
Wow.
well done. That was well spotted.
but what happens after rook c8? Then you take on d4 and the queen is really trapped on d8.
Bar is just jumping up and up. It is not looking great.
Yeah, now it's huge trouble. It's like
I
black
mean,
is all
before
tied
we
up.
lose track, let's just admire this position. Material is still absolutely equal,
Yeah.
but it's +3 or something. So, okay, so it's basically the comp is saying e4 is forced.
Yes, I mean ED4 it's showing as lost. So either E4 or something else. Maybe taking with the knight could be an idea. Perhaps I don't know.
Well, let's try it.
Knight takes.
Knight takes d4.
Yeah, that's also lost.
Knight.
Take.
Yeah, same thing. FD4 and bishop f4 once
Bishop
again.
f4.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Very nice.
So we are in dangerous territory now. E4 is the only move.
This is
E4 is the only move, and then
Oh, by the way, Gukesh has played E4.
Oh,
Let's
good.
go.
He plays E4. And now knight G1 or knight H4. This is the question.
But this knight to g1 and knight e2 idea also is quite tempting, right?
Yeah,
for white?
exactly. Knight E2, knight F4 looks. And by the way, Ding has played
Knight
his move.
F4.
Why Ding is so quick? Knight G1.
Yeah, Vishy, you went for knight g1.
Oh, played in a second.
the computer's sort of impressed.
And knight
So
B6.
we're not talking of just how unpleasant it is anymore. We're talking that it's just worse for Gukesh.
Yes, yes. And Gukesh did play knight B6, Vishy. The C4 pawn is attacked.
Could I go b3 now?
But A4 or does that?
b3, a4, I have d5, I think.
Ah, D5. And knight E5.
Ah, it just wants to go knight e5 anyway, probably.
Yes.
No, not that. But there is no other move, right?
So instead of B3, you mean?
Or maybe just ab3.
Oh, A4, D5, AB3. Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow.
And black is better, wow.
Wow, that's epic. So B3 did look shaky, no? Maybe something else?
Yeah.
Queen C3 maybe?
Queen c2.
Queen C2. Yeah.
Okay, didn't disturb the advantage. Queen c2.
So how likely is it we see a blunder from either side? I mean, I don't know. Whatever we are checking, it's kind of the bar is jumping up and down.
Yes, but look at black's pieces. There's not a single one which can take advantage of a blunder even. They are so jammed up. I mean, if knight was an h5, bishop or something, you know, I can at least hope for something. What are the chances? I don't have moves with black almost. Queen c2 maybe.
So Queen
That was good, right? Queen c2 was kind of
Queen
keeping the
C2.
advantage.
The bar approves.
Do you, how do you decide between, like, are these three moves kind of... Okay, C2 you also put pressure on E4, right?
I don't know that I want to do anything that faces your rook. I might just want to play somehow.
So Queen C2 and then...
But Queen c3 also makes sense because after Queen c3, I'm threatening d5 and your knight on c6 has no squares.
Right.
But at least
That is
maybe
also
here
strong, it
you
seems.
can delay d5 with a
Ah,
move
but
like
queen
bishop
c3, you play
f6.
bishop f6, and then I have to lose a move. I have to go
Yeah.
back or something, right?
Hmm.
Or maybe bishop f4, or maybe now knight e2. Now you have knight coming to f4, Tania.
Right.
You know, we are discussing all these lines, and it looks like Gukesh is in real trouble as the clock also ticks low. And I want to ask you, Vishy, because yesterday at the press conference, you know, there were these moments where Ding could have seized the initiative or felt was better, but he said he didn't feel his position was better at all. In fact, he felt it was worse. How much of the advantage are we seeing right now for White that you feel that perhaps Ding is feeling confident about his chances? Is it that much better for him that he feels he can push this?
To me, his game yesterday, I thought that when he went knight d7, knight e5, it had accomplished something. Subsequently, it turned out it only became bad for white after rook d1. Otherwise, there was no advantage. So maybe Ding was onto something. So it's only, funnily enough, after you defend the pawn, you can barely move anything. But if you just play knight d2, for instance, or and always throw in b6 somewhere, then it seems that white has enough play. Today, it seems obvious.
Oh.
I think somebody who's been asleep for 100 years will wake up with excitement. It's in this position. It's just staring him in the face. So this one's of a different scale.
Oh, wow.
I think it's 2 up plus 90 to f4 is so tempting.
Yes.
Imagine Gukesh could have gone to h7, but he stopped on g6, and now knight f4 will be a tempo as well. I mean, I'm with white. This is quite exciting.
He's thinking knight b6 hasn't made
It's
his
just a minor decision, right? Queen c2 or queen c3, and both look quite good actually.
We have full support in the chat though. Go Gukesh chal raha hai pura. So chat puri Gukesh
Energy
ke,
bhej
haan,
rahe
they
hai.
have Gukesh's back. So let's hope so he can find his way out of this mess.
But queen c2, what should be Gukesh's move here? I was wondering if Gukesh can try for something like a4, knight a5, try some pressure here. But there's already d5 problems.
Okay, let's try it. Let's try it. a4, d5, knight a5, bishop takes b6. cb6. Even queen a4 might be strong, but maybe bishop takes e4 is simple.
Yeah, just losing a pawn. Terrible. Okay.
Or wait a minute, instead of bishop e4, no, sorry, bishop takes b6, cb6, play d6, please.
Bishop f6.
And now take on e4. I mean, I don't care about b2, but my pawn is going to go to d7. No, the advantage is dropping with every move. Wow.
Maybe some rook e4,
Maybe
rook
take
e4.
on e4 and queen d7 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, he's made a move, by the way. He puts the queen on c3.
Queen c3. Queen
He puts it on
c3.
c3, okay.
Less than 30 minutes for both players now.
Yeah, and they have to make 20 moves. We are on move number 20.
Going to be a full time scramble. Bishop f6 feels very tempting here to stop d5.
Right.
But knight e2 looks huge, I think.
Knight e2, knight f4.
Just coming in.
Also, I can drop back. Well, maybe queen c2 is too luxurious, but no, I think it has to be knight e2 or bishop f4. I don't know which is stronger.
So if it's Ding's move at this point, is it d5 the big threat, or is it bishop f4? What does white want in this position?
I would guess d5 is the big threat, right? Because your knight has no squares.
Yes, it's trapped actually.
So Gukesh must go bishop f6. There's no other move that makes sense, right? Oh,
What about queen?
Correct.
Can
Queen
you go
c8.
queen c8 and try to go knight d8?
There is also some bishop g5 maybe, I don't know. But queen c8, yeah?
bishop g5, d5, you then open your rook to defend the e5 square. Okay, got it. So,
Let's say queen c8.
queen c8.
Ooh. Stuff.
Just lost. Why is it lost? d5?
d5, bishop f6,
Bishop f6.
and then bishop takes b6 and knight takes And knight d6 winning the exchange.
No, but
so I don't know, queen c2, it doesn't matter.
So queen c2
Queen
here.
c2, knight.
And knight d6 in the end of the line.
Crazy.
Beautiful.
Crazy. Okay.
Okay, just 1 second. Instead of bishop takes b6, is there some e3 trick?
E3?
Oh, you mean after bishop into knight? So, yes.
Yeah, knight e5, bishop b6. Is there a e3 trick?
So then we could have gone to c1, no?
Yes, probably that is.
And take, and then here.
Okay, so queen c8 is not a
Yes.
good idea.
Yeah.
And I think Gukesh will work his way through that. Can we check bishop g5 as the other defense to create a square for the knight?
Also doesn't seem to work, but how is the question?
Maybe d5?
D5, knight e5.
Knight e5, bishop takes b6, and bishop takes e4.
Is the same thing happening again and again, that bishop b6 and e4 pawn is too soft?
It's a pawn. This is
Chat is
very tough.
aggressively suggesting f5.
f5.
Oof. It looks...
But then d5?
Bishop f6 probably.
D takes c6?
Oh.
Takes on d1, is it? So tough. Or maybe...
No, bishop takes c3, rook takes d8, or bishop e1, and thanks to f5, e8 is defended by a bishop. Okay, that makes sense.
So but why is it needed? Because you have the rook, right?
No, but the problem is if rook e8, bishop e8, and I thought rook e8, knight c7 will win. But if you can take with the bishop, then you're winning.
Oh, nice.
Wow, b6 knight is hanging. Oh.
Okay, so d5, bishop f6.
So queen c3, f5, d5, bishop f6, attacking the queen.
Oh, we have a move, by the way. He has played bishop f6.
Oh, bishop f6.
He's played bishop f6.
Which maybe is the second best move, perhaps. I don't know. At least from the bar, like it gives white a huge edge, but not as huge as maybe queen c8. So f5 was best, but bishop f6 was the next best move, perhaps. Okay.
So what, knight e2?
Yeah, now knight e2 with
But
the idea.
a bit lazy, no? Knight e2.
Seems like a ding chilling move, knight e2.
I don't know if Vishy sir, have you ever had any superstition or anything during a match? Because yesterday we had Amrita here and Gukesh won, so I'm wondering. I don't know if there's a correlation there.
I mean, you're always superstitious during matches, even when you're trying not to be. I mean, I know that I have lost with every pen and every shirt enough times that it doesn't matter. But still, when you're playing a match, you start to think very strange things.
How much time can basically Gukesh afford, and Ding even afford to think here for? Because we have 25, 28 minutes with how many moves to go, Sagar bhai?
20 more moves. Yeah, we finished just the 20th move.
Yeah.
But it feels like Ding's moves are
Ding
easier.
has a lot more time than Gukesh because Ding, if he's short of time, he can still make 2 or 3 moves and they won't lose. Whereas Gukesh's moves have a tendency to just lose unless he can check them to be accurate. I mean, I think quite often he'll have only moves.
That's so.
And so the position is quite qualitatively different, I think.
In our chat, Abhishek is saying on Sessi, which is this supercomputer, it shows +2 already to white.
Thank God Ding is
That's
not
our
listening.
feeling, right?
Yes. Bishop f6. So
It's always nice when the supercomputer agrees with you, no, Sagar?
not able to find any resources for black as such. Like even if queen c2 or knight e2, it just doesn't feel like black has some play. It's just you have to react.
That's a really horrible position. I don't know, maybe I'll play knight e7 here.
Knight e7.
Then queen f. No, queen f5 and knight c4, so still.
Yes, you want to kick the knight away, right?
Yes.
Sorry?
Knight f4.
Knight f4.
Knight f4 might be quite strong.
But now c6.
But then c6, right? Sorry. Then c6, yes.
So,
Sorry.
so
I forgot
instead
my
of
threat actually.
what should white?
Bishop f4 or what?
You can't just take on a5 after knight e7?
No, knight c4.
Oh, knight c4 is hanging. But c7 is also hanging?
Yeah, maybe it's a good pawn.
Yeah, I take on b2 maybe.
B2.
Or e3 and knight d5. Well, b2 maybe. But...
So can we go c5 and take on a5? You give this d5 square and it looks ugly, but I'm getting a pawn.
But that's maybe nice for Gukesh, yeah?
Yeah.
At least something.
It's a
Something
beautiful
to
knight
hope
on
for.
d5.
And then you take and jump with the other knight.
I think this is the happiest I've felt at losing a pawn.
Ouch.
By the way, 99.
Also, I could go with the other knight, Tanya.
Yes,
c5,
we get
knight.
the point.
Okay, sorry.
I'm joking.
I won't bug you.
Chad is saying it's 99.1% accuracy for Ding so far.
Nice. So knight e2.
What was the point 9? I wonder. Maybe queen c2 instead of queen c3 or something. Or I can go knight c8. No, then knight f4, knight d5 is huge. Sorry.
But still, we haven't found a way for white to get a clean edge after knight e7. There must be something. But this looks like a great try. Knight f5 is coming. c6 is coming.
What about, no, I've already asked knight f4. Sorry.
I'm scared to try a move, but what about bishop f4?
Nice.
Yeah, rook c.
c8.
What's the follow-up?
Maybe just bishop e5 here.
Oh.
Because you don't want to work in that pin.
Amazing. Yeah, Vishy, that seems like the solution. Wow.
And behind that, I'll get knight f4. Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. So bishop f6 and
Hasn't made his move yet.
Ding knight e2 is what seems like the most natural move, but he isn't playing. He's now down to 24 minutes.
And has it surprised you, Vishy, that, we've not only seen it right now, but throughout the match, that Ding tends to take a lot of time for moves which do feel that, at least at that level, you probably don't need this amount of time?
A bit. His time consumption has been very, well, it's been all over the place. But at the same time, this is very difficult because when you're playing a World Championship match, you have to assume that he went queen c2.
He went queen c2.
Sorry, I was saying that you have to assume that every move could be loaded and you want to double check and so on. But,
yeah.
Queen c2.
Queen c2 back.
And it doesn't change the evaluation, so it's a decent move by Ding.
And it renews the idea of d5.
Yes.
e4 being a bit of a weakness after that, wherever the knight jumps.
And maybe now for black, for Gukesh, we have to come up with something interesting. Need to defend the e4 pawn because d5, knight e5, bishop e4 is a threat, right?
c4
or no,
is hanging
maybe
as
not
well.
a threat.
So maybe you'll have to take on d6 and then take on e4. Sorry, Vishy.
I think what is a threat is d5, knight e5, d6.
d5, knight e5, d6. And if cd6, rook d6. Attacking b6.
Well, rook d6, you go knight d7. But if I go knight d6, I think all hell is breaking loose.
Oh, knight d6. So just to show, like for example, let's say king h7, d5, knight e5, d6. Threatening here.
No, he doesn't think it spoiled anything, but he's not at all happy. Maybe c6 and knight takes c4 is good. Okay.
You mean d6, c6. And then...
This is so complicated. I mean,
complex.
Not so sure.
Super tough position.
So,
just a single pawn has been traded in the
if
game.
bishop takes b6, what happens? Bishop takes b6. I was hoping there'll be some e3, but maybe it doesn't exist actually. Because now I just play bishop e4.
By the way, Vishy, a4. This is the idea we were little bit dabbling with knight going to a5 to d5, but it was not that.
But I think
great.
Gukesh is just desperate. That's why he played it quite quickly, because he just doesn't see a move.
And knight e2.
But
Knight
didn't go
e2.
d5.
Wait, now I play knight a5. What is knight e2?
Knight a5 attacking c4, and what could be the move that Ding has here? Because clearly he doesn't
c5
want...
maybe.
c5, but then we get d5.
Yeah. No, but then queen a4 now, and your knight is really bad on a5.
Wow.
And if knight c4, you'll still... What about knight c4 instead of knight d5?
Yeah, knight c4, then maybe knight f4. And I'm just playing with this huge pawn mass, knight f4.
Wow, that is some great assessment.
The knights look a bit,
Because I really thought that here Ding would play like d5 to instead of knight e2, which is forcing, right? You take on b6, a4, but knight e2 turns out to be perhaps the best move there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so right now, knight e2.
Actually, Ding is now staring at Gukesh and so on. I think he's starting to feel very confident here.
Yes. Feels that way.
We have close to 75,000 people watching this
very
live,
stressful
and
position.
yeah.
And a very difficult one.
Vishy sir, if just in case, I really hope it doesn't happen, if things were to go south, who would have the momentum now? Because if Ding wins on demand, I mean, that should give him a lot of confidence.
Definitely. But they will stagger to the rest day, and both of them, in a sense, will need the rest day after this these two games.
Almost.
I don't even know what Gukesh
Actually,
is.
I really don't see much hope for Gukesh now.
Really? It's that much?
So Vishy, you are
This just
saying
looks
that
very,
the
very bad.
engine's evaluation of 1.1 is like a little bit, for a human, this is as good as +2, something like that.
A bit. I can't see a move with black. The computer will happily play king h8 if it's the right move, but you and me can't do this kind of thing. And so, from a human, to my eyes, it looks awful. Almost give up kind of awful, but maybe I'm underestimating. I don't know. Let's see. Knight a5. We thought c5, right?
Yeah.
Also, I can play knight f4 maybe. But then knight c4
takes, yeah.
And then I thought knight g6, bishop e4 might be good, but maybe it's not very big.
Whoa. It feels
And
a
then
bit
some
sad to
bg5.
lose one of these pawns, but yeah, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so knight a5, let's try c5 or...
Yeah, c5.
So knight c4 we were looking at?
Yeah, knight c4. Also, this
What
knight
about
d5,
knight-
queen a4, this looks really bad, but I thought this square should compensate a bit, but it's not much.
Okay, let's try rook a8. But then I go knight bc3 maybe.
Yeah.
No, there's apparently something stronger.
But this is also good enough after knight c3.
Right.
Knight f4 is probably stronger. Knight f4. Yeah, knight f4 is stronger.
Getting rid of that knight.
And the point is, this knight can never reach this square, so that's why it...
Well, there's knight c6, knight e7.
Knight c6, I would seriously consider queen takes a8 and knight takes d5.
Oh, it's
wow.
so quick. So quick.
And it is the best move.
Ding will say Gukesh, yeah. Even I can sack a queen.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, that was so quickly spotted by Vishy. I think that was amazing.
Oh God, this is horrible to look at.
But you know, Vishy, just felt because I was thinking in my head that Gukesh has sort of made all normal moves. Nowhere that a move stands out, which was a big mistake. So, how did it go so wrong?
You're right. I think the basic thing was this tension in the middle, that this pawn against d3 against the pawn on e5, the two rooks getting to... Already rook e1, rook d1 started to feel very, very bad.
Bishop g5, and it seems like an error by Gukesh. He's played his bishop there. D5 maybe? No, now... Okay. Let's think. Knight f4?
Yeah, I find it very hard to understand these games where a player did not make any sort of obvious mistake and yet has slowly come into this huge mess.
Right.
In fact, this is the first question mark we are seeing here, but the position was already really worse.
Yeah.
I think Vishy's assessment was so correct. It looked like +2 that immediately after one move it has reached +2 here for Gukesh. Bishop g5 on the board. So knight f4 seems good. Maybe.
Bishop f4.
Take, bishop takes.
Well, what to do? e3. Queen e2, and computer thinks this is winning, maybe. Queen e2 or something.
Yeah, queen e2, take. And wow. I think.
Oh, so just... so knight f4 is the correct move because it doesn't matter.
Or maybe there's something else as well. I don't...
Actually, Niri Bhai pointed out a crazy variation. So if white goes d5 here,
yeah,
bishop takes e3,
knight e5,
pawn takes c6, and now queen to d3, something like this.
What?
That is...
Wow. Ooh, epic move.
Wow.
If this happens, Gukesh is safe, huh?
And then rook takes queen, pawn takes rook, and you take on f2, I think.
Yes. In fact, black starts
Yeah.
to...
Wow.
Wow, okay.
Possible to miss, yeah? Possible to miss this.
So d5 is a mistake. If d5, Gukesh is back with bishop e3 with this amazing line.
Just 1 second. Instead of bishop e3, even knight e5, what is going on?
Yes.
Is this...
Also good. Also very
Also
strong.
great.
It's also not so great.
Yes.
Because bishop e4, I have knight f3 check, and this is spoiling everything. Yeah.
Nice.
That's
wow.
So, I mean, bishop e3 and queen d3 is, of course, great, but
Did he play?
this one
No, we
is
don't have
anyway not so.
Okay, so basically d5 is not happening because knight e5 is also very strong. So there's no way Ding goes for that.
So it's between knight f4 is a move that keeps the advantage for him. And what else could he be considering here?
Maybe take the bishop. Does that look okay? I mean, just a normal move.
I mean, I don't know, c5 again.
C5 and take the a4 pawn?
Oh, no, I can't do that because e3 is crumbling, but even this drops the advantage. Knight d5, I thought knight e c3 and... But okay, we've dropped quite a bit of advantage.
I have one question. If bishop takes
It's
bishop...
crazy. They have 20 minutes for 18 moves.
Yes.
Yes.
It's going into pure time scramble territory.
This is going to be very dramatic, and Gukesh has 18 minutes for 18 moves. So this is...
And a very tough position.
But Ding can
I
also
think
go
Ding
wrong.
will have to calculate knight f4 or some...
This is the move. This is the move, I feel.
And Vishy, who do you think out of the two players has better nerves and sort of more precise calculation when it goes into that time scramble for both these players in this kind of a situation?
Everybody has good nerves if they have a good position.
It's a great answer.
We're all geniuses with the extra queen. I mean, this is... It's very tough for them. I think for Ding will have better nerves because his position is better. His odds are better. I think that's all there is to it, yeah.
But Ding is blinking a lot right now.
And it's also
That's psychoanalyzing too much, Sagar.
No,
it's also pressure, right? Because it's a must-win for him, and he's feeling he's so close to it. He's done everything right. What
Time.
happened?
What happened to that? The reset of time. Maybe director Saab, if
we can have the camera angle of zoom
yeah,
on the
if we can remove the clock and have the real clock.
So in the live position, Vishy, if bishop takes bishop was to happen, would black recapture with the pawn to keep the f4 square controlled, or you take back with the queen?
I would probably take with a pawn so that I have queen f6 also later. You have no knight f4.
Yeah, this looks like you've solved all problems.
I just
because I can play rook e7 after that, and whatever. Yeah. I think it must be knight f4, right, guys? There's just nothing else here.
I can
knight
that I
f4 is
see.
the only
Is there another good move? I don't know, some h4
only
maybe.
It's the only move that keeps an advantage.
Wow. Oh, and he plays it. He plays it. Ding Liren in great form. He plays knight f4.
And how much time does he have left?
He has now 18 minutes 20 seconds. I think that's the right time. 18 minutes to Gukesh. What a move. Knight f4, and now Gukesh in trouble. Because one threat is straight away, knight takes bishop, pawn takes, and take the pawn on e4, right? That's the simple threat.
Yes.
So we go back. A bishop h7 has been recommended here. I think.
And I play c5.
c5 fighting for that makes. And if I go here,
then I win the exchange. I take knight d5, knight c7.
Knight c7.
And if you play bishop f4,
here,
if you
yes.
play bishop f4,
cb6.
then I can play even cb6.
Ooh, and
yes, cb6 is winning.
Wow.
If bishop d6, I play d5 and it's winning.
So in a way, Gukesh may have to decide between dropping the bishop back or taking on f4. But taking on f4 comes with its own problems on c7 square.
This is gone. This is just gone. I just don't see a defense. I mean, after rook c8, bishop f4, rook c8.
Yeah, d5, right? Or e4, take the pawn. No, taking the
d5,
pawn.
knight e5 maybe. Well, bishop e4.
Yeah.
I think rook takes e4.
Rook takes.
No, rook takes. Why not keep the pin for a while? Rook e4. Rook e4. Can I play knight takes c4 or it's not working?
Yeah.
Maybe just d5 is very strong. No, d5 allows some knight e5 probably.
So tough.
Maybe knight a5 was the move. I don't know.
Right. So maybe so here bishop f4, bishop f4, rook c8, and white should maybe not rush into d5. Yeah. Maybe something else.
We might have to, no? d5?
Oh, d5, yes. d5.
But d5, knight e5, right?
And bishop f3, bishop
And
e4,
it's
knight
still
f3.
huge.
There is this problem, so
And
can't
you have
take.
this d6 move that we were looking at earlier.
d6. Wow, Tania, good one. Take rook d6.
cd6.
Then we just win the exchange, no? Or you want to take
knight
with the
d6.
rook? I thought knight into pawn.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm hope
Putting
knight
the
d3
knight
doesn't
here,
really work. What about knight d3?
Because take on e8, take on e8.
I want to take on c4, I thought. But then some rook e4 will win. Okay, forget it.
There's something in this position, but what is it?
No, what?
It should be winning for white here.
Yeah, white is
just
winning.
take on e4. Sorry. Yeah, Vishy said just take on e4. No, take on.
No, take here.
Sorry,
But then
what,
91, no?
yeah, what was the move here then?
98.
98. I was hoping for knight takes c4.
Oh, he
Then
takes
maybe
on
just bishop
f4.
e4. He's taken on
He did it. He did. Bishop f4.
He will go rook c8. What else to do?
Yes, and we might see this.
By the way, Sese is apparently saying it's plus.
Actually, you know what? After rook c8, I can play queen c3. Because then d5 is a big threat.
Queen c3 is such a brutal move. It's like not allowing knight to jump here.
But then does it help to throw in e3 right now? Immediately after bishop f4?
Oh, e3, attacking the queen, but maybe queen e2, right?
Yeah, so e3, I go queen e2.
And takes
ef2,
queen f2.
Queen f2. What do you play after that?
And this is big problem.
It's the problem of the queen, and you remember Maurice had mentioned this and White's rooks on the files.
Oh, he did play rook
It's
c8.
getting
Yes,
more difficult.
You're
Rook
right.
c8, by
You're
the way,
right.
on the board.
The queen is the queen hasn't moved. The black queen. It's the only piece I think in the game that hasn't moved.
17 moves in 13 minutes.
For Gukesh.
Yeah.
I mean, if he finds queen c3, then it's just over, right?
Queen c3, yeah.
For the second time in the game.
Sahil,
Gone
can
queen
we-
c3, queen c2, queen c3.
Can we call Amruta for a moment?
I think we missed our chance to call her maybe a couple of hours ago. Now I don't think even calling her might help.
The last ace.
I have to say, it really feels in this game, watching this game, that Ding has outplayed with the white pieces.
I mean, it's super impressive what Ding has just achieved, at least till here.
And queen c3 on the board.
Wow!
He finds it.
Wow!
Just
wow! He's playing like a beast
fantastic
today.
chess.
Just incredible chess.
The loss-
99% is not the right way. It is 100% chess that he has played today.
The loss has unleashed him, yeah?
Ding is not chilling today. He's on fire.
Ding got no chill.
He's not letting us chill also.
So now black.
But okay, there were several moves that were very impressive.
Yeah.
And Ding has just played unbelievably well.
Right.
What moment so far has been the most impressive for you from Ding today, Vishy?
Maybe king h2 or queen c2. Those moves seemed very mysterious, and I think Gukesh missed the precise point or the precise way to neutralize it, because after that he didn't get a second chance in.
Yeah, that little king h2 move.
That king h2 was great because it's prophylactic. You're anticipating queen c8 and you're getting this out of the way in advance. It's so clever. I don't know all the points, details behind it, but it felt very, very clever, and I would guess that's a great one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know why Gukesh went bishop e6 and not bishop f5. But anyway, that's time for another that we can do later.
Right. Right. Many of Gukesh's moves could have been better because they all led to White's advantage increasing gradually.
Little by little,
So we
yes.
can't pinpoint to one moment, but it was like rook b8 was slight inaccuracy perhaps, and yeah.
90,000 people watching right now.
Guys, you can't go anywhere.
Okay,
right now.
I've got a move for you. Knight d7 here.
Yes,
Knight
that, I was
D7.
actually waiting for some trick by Vishy, like some trickiness in the position. Hopefully something works out. Okay, so d5, knight e5 is.
The problem is knight d7, d5, knight c5, d6 maybe.
But why not bishop e4 now?
Bishop e4 and knight g4 check was my little trick.
Ah, yes, I fell for it. So d6.
Oh, this idea is...
And c6, knight c7. Yeah, it's just hopeless.
Yeah, and your rook can't
And
stay
rook is
connected to
almost
the
trapped.
knight.
Yeah, it's trapped actually. Because it can't move here. The knight is falling. So
10 minutes, by the way, now.
So how does he fight d5, d6? Is there a way to keep
we have a
to
call
prolong this?
from Samay.
I don't see it.
Can I just pick up? Hello, Samay.
What's up?
Samay, your WhatsApp is actually not matching the vibe of right now what's happening.
No, I know. I just saw the evaluation, but from a game perspective, the match has become more interesting, now. So I actually called you to ask if I should book an auditorium for day after tomorrow.
Oh. Maybe we can discuss after today's game.
Okay, and can you ask Vishy sir if he watches later?
Oh, I think that's why he called. That is the real reason.
Okay, bye.
Vishy, I don't know if you heard that.
I couldn't hear everything, no.
Samay had called. He said, should we book an auditorium for the day after tomorrow because it will go down the wire? And we said, maybe let's discuss after the game. But then he said, can you please ask Vishy sir if he watches India's Got Latent?
I did read about it in the newspapers, and I saw a little bit on YouTube. He's got very, very good numbers.
Yes.
He's doing very well. But when I bumped into him in Bombay also, he was telling me that it was going great. So
then that's a no.
I haven't watched it night and day, if that's what you're asking, Tania. But anyway.
Okay.
सागर भाई,
yes.
दिल रखने के लिए हमें तो एक मिस कॉल ही दे दो, कुछ तो कनेक्शन में, कुछ भी, लास्ट ट्राई.
ठीक है. Queen c3 played, and Vishy had mentioned knight d7, so I think Gukesh might do that.
But still d5, d6. Is there another alternative, Vishy, that comes to your mind apart from knight d7 for Guki here?
No, I simply don't see a move actually.
Does it
knight d7 is the last hope, because d5 I want to have knight c5, but I can't find anything else.
I wanted to suggest bishop h5, but it just feels like a one move. Oh, we got knight b8.
Yeah, g4 and then d5.
Yes. He's gone for knight b8, and this just shows how bad the position probably is if you have to make a move like that. But knight a7 doesn't that trap the rook? Sorry.
Yeah, first of all, knight a7 wins on the spot, you're right. And second, I'm not even sure what's wrong with d5.
With d5. Yeah, but so there's d5
Maybe
here.
d5 he wants to go knight a6 or something. But knight a7, yeah.
Knight a7 just traps the rook. Yeah. I think it's over, yeah. Maybe you are right, Vishy. I mean, now it's very clear also materially it's gone. There's no chance.
I think we're looking at an equalizer in this one. I mean,
it's clear, I think,
away.
Tania.
Yeah, he's got less than 8 minutes, about to lose an exchange. What does this mean for the match, Vishy?
It's we're back to ties, but I think it's different from two draws, right? I mean, here they have both been on a roller coaster, so to speak, and but both of them will collapse onto the rest day and hopefully come back ready for more. They'll really need the rest day tomorrow.
Yeah.
But Ding will sleep well tonight.
Yes.
Vishy, would you say when Ding was at the top of his sort of strength in 2019, 2018, he played at that level today? This was that strength?
I don't know. I don't remember 2019 so much anymore. But he was winning lots of nice games then. But look, today was a very impressive game. I think many people would be proud to play this game. So.
Right.
Very impressive.
Got it.
Just never give a chance for Gukesh to come back.
and which is tiebreak becomes very, very likely. So what are your expectations about the shorter format?
Well, they'll just have to play. I'm sure both of them can play a decent tiebreak game. Shorter format, what does it matter? It's just getting to the board and playing a decent game, and that's it. The thing about a shorter game is it's more or less played only on feeling.
Right.
Just you have to be there and be alert and look for something. But they still got some days ahead before that. So
Correct. Yeah.
Ding hasn't played knight a7 just yet.
By the way,
Oh, he reaches out.
one
He's
thing
gonna
which
do it.
does make it sure if Ding wins today is that we will have 14 games for sure. Then there's no way that the match can end early.
It goes down to the wire.
Yes. Oh, he's played a move.
He's gone for d5, not knight a7, so he doesn't win the exchange. And Gukesh plays queen d7, creating a square for that rook on d8 now.
Yeah.
Are we seeing any hope or not?
But why did he not just get the rook? Yeah, very surprising.
But after queen d4, what is he going to do?
Queen d4, your threat is to take on c7.
Correct.
Also c5.
Queen d4 is such a nice move, yeah.
So c5 is a big threat, takes on c7.
Yeah, this is a threat, take and take here on the knight.
c5, at least you can say knight takes d5 is possible, but even knight c3, I don't see a defense. After queen d4 and knight c3, it's very cruel, but simply no moves.
You are just ganging up on the e4 pawn, yes?
Look at the knight on b8 now. It's.
By the way, just a glance into the engine lines shows that after d5, perhaps the most accurate move was knight a6, not queen d7. But
there's no time on the clock as well for Gukesh now, so he has to make his decisions very fast. What move number are we on? 26. So 14 moves to make in less than 8 minutes.
Also, by the way, there's d6, which is not a bad move either.
d6 here.
Because if c6, then knight c7, and you're right back.
But for some reason, Ding decided to not grab material. It just felt that, the moment had come to shift the advantage to something tangible.
He's so confident, he doesn't need the rook now.
Here actually, the rook is, we can try rook f8, but it's so terrible. Look
at the bar.
Take on e4?
Yeah.
No, but queen b4, what do you play? Knight a8 or what? No, after queen b4, your knight is trapped, Sagar. Actually, it's trapped simply.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, knight 8, you just... Oh, d6 has been
d6
played.
is played and
C5.
Gukesh goes c5.
But you can do your idea now. Vishy, knight c7. Oh, he controls the b4 square. So there's no queen b4, but there's queen
knight c7, he wants to go, probably he wants to go knight c6, knight e8, rook e8, but...
Oh, give up the exchange. But can you just defend the rook instead of giving up material here?
But e4 is going, no, Tania, at least. At the very least. I don't know if that...
Yeah, knight c6, knight d4 you want.
Pawn on d6 is such a thorn, it's...
Knight c7 on the board.
Knight c7 played by Ding. Oof.
Oh, he goes rook f8.
Ooh. Acha. Very quick.
Vishy, is this a moment, because I feel, nowhere close to this level, but sometimes when, you're running out of time, the position's really bad, you just want to play fast moves, because your only hope is to get your opponent into a time scramble. Is that something that Gukesh can be aiming for?
Yes, but it's 10 minutes and for 12 moves for Ding. And these are not exactly the hardest moves for white to make.
Right.
So it's very thin. Of course, you always have a little bit of hope and you think maybe I can catch them here or there. But I just don't see it today.
Vishy, you're the best at setting up tricks and traps. So can you see any
Some
such ideas?
material
Some
sack and fortress, you know, some fortress, queen sack. No, I think here none exist.
White can just pick up e4, no?
Take, take. Yeah. But I think Ding doesn't want material. Yeah, he's trying to completely squeeze everything from the position.
99,000 people watching, by the way.
Wow. By the way, I had a question here. This is a nice tactic. Bishop takes. Rook c7 doesn't work because take on d1.
Take the knight.
Take
a queen.
And then we are just a rook down. So
like in a winning position, everything falls into place automatically.
yes,
So
it's like white has such good pieces. No tactics are working for black.
$100,000 people watching now as Gukesh struggles.
So then, Vishy, is this beyond save? By the way, a move,
No,
he takes on
it.
e4.
Takes on e4 and Gukesh instantly plays knight c6.
Trying to put pressure on Ding's clock.
At least one thing that is coming out nicely is the knight is going to get the d4 square here. That is a good
But then I just
development.
the rook takes d4. In fact, he did exactly that move against Nepal.
Oh, yes. Oh, that was the move he played, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Then b7 is hanging, everything falls.
I could
comes
bishop takes
back.
c6 here. Okay, but he's just.
What did he do?
Bishop
Oh, he
g2.
went back.
He's just enjoying his position.
Chilling now.
Yeah.
So now knight d4, as Vishy said, just take, queen takes. Oh, there's rook c7, rook
queen
c7.
d4.
Queen.
Correct. Your own tactic from last time. Queen
Right.
d4.
Here and then, right. For Gukesh, it's like he can see all these things, so he doesn't even know what to move. Because knight d4, take, queen b4. So, what to play?
Okay, he's about to respond. He
He
goes
plays
rook
rook
d8.
d8.
He's just waiting for Ding to go wrong somehow.
I mean, I would consider b4 here. What about b4 with white?
Oh, b4. So that if a b3, then you attack this. And b7. Nice. Wow. It's a very creative move.
Else, bishop e3 may be winning. Bishop e3 might be winning.
But then queen f5, is that a move? Oh.
Queen f5, then I go knight d5.
And yeah, knight e7, knight d7,
Maybe
knight d7.
g4 wins as well. Maybe g4 wins. I mean.
97 is
97
such a
is
nice
just-
finish.
Oh.
This is like a bullet game you play at 3 a.m., yeah?
It's felt like that grip, no? That the snake's grip where it just keeps coiling
Oh, knight
around
d5
and
played.
squeezing the position more and more. Knight d5
Knight
played.
d5. Okay. And he took. And he takes back with the pawn. c5 is hanging now.
So d4, you'll just take on c5.
Yeah.
No, knight d4. I think you're going to wait. Rook e7 first.
Oh, rook
Oh, forgot about this position. Is
No, it doesn't matter actually. Sorry, you can play queen takes c5 because if knight f5, you play rook e7 then. It doesn't matter.
Still correct.
Fancy.
Yeah.
Because
This is
take,
over.
take and
I think Gukesh will just resign now. So.
Oh. You know, black's position, it's sort of, I mean, a thought just came into my head. It feels like Dante's Inferno, where the deeper you go into the position, the more difficult the sufferings come out, where every piece, every pawn is a problem.
Yeah. I mean, I just felt like today Gukesh didn't get a chance at all in the game. Like,
Yeah.
that was how
It felt like a flawless game from Ding today.
knight b8.
So he continues knight b8, and now do you come in with a rook?
Rook e7. But rook e7, queen b5. So he
grabs.
first takes the pawn.
Rook c8 played.
Rook c8. Now Ding is actually 2 pawns up because he had snatched e4 and gone back. He snatched another pawn.
And now if queen b6, what is Gukesh going to play?
You have to stop rook e7, no? So rook e8 might have to be played.
Yeah, maybe. It's the perhaps keeps the fight going.
He
He
comes
plays
back,
queen
queen
d4. It's so difficult now that, I mean, there's no way that Ding even goes wrong here because
It's 2 extra
Yeah.
pawns.
2 extra pawns and no tactics or nothing.
The knight on b8 isn't in the game at all. Rook e7 is coming.
The bishop on g6 is not really.
No targets.
Yeah, it's just shooting in thin air.
And also rook c1, c7 is winning. So
Rook c from the other side.
I mean, if rook e8, I take and I go rook c1 and rook c7, and that's it.
So rook e8 takes rook c1 and entering here.
He
Meanwhile,
goes knight
he goes
a6.
knight a6.
He's got knight a6.
Yes. So,
So
rook
now
e7
rook e7.
probably wants queen b5. It's on the board.
Wow. Okay. Queen b5.
And now both players under 6 minutes.
I think only 5 moves to go, so now they are kind of.
Is somehow this queen getting trapped? No. I mean d7, rook d8, bishop f1. Just trying to see if queen b3, bishop c4.
Oh, he's playing with so much speed and accuracy.
d7. Did he play?
Rook c4.
Rook c4.
So now do you just go queen e5? Queen e5, rook e4.
Yeah,
No, rook
queen
e4 is not
e5
possible.
should be-
Queen e5.
Actually, queen c4 is apparently winning.
What?
Queen c4
And
is
rook
winning.
e8.
And rook e8.
Oh, wow.
Nice. Oh, then
No, the
it's
queen
like
can't
a-
even come back to protect that square.
it's like a tit for tat. Yeah, yesterday there was a queen sack. Okay,
Then
he didn't
plays
do it.
queen e3.
Ding doesn't want to calculate anything. Just
I think
play.
that's very smart.
Yeah.
Why to take that extra risk? So at least rook e8, d7 is hanging right now, so you can't immediately go.
Right.
But bishop d6.
Sorry? Which one?
Bishop d6 now.
Ah, bishop
With the
d6.
idea rook e8. That's very strong. Yeah. Yeah, actually bishop d6, what do you even respond?
Maybe resignation there. I think it's kind of forced.
A knight c7 looks like the only move.
But then bishop takes c7 and d8, queen wins the rook. You cannot do this.
Wow. Okay. Bishop d6,
I
knight
don't know
c7.
why I even try.
Take queen.
Actually,
And
so what's the impact this game could have on Gukesh? Like, because this will not be easy to digest, I think.
No, but he should have a cold shower, and that's it. What can you do? But of course, this is pretty traumatic to lose this way.
Very dramatic.
I mean, it feels like he was wiped out. It's really one of the most convincing games
Oh,
so
he
far.
finds
Yeah,
bishop
d6.
d6.
wow.
He's playing like a beast, this one. Ding is giving no chances at all.
I'm wondering what's his accuracy, Sagar bhai. for this?
99.9, huh?
He's
No,
like
okay.
1000% to me.
92.3 it shows, but I think it's
Yeah,
much
yeah,
higher.
Much higher.
Oh, and is Gukesh, is he going to play another move?
No,
How
I
do
don't.
you fight rook
yeah,
e8 now?
This is a huge threat. It's almost a mate there.
Yeah, he might have to play f6 to control that square. Does that even help? Maybe rook e8? No, then you can take with the rook.
No, if f6, then rook takes g7, bishop takes f8, and d8 queen.
Oh. Can we show that? Can we show that?
F6. Rook E8, yes?
Rook G7. Just take on G7, take
G7.
an F8 and queen.
Are. Beautiful, beautiful. Wow.
I think Ding's and Vishy's accuracy today is just through the roof. Yeah, guys, I think this could be the last few moments of Gukesh having the match lead.
Right, right. And Ding is doing it once again. Yeah, last year, 5-6 down, coming back. Game in
with
game
the white
12.
pieces.
And he's kind of repeating what happened in 2023. Oh,
And rook takes pawn would finish the game on the spot. It's just over. And
he takes it! And resignation! Wow!
And Ding Liren equalizes the World Championship.
That is an insane victory on demand by Ding Liren, yeah?
Great play, yeah.
Played
Great
like
play.
a true world champion today.
True. Fantastic chess.
That was a really impressive game, yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. Amazing. Wow. No, Vishy, this was amazing going through this entire game with you, having you here. We just switched off the engine and there were so many amazing insights. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Oh, and Gukesh
Thank you.
reacts.
And by the way, we can see Gukesh there,
Yes,
very upset.
Very tough for him.
Usually he will adjust the pieces instantly,
Yeah.
like he's taking his time and he cannot believe it, yeah?
Maybe he's just saying to himself, I'll fight back again. But yeah.
Perhaps this is something he's gone through with his mental coach Paddy
This is Ding's first win with white.
Yes.
Wow,
So-
yes.
He won.
So whereas Gukesh is 1-2 with white, so kind of balancing it up a bit.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vishy. Thank you so much for your time.
yes.
We really had a great time with you.
It
Huge
was
round of
awesome.
applause for Vishy.
And you called out everything. We were
Yes.
seeing the moves from you before Ding was playing it. So it was amazing.
Thanks.
Thank you,
Bye.
Vishy.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Bye.
Guys, that was the 5-time world champion Vishy Anand, also the mentor of Gukesh at Waka. And today was a tough day for Gukesh. Clearly, it was shown at the end where he had his head in his hand and he was like, I don't know what he must have thought there. Maybe he was just saying to himself, I need to fight back. But we celebrated like anything yesterday. And I think we have to give it to Ding today that he played phenomenal chess. No mistakes.
No mistakes. I think Ding, with the quality of his game today, the moves that he played, has broken every single narrative of the tournament so far. You know, in such a difficult moment of the match, with everything that he's gone through, to come back, he's really proven today why he's the world champion and why he's regarded as one of the best, being at the top, over 2,800 for so many years. I think this is one of the best games that I've seen. And a world-class player like Gukesh being outplayed like this, it's unreal.
It was just so suffocating to watch. Like they were कोई सांस नहीं आ रही थी. ऐसे हमें feel हो रहा था. I can't even imagine what Gukesh was feeling. And I think after the rest day, which he genuinely needs now, he will have the white pieces. He will have to take a call. कितना push करना है. And Sagar भाई, अगर option होता कि Prime Minister और अमृता में अगली game में कौन आने वाला है, तो I will pray please get अमृता.
Yeah, maybe we made a blunder right at the start. Yeah, Amruta didn't come. I will make sure to just go back and take utmost care of her for the next 1.5 days. Let Gukesh prepare. Let me,
Yeah, we need Amrita to recover, and Gukesh has to recover from this
Yes.
loss, right? Because there are still 2 games, and I think Vishy made a really great point that thankfully for the players, they have a rest day to fall back on.
Right.
Because today's game, like you said, a suffocation strategy, it really felt like a boa constrictor. And with 6-6, the match once again gets equalized.
2 classical games to go only. 1 white each. Imagine the stakes. It's like choosing one game decides everything now. And if we kind of have a draw, then we go into tie breaks. So either case, last two games will be insane to watch.
Yeah. This is going down the wire. We don't know if there'll be tie breaks or not. We have a question here from our chat.
I think I just want to share that we are truly grateful for Vishy. We have enjoyed his games, but I think this loss to take in as Indians or Gukesh's fan would be too difficult if Vishy was not there with us.
Right.
Today he showed how he soaked in. It was painful for him also, but he was so objective and he appreciated Ding. Live, we could see a world champion showing how to take in a defeat.
Nice.
So that was very difficult to take this.
I agree. I think Vishy really gave us also this thing that there is no hope, right? Like 30 minutes ago.
He prepared us
because
for
we
this.
were like, kab galti kuch ho jaye, it didn't
The
happen.
best part is Vishy sir is also there for Gukesh if he needs any advice and help.
Yes.
So he will also be there. So what do you expect? Last two rounds. Fireworks, yeah?
And do you think now in the press conference, will both players sit through the whole conference?
This is an interesting moment. Now for Maurice, it's a tough time. He did give some leeway to Ding yesterday. Let's wait and see what happens. But before that, we'll go for a very short break and come back and then head over to the press conference.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much, much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
Welcome back everyone, and we have now reached a point in this match where very few of us would have thought that after yesterday, where Gukesh dominated the game and it all felt like, oh, this is going his way.
Yeah.
Suddenly Ding comes back and the match is even maybe some would say in Ding's favor now.
Yeah, we speak about momentum so much in chess, right? Where imagine now Gukesh having to recompose himself. You're leading the match. It's just 3 games separating you and the World Championship title. And you feel you've done it. You're almost there. Making a comeback at this stage, I think Gukesh will have to reset, find a way to forget what's happened. Not going to be easy, but really, I'm still thinking about what a brilliant game Ding played, We're all rooting for Gukesh. We all want him to win this match. But today you can't help but admire, I think, the mindset Ding showed. And every single move, was a beast move. Not giving Gukesh a single chance in the game.
I agree. And if Gukesh needs to become the world champion, he really has to go beyond this very tough situation now, which is, I think, very tricky. This where we stand now, Ding back in his form, Gukesh not feeling so well right now, I'm sure. We'll see at the press conference if he can sit through the entire time. That's a very interesting bit of next few minutes.
Champions under pressure turn into diamonds. I think that's exactly what we need. And even Magnus said the most likely result was Ding just collapsing. That did not happen by far.
The opposite of that. I don't think I've seen Ding, and we kept saying this, right? It felt like a different body language. Ding wasn't shaking as much, not so much head and hands. Gukesh did not get time. You noticed how he wasn't going into his meditation zone, and I think we are going to go to Singapore.
For game 12, the match is now tied at 6 points apiece. I will ask Gukesh a few questions and then open up the floor to the journalists to ask him some questions as well. And then we'll allow him to go in and collect his thoughts while we then ask Ding Liren to answer some questions as well. So my first question to you, Gukesh, after the opening phase, when did you feel like there was some difficulty for you in the game?
I thought I was quite comfortable out of the opening, and then I guess after Queen D2 I was really not sure what to do.
You felt fine all the way here?
Yeah, I mean knight c5, d4, knight d3, d5 was kind of tricky for me.
You said knight c5, d4?
Yeah, knight d3 and d5 I thought was quite tricky. So I was thinking what else to do to stop d4, and it was not that easy. And I just bishop g6 was just a mistake because I missed d4 e4 bishop f4. Yes. I mean d4, if I take on d4 he has bishop f4, which I missed. So after e4 knight g1 I think it was already a bit difficult.
Was this something inside of your preparation, or were you surprised by the opening?
No, I was prepared for a few moves. I didn't really exactly remember all the details, but yeah, I was aware of this position.
You won yesterday a very big game. This is a reversal. Not easy to react to, but still the score is tied. Your feelings about the new situation?
Yeah, I mean obviously it's not pleasant to lose this game, but at least I mean yesterday I could have also gone either way, so I guess it's fine. At least the score is still tied, and there are 2 more games remaining. So yeah, let's see.
Opening up the floor to reporters to ask Gukesh some questions. Who has the first question for Gukesh?
Hi, my name is Atreo. I work for Rev Sports. My question is for Gukesh. Gukesh, winning and losing is part of sports, but how? I mean, how do you take this? How do you take to this setback?
Yeah, obviously this game is a bit of a disappointment. Yeah, luckily I have a rest day tomorrow to recover. But it's nice to know that the score is still tied, and this game is not a huge blow for my chances. We're still evenly matched. So yeah, I'll just try to play good games in the remaining rounds.
Thank you.
Next question.
Hi, I will be asking my question in Tamil. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Vanakkam, and despite your failure today, I think we are still very excited for the rest of the games. Just wanted to ask, இந்த உலக சதுரங்க வெற்றி விழாவில் வந்து இரு ஆசிரியர்கள், அதாவது ஆசிய நாடுகளை சேர்ந்த இருவர் விளையாடுற முதல் விளையாட்டாக இது இருக்குது வரலாற்றில். அதை பற்றி உங்களோட கருத்துக்கள் என்ன? அண்ட் ப்ளஸ் ஒரு சில டெக்கேட்ஸ்க்கு முன்னாடி சோவியத் ரஷ்யா எவ்வாறு வந்து இந்த விளையாட்டை டாமினேட் செஞ்சதோ, அது மாதிரி விஸ்வநாதன் ஆனந்துக்கு அப்புறம் நிறைய இந்தியர்கள், முக்கியமாக தமிழ்நாட்டிலேருந்து பிற இளையர்கள் நட்சத்திரங்களாகிறது, சதுரங்க வீரர்களாகிறது ரொம்பவே நம்பிக்கை ஊட்டும்படியாக இருக்கின்றது. அதை பற்றி உங்களுடைய கருத்துக்கள் என்ன? அண்ட் டு ரெப்ரசென்ட் இந்தியா அண்ட் ஆல்சோ டு கம் ஃப்ரம் அ சவுத் இண்டியன் பேக்ரவுண்ட், அதை பற்றி உங்களுடைய கருத்துக்கள் என்ன அப்படின்னு சொல்ல முடியுமா?
May you translate that question for us, please?
Sure. So I asked that in the history of the game, for two Asians to come up and compete in this world arena, it's one of its firsts. And having his Indian and also South Indian background, what would he like to say to the rising stars all over India, especially after Vishwanathan Anand's era?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Now, in the match, రెండు Asian players first time நடக்கிறது like it's ஒரு ஸ்பெஷலான மூமெண்ட் தான் ஏன்னா I think recent yearsல நிறைய Asian countries are really like yeah நிறைய talented players வராங்க இந்தியா சைனா உஸ்பெகிஸ்தான் நிறைய countries ஸோ இந்த மேட்ச் ஏஷியாவில் இன்னும் செஸ் பாப்புலர் ஆகும்னு நம்புகிறேன் அண்ட் யா ஆனந்த் சாருக்கு அப்புறம் நான் சவுத் இந்தியா இந்தியாவிலேருந்து வரது எனக்கு ஒரு பெருமையான விஷயம்தான் ஸோ யா இட்ஸ் கண்டிப்பாக ஐம் வெரி ஹாப்பி டு ரெப்ரசன்ட் India and South India.
Just one more question. I will also translate it.
I'm sorry. We can only limit it to one question.
Okay, sure.
If
Thank you
we
so
have
much for
time
your
at the end,
response.
we'll bring it back up, okay? Thanks.
MyClimaxChess.com. Obviously, my question is for Grandmaster Gukesh. We talk a lot about momentum in sports, and obviously, you just lost this game. But in the second half of the match, objectively, you've been the one pushing and maybe even had more chances. So who do you think has the momentum in the match?
Yeah, in the second half, I had chances in many of the games. Today was obviously a bad game, but I wouldn't draw too much from it. I mean, bad games happen, but if you look at the second half overall, I think we are both playing better than the first half. But yeah, I think I had more chances in the second half. So yeah.
Thank you.
Hi Gukesh, commiserations for the loss. This is Rajesh from Trinity Mirror. We have seen this World Championship battle being a very much a roller coaster. You said in the previous game that the game itself was a roller coaster. So your thoughts on how you'd categorize this battle? What were your expectations before the match? Would you have taken 6-all scoreline? And do we expect a different mindset going into the final two games?
I think 6-all is overall a fair result, but yeah, since I was leading after yesterday, it's a bit disappointing to lose this game, and about whether it will change my mindset for the next two games, no, I don't think so. It's still about playing good chess. Yeah, right now I'm a bit disappointed with the game, but I have time to recover and start playing well.
My name is Radha from the Singapore Chess Federation. My question is to Gukesh. What is the best piece of advice that helped you through this championship?
I did get a lot of advice, but probably just to take one game at a time and give it my best.
All right, if there are no more questions, we would thank Grandmaster Gukesh for answering those questions. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good luck in the next couple of games. And we'll turn now to the world champion. And I'll start with a couple of questions. Obviously, yesterday was a pretty tough game to tolerate. How is it that time and time again, though, we've seen you do this 3 times already, last time in the match, and now, once again, after a loss, you bounce back. Where do you find that courage and strength to be able to do that?
Just by chance. Yes, yesterday it was a difficult game to deal with, since I was much better at one point, and I just spend too little time on the critical moment, I spoiled a very good position. But after that, I just continue the normal routine and just have dinner and to sleep earlier and be refreshed for this important game.
Talk to me about the position itself. When did you feel as though you had the position under control?
And only after knight a4, I realized my position much better.
Not before this, because it looked very positive even before this.
Yeah, before this, after knight v5, I'm very optimistic about my chance. Maybe here, and yeah, there are many details. For example, here if we go knight g4, which looks very good, I would like to play bishop c1. If knight b4, I play bishop f1. I don't know what is better here. And he play h6, looks too slow, and I calculate a lot playing this. But maybe he's just in time to defend. If I take, he cannot take with rook, I can both take with this pawn or this pawn. I can take with bishop, and it's just nothing for white. Position too simple, and bishop restricted by his pawn structure. So I had to come up with some ideas to play slow. And with this, I weaken his b5 square. But if I play knight b5 here, he can go knight g4. There are no knight e4 after bishop c5. And here, yeah, this move came as a surprise for me. I was expecting queen d7. I'm going to play queen b3. And I don't know if he can go this. If he can put the queen on c8, I think his position is very solid. Or maybe I can take here. If I go here, I go take. If we take, then my calculations stop here. I don't know if white is better or not. After this, here is another critical moment. Maybe he can play this to change the structure. But I have maybe knight e4. He takes. Maybe c5. I don't know. Maybe it's slightly easier to play for white. And he
This seems reasonable, at least, compared to what he did, right?
Yeah, he allows knight b5. So here maybe I should play knight b5 already to stop knight d4. But I'm very happy to play knight b5. And this idea came as a surprise to me because he wanted to play either knight c5 or bishop f6. Here I don't know where to put the queen, d2 or c3. If queen c3, maybe here, I don't know. If they take and bishop g6, it seems white also better.
His pieces seem very bottled up in this position. They're fighting for squares, his pieces, while yours seem very harmonious.
Yes, after this, my rook is so well placed on the center. Will control two open lines after d4 break, queen c3, d4. And his rook, one rook is very passive on b8, and the queen not so idly placed on d8. And here, yes, as he said, I was expecting this. If he take, I take, and I have this version. I have 2 pawns for the exchange, and I take this pawn, which seems good enough. Also, e4, it's very complicated, but maybe just better for white. So here, he can also play bishop f6 with the idea e4, but also knight g1, something similar to the game.
Your center pawn seemed to be rolling and holding his pieces back. There's some mention that it's sort of like an Alekhine's defense, where black's knights were funnily placed on b6 and c6.
Oh, some Sicilian?
Out the Alekhine. I know this is reverse the same, but out the Alekhine, when the knight finally ended up on b6, but there's no pawn on e6 to control your center. Your center just seemed to be ready to roll at any moment.
I have very strong center. And here I'm deciding where to put the queen, to put on c2 or c3. I put on here since if after this, after some exchange, I can, if we go nice, I can play some d5, d6 with the queen in better place on c3, but I missed the bishop f6, which is a very important move. If I go here, he played knight d7 with idea c6. Suddenly the knight is has no square. If I go here, maybe you can repeat the moves. I'm very happy to find queen c2. Maybe still there are not so much difference between bishop. And if he go here,
Apologies. Tech guys, just in case, we just hold for a moment, please. All right, here we go. I believe you were back.
Before. The knight g1. Yes, here.
Mm-hmm.
If you go here, I have d5. If knight f5 looks straight, but unfortunately I can take his pawn. It seems white is better here. I'm very happy to see a4 since I already realized no, this idea not so strong, since I always have c5 after knight a4. And his knight misplaced on a5. And here, yes, my first intention was to play h4, but it's a very bad move. When I saw this, I thought my position is much, much better.
So this is where you're getting a lot of confidence, and of course, the game was dominant after that. Is this one of your best games, can we say that, or one of your favorite victories?
Yes, it's a very important. It's an important 12th game. Yeah, it's maybe the best game I've played in recent times.
All right, we have reporters lined up with questions, please.
Michael Rahal from FIDE Media. Ding Liren, first of all, congratulations on a fantastic game. You mentioned yesterday that last year you also won the 12th game against Nepomniachtchi, and you went on to win the title. So what I want to know is, how did you recover emotionally and mentally for this game? Could you give us 2 or 3 of the things you did, and also give advice to those players who struggle after losing a game, going on to win the next game the following day? Could you tell us a bit about your mental and emotional process last night and this morning, please?
Well, last night I guess I slept well. I slept earlier, and yes, it gave me a lot of energy. Also today I take a cup of coffee before the game, which helped me feel much more energetic. And yes, also I spent some time in the players' lounge to take some snacks and to rest a little bit, just to maintain the energy level during the critical moment. Since here I think I did the last important long think. Because if I play this, I might also spoil this very good position.
Could you mention to us what the variation was you saw after H4?
This maybe he can take, and maybe not so good for white. Maybe still good, but not as good as I have knight f4. Yeah, I just put pressure on my opponent throughout the whole game. Did not sleep like last game.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. Please, Liren, let me insist on the same subject that my colleagues Maurice and Michael. Today, you looked like a totally different person than the one we have seen here for the last 2 weeks. So, can you elaborate a little bit? How can you be able to produce such a self-confidence today when, in my view, lack of self-confidence has been your weakest point along the match so far?
At first, I changed my experience a little bit. I did something on my hair. And yeah, considering the chess part, yeah, because I have no way to retreat, I have to push for a win. And I was caught by surprise by my opponent in the opening. And I have to find some ideas to pose problems for my opponent. And I think I just played the very good games, find some good moves. And yes, yeah, I think there is no chance to spoil it after such a good position.
This is Charlize asking on behalf of your fans on FIDE social media, this time from follower Chess Razorblade. Given the loss yesterday, what words of encouragement did your mom and GM Report give to you?
Rapport sent me a file with names streak back, and it happens. And yes, my mom gave me confidence. She said, "I did it last time. I can do it again."
My name is Ahmed. On behalf of Kazakhstan Telegram channel Честно говоря, Dean, congratulations on your win. We have a question. In the last match in Kazakhstan, the 12th game became a turning point for you and you won against Jan. Do you believe in the magic of numbers?
If there's a lucky number for me, I think it's 17, not 12. But there are no 17th game in the match.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kyla, representing the local organizing committee. First of all, congratulations. I can only echo the praises that everyone has been singing of you. Secondly, people have been saying that for most of the match, even in games where you have gotten an advantage, it feels like you just settle for a draw, and that this is the first game in a long time where you have an advantage and you actively continued pressing. Would you agree with this opinion? And if so, do you regret not pressing harder in previous games?
Yes, in first game, the advantage is not so clear. I think I'm also in some dangers of being worse. But today, I just I try to play the best moves. And at some point, I suddenly realized my position is much, much better. There is no way to draw. Also, I saw this, as I mentioned, this variation, which may end in 3-4 repetition. I reject it due to the match situation.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations, Ding Liren. Once the game was already completely over, you rejected knight a7, which seems like the practical way to win. You just win the rook. And, you know, when you're low on time like that, I'm wondering why you didn't take the simple way. d5 was actually a better move, but we're just kind of curious why you didn't pick the simple win.
Well, the reason is simple. I missed knight a7. You can chip the rook after knight a7.
Okay, somebody in the...
Yeah, maybe he should play knight a6 after d5.
I'm sorry, it's just for clarification. You didn't see knight a7,
Yeah, I didn't. I missed knight a7.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
Abhiraya from ChessBase India. The position what you played today in the start, it was similar to a game played between your seconds, Richard Rapport and Ni Hao, who are also present here. Was it their idea by any chance?
Yeah, after the game, he told me it's similar to their game. But I don't know the exact move order of that game.
Ding, could you explain to us why is number 17 your lucky number?
Oh, because I'm the 17th world champion.
And I have a wish. Could you show us the rest of the game from your perspective?
After knight f4, here, I forgot what to do. Maybe here. Because if I go d6, he has. Yes, if I go d7, he take. He has some counterplay with a very powerful knight on d3. What's my idea? This looks not so strong. I forgot what my idea. Yeah. But I'm very happy to see in queen d7. I can take on e4. And here I think the last chance was to take on e4. If he play knight c6, I can take on h6. Maybe f6. And I'm calculating take and knight e6. It's crushing. f5, rook e7. He played this after I just retreat the bishop. It's obvious no counterplay for black. If we play this, I can rook e7 and simply take knight. And dominate on the queen side. And here looks knight d4. I also take on c5. I have 2 pawns and compensations. The rest is easier. I found the bishop in d6, which is the last killer move, with either rook e8. Upper rook. So the rest is easy.
Maria for the chess. First of all, congratulations, Ding, on a wonderful game. Just to follow up on what was already said about the prep. So was this particular file prepared for this situation when you need to win the game?
I was caught by surprise by his choice. I know something, but not this specific line. So I had to work over the board.
Okay, so there was nothing specifically prepared for situation when you are behind in the match.
Of course, I prepared something, but not this line. Yeah.
Okay, and follow-up question as well. Why is that you play so much better when you are in a must-win situation? Is it because you have nothing to lose, or you are so angry and you just compose all your nerves?
I think it's, I don't know the reason. If I played e6 instead of g6 yesterday, I'm also playing a very good game. And today, maybe the position suit me quite well.
Thank you.
One last question from me. In terms of handling mistakes and handling loss, a lot of people get angry at themselves or kick themselves. What's your advice for all the people out there much lower rated than you are for being able to handle a loss and take it in stride?
Well, if I cannot win today, also if I cannot win the last 2 games, maybe I'll just lose a title, which I also accept. So, yes, sometimes I perform very well after lose, like the online tournament held 2 years ago, where I sometimes lost the first one, sometimes even with white pieces, and I bounced back in the last 3 games.
All right, well, tremendous comeback. Congratulations and best of luck in the next 2 games.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We have a rest day tomorrow. There's a follow-up you want? Okay, sure.
Hi, this is Rajesh from Trinity Mirror. Question for Ding. We have seen over the past few matches that you have found yourself in time trouble. But today, like, you handled the time much better. So was there a conscious effort from your team to focus and play faster in this particular game? And at one stage, the accuracy was shown as 99.1, which is brilliant. So congrats on that. And your thoughts on the next 2 matches and the strategy change in terms of opening preparation for you going forward for the last 2 games?
I think it's a normal situation where I was low on time in the first half of the game, then his time catch me after some prolonged thought by him. So it's just a normal. But today I spend I think a lot of time, some important time on I think Queen C3, Queen C2, and Knight F4, which is quite important. Which is I take a lesson from yesterday's rules. I should still think carefully, even if the time is not so much.
Would you allow another question?
Thank you for indulging another question. So you mentioned that you had a cup of coffee earlier and that helped to give you more energy. So I have to know, how do you take a coffee?
Oh, it's a small cup of espresso.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
And with that, we conclude the press conference. Again, a rest day before the very important 13th game. Thank you, everyone, and have a good night.
Tania, Sahil, I have a question for you guys. How do you take your cup of coffee?
I think कल के प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में क्वेश्चन पता लग गया एग्जैक्ट कॉफी का ब्रांड कितना चम्मच चीनी सब कुछ पूछ रहा भाई
अरे बढ़िया भाई क्या बात है I actually enjoyed the press conference a lot, and maybe the one point which Ding said was Rapport send me a file. तभी समझा नहीं what he said, but actually later on social media Sahil showed us it was actually written strike back. And strike back is such a nice word, and that did happen. So, yeah, actually, rapport is such a asset to Team Ding.
We were just talking about who would be the Richard Rapport to our lives, and Sagar, you know what he said. Who's the Richard Rapport in Sagar's life, guys? Yes. I think we need to get her tomorrow in the commentary.
कल तो नहीं परसों मतलब कल
rest. Sorry.
She can rest, and maybe Tania, you also should tell who's the Richard Rapport in your life.
My mom.
अरे बढ़िया. And Sahil bhai?
Okay, I think focusing on Gukesh.
अरे क्या हो गया साहिल भाई बोलो ना
अरे बोलो ना हमें बोला बोल दो
My parents for sure I think
ये तो आंसर अलग हो गया थोड़ा
ये तो रिचर्ड रैपोर्ट नहीं हुआ दोनों एक ही पूछा था भाई
उन्हीं की गेम थी ना आपस में ही खेले थे तो clearly
yeah but sorry yeah
नहीं वापस मत कर
No, today, just what a flawless game by Ding Liren. Against all odds to level the match the way he did. And going into this rest day, so many questions, right? How does this affect the psychology of the players? Will Ding ride the wave of momentum? Will Gukesh be able to regroup himself, recompose himself, and come back even stronger? One thing's for sure, guys, that with just 2 games remaining, the score tied at 6-6. We are headed towards a very dramatic finish of the World Championship match. And I just want to add that, as we go into this rest day, rooting for Gukesh, sending him all our good energy and our good vibes, let's also today just admire how Ding showed the heart of a true champion. Because really a beautiful game played by him.
He showed exactly what Gukesh has to do now. So, he struck back, he attacked, he did not back down, and now Gukesh has to make a choice. Kitna push karna hai in the final white game. And of course, Ding will have the last white. So, 2 games to go.
I would say Gukesh is in a slightly better position right now. Not psychologically, that is up to him to fight. But from a match situation, because he has white tomorrow, and which means he has been pushing in white all throughout the match. He will continue that because it's 6-6. If he manages to strike, that's already a point lead. If he doesn't manage and it's a draw, I don't think Ding will try to press too much in the last game. So, in a way, you can say Gukesh is fine. I mean, it's not a very bad situation to be in.
Is the match going into tiebreaks? What's your prediction?
I doubt. I think tomorrow, the next day after tomorrow round will be decisive, I feel.
Day after tomorrow? Or you mean the round
the
13?
13th round with white to Gukesh will be a decisive, just like how 11th round was. That is my feeling. So then perhaps unlikely. That's what I feel, yeah.
साल भाई तुमको क्या लगता है?
I don't know, what does everybody think here?
Yes. Tie. Maybe we can
Can you
have the mic.
get the mic?
Sorry.
Chat, what do you think? Meanwhile, batao bhai.
Yeah, I was saying there is an argument to be made that both the camps are saving their best preparation for as late as possible. Because even if the last 2 games were draws, right, they know that they will probably only have one proper shot with the white pieces in the last 2 games, and that probably makes it for more exciting last 2 games.
Yeah, absolutely. But
Also 'cause
today it was not prep, yeah, for Ding. He just won the game.
Well, because Gukesh played some unexpected moves, right? That means that both of them still have so much prep left, and it actually kind of also puts pressure on the person with the black pieces, because everybody expects the white person to come up with the prep, right? But I think in round 7 or 8, Gukesh had some prep
Yeah.
with the black pieces, so it's like if you expect the other person to push in the last 2 games, and if you counter push, then it makes for both an exciting game and also less likelihood of a tiebreak. So
I agree.
So we've had sort of 2 sets of punches back and forth, right? Ding won game 1, Gukesh strikes back in game 3. Then Gukesh wins in game 11 and Ding strikes back in game 12. And it also reminds me of the storyline of the previous World Championship, where in the last 2 games, because this also takes so much energy from the players. Again, I agree with you also because we have a rest day before these last 2 critical games. So it gives great, and Gukesh starts with white on game 13. They say maybe it will end in a draw and maybe it will go to tiebreaks. But they say all draws are not made equal. And I think regardless of the result, the players will try to push when they have white.
I guess Gukesh will press in game 13.
And then depending on the
and then
result.
depending on the result, we'll see game 14. Because I think if it's a draw in game 13, it might not be that Ding would want to win in game 14. He'll go like steady because tiebreaks is something which is okay for him.
Yeah.
That's the feeling I get. But then again, today, Ding didn't press particularly. He just played a great game and
He just played beautiful chess. And Sahil, we were talking about this, right? On the board as well, it just felt like a very different Ding showed up today. He felt a lot more relaxed, a lot more calm. Again, not so much head in hands, pulling his hair like we've been seeing over the last few days. It felt he was at peace. On the other hand, how many times did we see Gukesh leaning back or closing his eyes? It felt like the pressure of leading the match also somewhere got to Gukesh.
मुझे पुराना Ding ला दो यार please कोई. No, I think Ding definitely. I think his attitude will really when he comes for the next match, which Ding will we see is a very, very important question. And I agree with Sagar bhai. I think 13th game, if Gukesh can pull, it will be amazing. If he doesn't push, it ends in a draw. Then we are very, very likely going into the tiebreaks.
Yes.
So the next game will be very, very important.
Correct. I agree. And before we end today, I had one question for all of you. We do the gambit of the day. If we can just pull up the position board. I was wondering if you guys agree with my today's gambit of the day, because there was no gambit as such, but I felt like this was the moment which even Vishy pointed out. This move King H2 which kind of really put Gukesh in this waiting game situation. Would you say so? Can we put this as the gambit of the day?
I can agree. I think Ding basically waited better. Yeah, this could be the gambit.
It really was a beautiful move, right? Because, and I think we don't even need to think of anything else because Vishy himself said that this is the one moment that comes to his mind. It makes it so much harder for Gukesh. It keeps all the ideas on the board. Even if the computer suggests another move, it sort of reminds me of Gukesh's Knight A1 yesterday. You know, just posing practical, difficult problems for a human to solve.
Right.
So let's do this as our gambit of the day.
There we have it, the gambit of the day. A big shout out to Ambit for supporting us, for supporting this stream and also our coverage. And also a big shout out to all our partners who have been amazing, supporting us right from day one.
You know, sorry, I know you want to do that, but before you do that,
No, you do it today, Tania.
No, I don't have that.
Arey, idhar hi hai.
No, you will do it. But guys, it just came to my mind. Did it surprise you a little bit that Ding did not see Knight A7 winning the rook? Because to me, when he said that, I was... I don't know why I brought this up right now, but it just came into my head.
Yeah, did he say that he didn't see?
He didn't see Knight A7.
Knight A7.
I think he was in that zone na, jahan pe he had a plan in mind. He just went in for it and he was pretty convinced कि ये game अपनी जेब में ही है.
He was like boa constrictor mode, keep on the suffocation strategy.
He was like कि ये knight is stronger than that rook.
We saw that variation जहाँ पे knight b8, knight e8 पड़े हुए थे. Vishy sir ने दिखाया था. That was insane.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sagar, continue.
No, we had a lot of people who tuned in today. Vishy Anand was here for more than an hour. It was fantastic. We had so many people joining in. A huge round of applause, guys. Thank you for coming on a Monday afternoon, joining in. A shout out to everyone. If in case you would like to join in on Wednesday and Thursday, 2 days, the Book My Show link is in the description. Do check out the tickets and do come here. I am sure that you'll have a good time. Also, kuch nahi to khana to hai.
Guys, I mean, you have to come, right? Like, it's now really getting that high tense moment. 2 games remaining. The match has become level for a second time here. Few would have actually expected this outcome. I think we're in for an absolute thriller.
Right.
In this one.
If Gukesh wins, this is the place to be. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yes. So let's see you all day after tomorrow. Thank you to chess.com for supporting this stream, being amazing partners. We were going to do Puzzle Rush. Maybe we should keep it for another day. But you can check it out. It's the pinned link in the description. It's 1 month free membership for everyone. And you can use that. The offer is wonderful. We also have Samay BM, who has been, we are waiting for him to join. I saw him for 1 hour yesterday on his latent episode. Whenever it comes out, I leave everything and watch it. So I hope we can get to see him in person tomorrow and day after. There is Habitat. I think Balraj Bhai will also be back on tomorrow. So I think we'll have a full quorum. We also have Nordman Gaming doing a brilliant job with the production. And not to forget Red Bull for supporting us, and also Ambit. And is there anyone I forgot?
Yes, and I also want to say Gukesh and Ding, who are putting on such a great match for all of us to enjoy.
Absolutely.
And we're back day after. Tomorrow is a rest day.
Tomorrow is a rest day. Take some rest. Drink some coffee.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you just cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you will beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with the 1 month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.